and be able to show them here, show their abilities. But I think pretty much qualifying is over and done with here. Drivers are getting out their rigs and just having a bit of a stretch, a bit of a walkabout, because they need to just get themselves refreshed before the start of this race here, because it's such a long race, and you're going to be in that cockpit for so long that you've got to just make sure that you're prepared, have a comfort break if you need one, and then get yourself prepared mentally, because there's a lot of mental energy taken up in a race like this.
I see people holding up big signs of paper. I also had to translate German into English a moment ago, trying to work out my numbers, but we got there. It's not long until we actually get this thing officially underway for Saturday. So I've been saying it for the last half an hour or so. I can see there's a lot of people who are stood just at the side of the Nürburgring Arena. Come in, grab some food, grab a seat. Let's make this an event that the drivers will be proud of. Let's give them some noise when we introduce them onto the stage in just a couple of moments' time. It is going to be incredible. These are some of the best sim racers in the world, some of the best sim racing teams in the world. They are getting ready, Paul, to do a battle at one of the most famous racetracks in the world.
It's absolutely fantastic, and this is what we've been building up to, the first of our big events here this weekend in terms of the esports competition. And we want to get this place buzzing, we want to get it bouncing. Let's see as many people in here, give these drivers that gladiatorial entrance here to the arena. It's almost like a big sporting event. Get these drivers the welcome that they deserve, because they're the ones that are putting on the entertainment for us. These are the best people. You're seeing the best people competing here for the crown of the championship here in this particular event. So definitely, let's get this crowd going, and it's going to be a lot of fun for us to call here as well, because Connery will be stepping in just a few moments' time, because he's got the honour of calling this one.
He has indeed. I finally get a little bit of a break after I've done lots of shouty announcement voices first. I want to say thank you again to Arrow Ultimate, who of course are the powering of the ADAC Digital GT 500 here at SimRacingExpo 2019. Again, I want to say a big thank you to all of the sponsors for this event, to Porsche, to Bitburger 0.0, to Noble Chairs, to Fanatec, and of course, Arrow Ultimate as well. Don't forget, this is iRacing, so go over a little bit later on to the iRacing stage, and you can get yourself, if you're new to sim racing, a free 3-month membership, as well as trying out the brand new, not even released, Audi TCR car and Circuit de Catalunya. They are being launched on it's on Tuesday even, but it is almost time for us to get this ready. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Saturday, ADAC Sim Racing Expo. The ADAC Digital GT 500. Turn around, that is the number 42 car.
Down to the inside, looking for an opportunity to arrive.
Your racing team that make it too.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of the ADAC 2019 Sim Racing Expo. We are hosts Melek Melibalgun and Ben Constanduros, and today was a very exciting day full of races, but today is going to be equally exciting. So thank you so much for finding your way here into the Ring Arena, and of course for tuning in at home.
Yeah, absolutely. The first race of the day is one of the most historic races in the Sim Racing Expo, and that is the GT 500. 500 why? Because
500 kilometers to race, and that race has a long history. You already said it, and a very interesting one as well. It started out as a real motorsport race and changed into a digital motorsport.
yeah, we're going to meet in a moment the very first winner of the GT 500 when it was a real race. Now it's a virtual one, and every single winner of the virtual GT 500 is in this arena today. 12 sims here, and then 12 sims over the road in the lounge as well. Let's get up that very first winner of the GT 500 and promoter of Sim Racing Expo, Mark Henerici.
There's your microphone, Mark. Thank you so much for joining us today. And Ben has already stated so beautifully, you are the first winner of this series when it was held back on the track.
Yeah, a long time ago. It was 2012. I had obviously very strong teammates like Mark Gulsens back in that day, but it's true, yeah, it was a real race and it became a digital history, yes.
And this is really cool because this is teams being invited to come and participate, some of the very best drivers in the world.
Yeah, it's true. We have the top 12 qualified because they last year in the GT500 finished in the top 12 and the other 12 were invited by us. And so I think we have a fantastic grid with BMW Motorsport on the grid. With all the others, it's really great. I'm really amazed.
And I mean, we split up the race in 2 locations. We have 12 teams out of 2 to 3 drivers here on stage, and another 12 back in the Esports lounge. We will have pictures of that later. And of course, there is a certain raffinesse to it as well, because those racers aren't the only ones.
Yes, that's true. You know, we have the Manufacturer Cup, which you also could call the Exhibitor Cup, because they are racing from their exhibitor booth. It's 4 cars, and but it's prestigious. They want to fight with their own simulators and in GT3 cars today. And I think it will be a hard fight, a hard battle, and the best one will be also at the podium ceremony this night and get the trophy for the best manufacturer.
So the basics then. For the very first time, we're going to be racing at Spa-Francorchamps rather than the Nürburgring GP circuit. We're using GTE cars for the main class, and then for that Manufacturer Cup, it's GT3 cars. So let's meet some of the teams here in the arena and over at the lounge. We're going to have 29 cars on track. Here are the second drivers, the team managers, whilst the real first drivers are on the sims right here. Give it up.
All right, while the drivers are heading over to their team desks, Ben, I sent you off into the pits for driver interviews. Make your way. I'm going to have another word with Mark until you set up our first interview. And Mark, this race is prestigious indeed. Not only glory, honor, a trophy, but what else can they win?
Well, we have a prize pool of 5,000 euros, and of course, as you said, it's really prestigious. I think it's the most important race on-site event in the world, and we see the best sim racing teams of the world. Of course, tonight the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy as a single competitor event. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm really excited, and it's going to be really interesting.
How can you qualify for this event? There is no qualification phase.
No, we have different aspects. We say, okay, what is your history in sim racing? What is your history in Sim Racing Expo? What is your social media reach as well? And what teams are supporting us from the very first minute? And so it's not only about performance. Porsche Sim Racing Trophy is only about performance, but this is also about the whole performance of the team in every aspect.
Okay, so you guys at ADAC, first of all, that's worth a big round of applause. Of course, this is a very, very good thought to push into, to push more teams into sim racing, to reward them for their actions within the scene and within the branch. And of course, we have a very first interview ready, so let's hand it over to Ben.
Absolutely. If the cameraman comes to his left on rig number 1, the pole position drivers from Pure Team Racing. Max, you've got yourself pole position, but that doesn't really count in this kind of length of race, surely.
Well, it counts a bit because we are staying out of trouble for the beginning. So hopefully we can maintain the position. It's a long straight, so I will try my best. But obviously, as you said, it's a long race. We will do our best, and hopefully we can finish up in the position where we are now in pole position. So looking for an exciting race so far.
Key thing is, though, you guys know how to win this, right?
That's true. Last year we won, so hopefully we can do that again this year.
Different track.
Different track, but I like the track as well. Nürburgring, Spa doesn't matter. It's both two amazing tracks. I feel home here, and it's amazing fun. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Right, come over with me. We're going to speak to Red Bull Esports, who are just in front of them here. So rig 2, Sebastian Job, P3 on the grid. That's a great place to start. You guys have been having a really good season now as an official Red Bull team.
Yeah, it's going well. P3 to start. It's not pole. We didn't get any draft because it's long straight, but almost got second. But I think starting third's probably actually better. So hopefully you can get a jump on the start.
Is there an element of strategy involved in here? I know that everyone's listening, so you're not going to tell me anything, but are there little secrets you can play?
Yeah, there's definitely some we got planned.
All right, cool. Very good. So, two-driver team. I'm going to head over to the other side of the stage and grab some more interviews. Back to you for the moment, though, Melly.
Thank you, Ben, very much. And yes, Mark, we're about to head into the first race of the day, the ADAC Digital GT500 powered by Aral Ultimate. And of course, a race like this needs a strong partner.
Yeah, we're so happy to found very late, but we found a really strong partner with Aral Ultimate Power, and we're quite happy because normally they're in real sport like DTM, one of the main sponsors, and to have them here with us, it's a great honor, and I think we have the right stage to make them happy and to show what the power of esport and especially sim racing is. So welcome Aral Ultimate to the stage. I'm quite happy.
That sounds definitely lovely, and it's worth a big round of applause from our on-site audience here. Please put your hands together for this fantastic partner supporting this very race. And I think Ben is ready with our next interview partner. Over to you, Ben.
What I love about this event is we've got some of the very best teams in the sim racing world, all competing and with various different success. Pure Team Racing won last year, but Mitch de Jong has won this as well, Mitch. Starting in a good position, Josh in P2, he's been looking mega this season on iRacing, so you must be feeling good.
Absolutely. Being on a car with Josh is always a really good feeling. He's an absolute hyper driver. So, he put in a great time, got us in a really good position for the start. I think we're going to be really strong on race pace. So we just need to hit our marks, make sure we don't make any mistakes, and we'll see what happens in the end.
And what's the thought about car choice here? You've got a choice of car with a GTE. What have you gone for?
I think for us, it makes the most sense that we picked the BMW M8. We've been running that in the VRS GT World Championship this season. We have a really good handle on it. So basically, we took the setup that we had from round 1 of the World Championship and added what we kind of learned along the season. So feel really good about it. The car feels awesome around the track. So looking forward to it.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Come with me because we have some incredibly special guests. Talking about BMW, check these guys out. These guys are proper, real-life BMW Pro drivers, taking a foray into sim racing. Not your first time, though, Nicky.
No, definitely not the first time, but I don't do it as much as some of the others here, but still good fun.
I guess you have the BMW. You've got the Works livery, too.
Works livery, number 82. It's the number we raced with this year at Le Mans as well, so should bring us good luck.
And not a bad qualifying position.
No, we're actually quite surprised. I mean, this is some of the best drivers in the world, and I think we are P10, so not so bad.
Now, I'll tell you, Nicky has the most incredible setup at home. Absolutely awesome. I don't know so much about Bruno's experience on sim racing. Have you done a lot of this?
No, not that much, actually. It's the first time I get to meet all these great drivers here. It's an honor for me to race against them. I have a lot of respect. Sometimes I met some of them on iRacing, and they are unbelievable quick. And I would like to practice more and get the chance to meet them more often because it's fun to race them because they are just so good. There's a lot you can learn from them. So I'm happy to be here with my friend Nicky, and we'll give it a go and see where we end up. But it's going to be tough for us because we are just missing a bit of experience.
And is simulation part of your work with the DTM squad?
Yeah, we do, because unfortunately we test less and less with the real car. So now we have to involve the simulator in driving and in developing the car. So yeah, for sure we do a little bit. It's very different to what we have here, but we have to do, because like I said, we just test less and less, and so we have to include the simulator more and more.
Good stuff. Have a good one. Enjoy. What a massive event. BMW Works drivers and Works drivers from all the different sim racing teams around the world. I can't wait for this one. We're getting started in just a few moments.
Thank you, Ben, for these interesting interviews. And Mark, we have a very high-stacked starting field here. I'm so excited. Your last words for the race.
Well, I wish all two teams really good luck, and I'm happy that we can bring the virtual world, the digital world, and the real world together in this beautiful place. So good luck, guys.
That sounds perfect. And Ben, thank you so much for doing those great interviews. Ask me, man. So we're about to start. The race is almost on. Our drivers are ready. The cars are started, and the engines are ready. So head it over to our fantastic casters, Connery and Will.
Thank you very, very much, Melly. We are just about ready to go racing here in the ADAC Digital GT500 powered by Aral. Fantastic interviews to set ourselves up for the racing here today. There is your starting grid in your GTE class, your main class here today. Pure Racing Team Red in their Ford GT pole position. Starting on the front row with them, it's that number 81 VRS Coanda Sim Sports car. Red Bull Racing Esports will start in P3 with Williams Esports Razor starting at the back end of that second row. Radicals Online will start in P5 with SimRC.de Carbon starting in that 6th place position. Pure Racing Team Green will start themselves in P7, and Pure Racing Team Blue make it an all Pure Racing Team row right at the back there. We've got Pure Apex Racing Team in P9, the BMW Team Green Hell with those two BMW Works drivers there in P10. We've got Race Union Williams Esports in P11, and VRS Coanda Sim Sports number 8 in their BMW starting in P12. Williams Esports Chilbass will start in P13 with NX Racing in P14. Sorg Rennsport Esports will start in 15th place here today with Logitech G Altus Esports having to start in 16th. Core Sim Racing will start in P17 with Team Hoisingveld getting themselves 18th place on the grid here today with Phoenix Racing Esports in P19. Schubert Motorsport Esports will round out your top 20 on the starting grid. Sim Racing Academy will start P21 with Bieler Racing Team Euronics in P22. 23rd place on the grid will go to GT Omega RPM Esports with Element Sim Racing rounding out the top 24. And then you look back to your GT3 Manufacturer Cup. It's an all VRS Coanda Sim Sports front row, both Mercedes P1 and P2. You have Vescaro KC Racing Esports in the BMW in P3. Team RSO will start from P4 in that Mercedes AMG GT3. So that is the entirety of the starting grid here for this one, Will. I can't wait to get this one started.
Yeah, it's Saturday at the ADAC Digital 500. There is the Porsche safety car getting ready. It's only a short pace lap here. The one thing I'm interested in, Connery, only 3 seconds gap between the fastest of your GTE drivers and your GT3s. That means if any of these GTEs get some damage, the GT3 cars are going to be racing them.
Yeah, that's certainly a possibility to any sort of any of these GTE cars that do fall to issues early on. But you see that Porsche safety car pull off. We're going to have a very, very short pace lap here. Of course, in iRacing, you do start the pace laps on some of these newer tracks, sort of 2/3 of the way through the racing circuit. The lights have started flashing already there on that SimRC.de car on row number 3. As you can see, all of these beautiful, beautiful GTE machines head their way through towards the last portion of the lap. And at the very, very back of the field, you'll end up seeing those GT3 cars as well. So just a couple of moments then before we get the 500-kilometer race started here for the ADAC Digital GT500 powered by Aral. Pace car coming down on towards the lane then. Field under the control of your race leader. Your racing team and VRS Coanda Sim Sports, they will hold the field for quite a while here. The start line, of course, going down in towards Eau Rouge for the first time as they all back up in towards La Source. Just a couple of moments now before that green flag shows, and we can go racing here for 500 kilometers of Spa-Francorchamps. Green flag in the air. We are racing here at Spa, and they're 2x2 all the way down in towards Eau Rouge. VRS Coanda Simsports on his concept of P2 and P3. That's Williams Esports heavily into the wall. Pure Racing Team have gotten a piece of that as well. There's even more carnage up through Radion as well. Big contact further back.
Your favourites heading into this event are going to be towards the very rear of the film. There's 3 wide between Red Bull Racing Esports, Radicals Online, and Pure Racing Team Green. As my word, Connery, we've had some crazy starts before on iRacing. That was one of those crazy ones, and what it means is that your defending champions are most likely not going to win this year.
Unless they can pull off an absolute miracle. Look at the gap that the race leader has already. That VRS Coanda SimSports machine absolutely running away at the front of the field, just avoiding all of the carnage here on the first lap. The battle that we're watching here is for P2. That's Red Bull Racing Esports there and the Radicals Online machine in that bright red car as they head through the Fania for the first time. You see Pure Racing Team Green as well, just third in line in that one. You have SimRC a little bit further back as well. So after that first couple of corners carnage, it does seem that things have calmed down just a little bit, but that must be so frustrating for the likes of Williams Esports and the main Pure Racing Team car that got involved in that big incident coming through Eau Rouge for the first time. There's going to be, about 2 hours and 45 minutes of racing here. You don't want to be throwing it away that early, surely.
Yeah, and for Williams, they were kind of one on the outside. Here's the replay then, coming up the hill. There was a number of incidents, including that BMW work team. We had that fantastic interview with Ben just a couple of moments ago. That was the back end of the incident. I want to see the start of this one again. If we get the opportunity, I want to see what happened between Pure Racing Team Red at the start of this race, and I believe it would have been Mike Coanda SimSports. But I mean, Connery, we've got some of our big names already now struggling, and Williams, as I said, I mean, they weren't outside favourites, but they were very strong contenders. They've been fantastic in 2019 in that Ferrari, but now it's Coanda, all aboard the Coanda train.
It seems like 2019 is definitely the year for Coanda. What a brilliant start to this race. We are battling side by side further back, though. That is going to be SimRC, just having a little bit of a weave there down the Kemmel Straight. Is that slowdown penalty? It is a slowdown penalty for Pure Racing Team Green. That's so easy to get coming up through Eau Rouge and Radion. You can see the face of, I believe, Maximilian Benicke there. Just absolutely disappointed at what has gone on here.
A picture tells 1,000 words, and I always joke there's 2 people that when they're happy they're all smiles, and when you see them with a face like that, you know something bad has happened. And Max Benicke is one of them. Of course, he is one of the fan favourites. But, I mean, that is going to be a huge shame for him. Of course, he will be running a little bit later on today in the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy. We are having, though, a look at an incident involving the number 22 car.
That was
Williams Esports Razor, and it is being looked into, Connery.
Well, we've got the decision actually come through, and they're saying that is a racing incident there, so no penalties will be applied for that contact coming up through Eau Rouge and Radion for the first time. We'll keep you updated when we get the news through from Race Control about any other penalties that might have happened in the sort of the fracas afterwards as drivers try to avoid that incident. You see that big, very wide moment there from, I believe that's the Altus Esports BMW, going very wide indeed, coming through the second stablo. It might just put him under threat from behind at this stage by that further back BMW as well. We've got Ferrari involved in this one as well. So the big boy M8 might just have a little bit of a duel down towards the bus stop. No, just simply a little bit too far back for that 1 second in line. That's going to be the number 1 machine. But Yanni Lapsham, he had a big moment there coming through the second stablo, but he's able to hold it together. Luckily, there's a lot of tarmac runoff off that corner.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye out on the side of the stage here where a lot of the team strategy guys are looking. I've just seen a despondent Williams Esports driver heading towards the side. And there's been conversations between themselves and Pure Racing Team, as we see an onboard with Sebastian Job in the Red Bull Racing Esports car right now. But I'm having a look. There has been no fisticuffs there, Connery. However, they are in some communications with each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Red Bull Racing Esports on the defensive, perhaps, because Radicals Online is all over the back of their rear bumper. Sebastian Job currently behind the wheel of that one, but Radicals Online coming into this race very, very strong here. And, you know, over the past couple of years, Radicals Online haven't really been there in terms of some of their performances, but with some of the recent talent they have picked up, that, you know, with the likes of Sotomuto, for example, then they're potentially a name that comes back to the forefront when we think about sim racing here on iRacing.
Yeah, definitely. As we're back looking at Sebastian Job. But for Radicals, this is that opportunity for them to kind of make another big impact. Of course, they have won many an event in the past. They went through a bit of a restructuring process a couple of years ago. We haven't seen as much of them in terms of endurance racing over the last 6 months, but we will do, I almost guarantee it, in the upcoming months. But the drivers they currently have at the moment, the two drivers, Kazuki Urashima and Saito, they are going to be two drivers I will love to watch. Now, Pure Racing Team versus SimRC.de Carbon. We keep on talking about teams getting a statement event here today. SimRC.de Carbon, if they can get a podium, they are going to be so happy.
They're going to be absolutely ecstatic with that, but the thing is they have so much competition around them, and that Pure Racing Team blue car is nothing to sniff at as well. Gianni Vecchio currently behind the wheel of that number 71 for GT. Here comes the move perhaps here. Sutamutu for Radicals Online down the inside of that Red Bull Racing Esports car at La Source. Does that Red Bull car have anything off the corner to be able to challenge down in towards Eau Rouge? I'll take that as a big fat no. That's Radicals Online through.
Yeah, that is welcome to prime time for Radicals Online up into second place. Well, we've been waiting for it. We've got Ben, and he's got himself the driver involved in the incident on lap number 1, Max Benecke. Let's send it down to the stage to Ben and Max.
Yeah, already with the backpack on, already heading out and heading towards the offices. Max, obviously very upset.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Cohenda's doing what they're doing online, just being unfair. He jumped the start. He was just going on more throttle, so I had to go on more throttle as well. We were supposed to drive 80. He was driving 100. So then I had to shift up, and he was just in front of me when green came. So nothing I could do there. I mean, it's incredible. When we have pole position, they should stick to P2. But they are just an unfair team, and that's what they do online. That's what they do here. So nothing more I can add to that.
I mean, obviously the frustration comes from the fact you had contact with Williams as well. What happened into Eau Rouge?
I didn't see it. I just felt like an impact on my rig, and that's it. But like that's not their fault. In the end, like we should stick to P1 when it's green. So yeah, it's a pity. I'm really upset. Sorry for my teammate, obviously, because we did a lot of practice for that, and we were hoping for the best with pole position. Didn't end up like that, but that's how it is racing sometimes. But I hope that the stewards will take a look at that, because yeah, it would be unfair if they would win the race.
And the great thing about this Sim Racing Expo is we do have race directors from DTM here, so those kind of things are investigated very thoroughly.
Exactly, and that's what I'm hoping for, and we will see in the end.
Thanks, Max.
Thanks.
Wow. Wow. So,
Yeah.
I mean, we joked earlier about the fact that there's been no fisticuffs. There's been some verbal fisticuffs here.
Yeah, well, Maximilian Benecke really, really showing his opinion, just wearing his heart on his sleeve there, it has to be said. And I'd rather drivers do that than try to hide their true feelings. That is for certain. So the rivalry continues then, perhaps. That's going to be a big storyline, perhaps, into the last couple of rounds of the Porsche Esports Supercup. That is for certain. But right now, with the racing that we do have out there, Red Bull Racing Esports now starting to be on the defensive once again. As soon as Sotomuto in that Radicals Online car went through, it does seem that Sebastian Job is having a little bit of trouble getting himself up to speed here, and now he's coming under threat from that SimRC.de Carbon car behind. The big drafting zone here of the Camel Straight. You could set up a move here down in towards Lecum. Does Sebastian Job go defensive, or is it just the case that SimRC is a little bit too far back? I think it's the latter there as they head onto the brakes into the S's.
I want to hear more about this drama, to be fair. I'd love to see what Commander's response is to that one. I'm still shocked. And actually, this is one thing I love. The fact that, of course, getting more and more personalities. The teams of drivers, of course, they've got so many sponsors that they need to be thinking about after these events. To the point that Pure Racing Team, I mean, they are going to be disappointed because, of course, they had a Real Ultimate on the side of their car.
Yeah, absolutely. So there we go. We have the split screen, of course, with SimRC.de Carbon here and Red Bull Racing Esports, but we do have another interview prepared with Ben down on the stage.
Yeah, thanks very much. Trying to dissect exactly what happened going into Eau Rouge for the first time. From Williams Esports, Lawrence, what did you see? What happened from your perspective?
I had a good start. So I was side by side with Max, and yeah, I had to try to hang on the inside and for the outside in Eau Rouge, because there was also the Red Bull car on the outside, so I had no chance. I tried to use the room I have, but yeah, sadly I crashed Max and we got together. Both are out. But yeah, I think all this started because there was a mess at the start with the starting procedure, and you can't let 30 GT cars run side by side into a Rouge, so that's what must happen with the starting procedure.
Absolutely, it is very brave to go side by side into Radion and Eau Rouge.
Yeah, I had to try it, because if I would have lifted, then I would have lost. Either I would have crashed by the Red Bull car behind me, or would have lost 5 positions or something.
I mean, the other thing is you only start your rolling up lap in Blanchiment, so everything's pretty cold, right?
Yeah, but in the iRacing GT cars, it's the colder the tires they are, the faster they are, so it's not that bad.
Massive frustration though. The pod is empty and you guys are out the race.
Yeah, I felt like we had good chances for a podium. Also, Alex was quite fast, so I feel very sorry for him that he didn't get more driving time. But yeah, that's how it is. Maybe better luck next year.
Thanks very much.
Wow, so we're getting a lot of information here. By the way, on the left-hand side of your screen right now, this is the Nürburgring Esports Lounge. We said it all morning, Connery. Half of the teams, they are running here in the Nürburgring Arena, where our commentary position is. The other 12 teams, they are running in the Nürburgring Esports Arena, which is located basically a stone's throw away across the road.
Yeah, absolutely. So we can see the view inside that esports lounge as well. Absolutely fantastic stuff. And you see they're using the exact same rigs as they're using here on stage in the arena. They're using the same in the esports lounge, just a good 100 meters away from where we're sat right now. So do take a visit over there if you do get the chance. There's some absolutely brilliant equipment there that you can have a little bit of a play around with once these guys are done, of course. But with the racing that's going on screen for you right now, we still have this big old train for what is pretty much P2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 all involved in this one, all still stacked together, basically draft locked.
They are indeed. SimRacing.de Carbon. I think I've just lost out a little bit of time because of the fact they get stuck in that dirty air behind the Radicals Online and Red Bull Racing Esports car. This has allowed Gianni Vecchio the opportunity to get a little bit closer in that Ford GT. And of course, it is worth noting here, Connery, that we're using the GTE cars majority. Now, Pure Racing Team, of course, in the VRS GT iRacing World Championship, they were the only team to use the Ford GT, and it looks like it's exactly the same situation here today.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about it during the World Championship broadcast with them having the very, very questionable pick of the Ford GT, because if you're unaware of the balance of performance in iRacing, usually the Ford GT, at least in this current iteration, is not quite as good as some of the other cars, but they do seem very, very comfortable with it, and it was more of a comfort pick for them as far as I understand it. And but, you know, this is probably one of the tracks that is best suited to it. Lots of medium to high-speed corners where the downforce of that Ford GT really does come into its own. But with this battle between Radicals Online and Red Bull Racing Esports, then still very close there on the brakes in towards Lecombe. Sebastian Job trying to find trying to get him pressed up right up against that back bumper of that BMW. Don't forget, just a couple of laps ago, it was that Radicals Online car that made its way past. But Sebastian Job is keeping that Red Bull car in the contention.
I'm keeping an eye out, Connery, just on the race control machine, and there's currently not been any investigation over the number 81 car. The BMW Team Green Hell, no further action for them. The 450 Beta Racing Team Euronics car had a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. Now,
Yeah.
I believe that was the third of the incidents that we saw on the run up the hill.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there were a couple of sporadic incidents there, you know, one leading to another and leading to another, which can happen, especially on big first lap incidents like that, as people rejoining the racetrack later on and all of a sudden finding themselves in the door of another driver. But it seems like once we got that first lap out of the way, we've had some pretty clean racing for the subsequent 6 laps of the race. But now coming towards the end of the 7th, Radicals Online still leading this group around here for the final couple of podium spots. It just seems like Coanda at the front of the field are doing what they have done all season long and just run away.
Yeah, Josh Rogers in that number 81 car has himself already a huge advantage. 4 seconds actually is the gap right now between the number 81 car of Coanda Sim Sports and Radicals Online of Sota Muto. Update on people out of the event, by the way. Apex Racing Team, we talked earlier on about how Apex Racing Team needed a good event here today after Jamie Fluke had issues yesterday. Well, unfortunately, they haven't. They're out. Shaw Greensport Esports are also either out or very far down the rear of the field.
Yeah, they're 6 laps down.
Yeah, Williams Esports Razor, the number 22 car, of course. We've already had a chat with Lion Heinrich. The number 11 Pure Racing Team Red car. Sorry, Pure Team Racing and Max Beneke. We're having a look at Satomuto on screen in the Radicals Online car. So Pure Racing Team Red are out, and of course Beta Racing Team, they're so far down the order because they had that drive-through penalty.
Just look at Sota, and he's just sweating. You know, this is a very, very big workout there, especially with the type of wheel that you have up there on those sim rigs. You're being thrown around by the motion system as well. It is a very, very big workout. You know, when mostly when you talk to, I guess it's more of the older generation, I suppose, that fall foul to this. It's not just these guys just sitting in their bedrooms, just like twiddling a wheel around, and you know, it's all happy days. These guys, at least on the stage here, are just getting a very serious sort of workout here. There is this fatigue factor, especially here in endurance racing, or even in sim racing, where you just get mentally fatigued, and you do if you're running a direct dive wheel or other similarly high force feedback wheel. Your arms do just get tired and heavy.
Yeah, indeed. And also it's worth noting that we've got the bright light of this stage environment as well to add to that. So this is the whole thing, of course. Even on iRacing, it's an online service. We can use the phrase LAN event because we've got everyone here together. But for a lot of these drivers and teams, this is the first time they've been into this type of environment. Very different to what they're used to. By the way, at some point, we just got a glimpse of your race-leading car as around the outside there goes one of the Williams Esports cars.
Yeah, absolutely. Battling with the Race Union car, battling with the SimRC.de car just has to fall back in line. That was very, very close indeed. Is the Race Union Williams Esports car going to go down the inside at the source? They're looking for a line through there. They're being challenged on the outside as well by one of the Pure Racing Team cars. So we were both like, it's a Race Union Williams Esports car. There we go. But on the way down towards Eau Rouge, no overtaking opportunities down in towards here, I'm afraid, for Williams Esports. But a good run through Eau Rouge and, of course, Radion. And then you can get all that draft all the way down the Camel Straight. It seems like that Ford GT of Pure Racing Team have managed to get the best run out of the corner, though. They'll take it side by side. Will we see 3 wide? We will see 3 wide. Down into the braking zone, Lecombe. Williams Esports is going to back out. SimRC still hold that inside line, and then the Pure Racing Team slot right in the middle of them. So that was a bit of a ballsy move.
Gutsy is the word I'm going to say. I've got a serious question here, Connery. If you had the opportunity to run on the stage or in the Nürburgring Esports Lounge, which one would you choose?
I would want to race in this arena. You go big or you go home, as far as I'm concerned.
But for some of these teams, it might be a bit more of an advantage to be over there. I mean, I don't know what the temperature conditions like over there, for example. But for some of these teams, they might not like the full idea of the bright lights shining down on them as we're having a look on board.
Look at the focus.
Yeah, look at the focus there on that Red Bull Racing Esports driver. I mean, I like how everyone has their own little quirks. We have, I know Mitchell de Jong does foot taps when he's driving, but also when he's spotting. But all these little drivers, they have their quirks, Connery, and that's what I really enjoy about sim racing, as well as that is off, and off there for pure team racing.
Yeah, it's Pure Racing Team Blue, I believe.
I
There we go.
know. Sorry, Ben, sorry.
Yeah, but Pure Racing Team Blue then still, well, they had a little bit of a moment there that you just saw coming out of Curva Paul Frere that has given up a little bit of time there to that Marcy car ahead. Williams Esports, get very close to them, coming through the middle of the bus stop there. Very, very close to making contact between the two of them, and Williams Esports now still in a pretty good position to perhaps be able to challenge here down in towards the last source. No, they don't go for the move. The door was very much open there. You can sling one down the inside, gets very close once again, coming through the middle of the corner, but can't find a way through just yet. They'll just have to follow in behind again here, coming down into Eau Rouge. That big old compression as you climb the hill. It's a bit of an incline coming up here. If you've been to Spa-Francorchamps in real life, you know how much of an incline that one is. But down on towards the Kemmel Straight then. That's going to be the Pure Racing Team Blue car, just, trying to break the draft here. Here comes Williams Esports then in that Race Union sponsored car. Big look towards the inside, but not going to commit to any moves just yet.
I'll tell you one thing. I wouldn't like to play poker with Josh Rogers because he has not moved a facial muscle at all in the 45 seconds that we've been having a look at him and that Koana Sim Sports rig. And he does have emotion, says Josh Rogers, but it's pure poker face when he's behind the wheel. Intense concentration right now for him. And again, what you do see some of the drivers running in gloves. I would like to get a look at the feet of people today. But as we say, we're having a look at him. But yeah, we have got a look at the foot, and he's wearing racing shoes, Connery.
Yeah, I mean that comes down to the fact that some of these sim racers do like to wear just racing gear behind the wheel. I'm not talking like the full-on helmets, although I'm sure someone has done that before. But the racing gloves you really do need, especially if you have one of these very expensive direct drive wheels, because you don't want to be wearing out the skin on your palms just holding the wheel, which are very, very difficult to turn, especially for some of the cars that do not have power steering. But with the racing shoes as well, I mean, I'm more of a socks guy. I don't have any racing shoes, and some people do it barefoot as well.
Yeah. I have got word, by the way, from Race Control, no jump start. So they've been allowed off. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people reviewing the replays after this one, but the official word from Race Control, no jump start. So that number 81 VRS Koana Sim Sports car that is leading the race with Josh Rogers behind the wheel, they are going to stay there. We could play a game here, Connery, of guess the sim racing team based upon half of their equipment. Again, intense concentration and a wave this time. So they can hear us here, of course, in the arena as, we are having a look at the Apex Racing Team car on the left-hand side of your screen. And they are currently in a battle with Mac Backham's VOS Koana Sim Sports car.
Yep, absolutely. That's Michele Constantini behind the wheel of the Apex Racing Team car, and Backham going to have to be on the defensive here, perhaps in towards Lecombe. You can just see how much Constantini is closing up into the braking zone, but simply not going to be close enough to commit to any move here in towards Lecombe, at least on this lap. But the thing is, drivers are taking this start of the race kind of conservatively at this stage. It's the real endurance racing mentality. Apart from those first lap instants, we haven't really seen any contact between two cars.
Yeah, and again, the one thing that we're going to be really interested to see is what is going to happen when they have to do the driver changes. So just to bring everyone back up to speed, they have to do at least 2 driver changes, as there we are side by side, Sim Racing Academy and Phoenix Racing Esports. They have to do 2 driver changes. Now, these sim racing rigs, both here and in the Esports Lounge, they have got Sparco seats, which is a nice tight fit, but also 5-point racing harnesses. So it is going to be a lot of coordination, Connery, in order to get out of the rig and into it.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about it during the free practice, of course. Some of the teams actually getting themselves into a routine trying to practice for those driver changes, because at least in iRacing, when you do a driver change online, you're stepping out the car, holding down escape, and the other driver can hit the green button and get in the car. And there's a sort of time penalty applied to the pit stop that is basically simulating the amount of time that a driver takes to get in the car. But since we don't have that here in this sort of setting, in this sort of venue, it's actually the time that the driver gets in and out of the car, and that can vary a huge amount depending on how fast they're able to set everything up.
Indeed. So the sad news is I need a Brazilian Grand Prix Pele Kimi Räikkönen moment. That's the only way I'm going to be allowed to say that without getting in trouble. But it's not endurance racing unless we have some form of a northerner voice. So Paul is going to take over for a few moments. But Connor, you're still going on here. And one thing I will say in my closing thoughts, I love the amount of camera angles we're getting on the stage as well as the Nürburgring Esports Lounge.
Yeah, a big shout out to the production team for bringing us this absolutely awesome footage. We simply do need more events like the SimRacingExpo to really take sim racing and the racing part of esports to the next level. And the guys here are just doing an absolutely stellar job at bringing us the coverage here today. But meanwhile, out there on track, as you get the view of the Esports Lounge, just a good couple of 100 meters away. So remember, we do have 12 teams on the stage here in front of us in the arena. You have the other 12 in the Esports Lounge. The current battle on the right-hand side of your screen, though, is between Pure Racing Team Blue and that Race Union Williams Esports car, who have been very close throughout almost the entirety of this race. It's just they haven't had the chance to show us what they're made of in terms of a big old side-by-side battle.
Yeah, I've been loving just actually being able to stand outside and watch the event from out in the arena, and I have to say it's been a really impressive race so far from these drivers. And once everything settled down a little bit, I think now that the drivers are in their element and have settled down their driving, they're really starting to get a good feel of the race, and we're seeing these battles. I mean, look at this. Satamoto is doing a fantastic defensive job here of keeping in second place here.
Yeah, absolutely. So Red Bull Racing Esports then still trying to make inroads on that Radicals Online car that passed them in the opening couple of laps of the race, but Job hasn't really gone himself into a position to be able to challenge just yet. That's a very good exit off the bus stop there for that Radicals Online car ahead, able to keep the threat at bay, shall we say, in towards the last source hairpin. So no big old dives down the inside here just yet, as they head their way through that hairpin. And of course, you do have that SimRC car just in the background. I've noticed because of Williams Esports and Pure Racing Team's Blue shenanigans, they've actually dropped off this battle here for the final couple of podium decisions.
Yeah, that's it. And this is something that you find, and we mentioned this all day yesterday. You start battling with each other, you start tripping over each other, and before you know it, you've lost out time to the other people that you're fighting against. So really, they need to sort of settle themselves down, get their heads down, and get back, try and claw back that time to that group in front. But that group has got the slipstream there, so they're able to work away from them. So, but I tell you what, Radical's doing a fantastic job holding on to that second place. But one thing I did notice when we went on board with the Red Bull car, they're doing a lot of lifting and coasting, especially out of Blanchimont, heading in towards the bus stop chicane. So fuel strategy already coming into play here.
Didn't Seb say they might have a surprise in store in terms of the strategy? This might be the first sign that they might be up to something. So that's going to be a very, very interesting one. If you're wondering about the sort of the fuel numbers that these GTE cars are able to manage, usually they're able to get to around about just over an hour on the tank, sometimes an hour and 5 minutes, hour and 10 minutes, depending on the track. And well, that will take us to around about, I would say, with about a 2-minute lap time here, would be around about 30 laps.
Yeah, around 30 laps, yeah.
So between 30 and 35 laps is when we'll start to see cars coming down on towards the pit lane. And that's if they are going full tank, and then a splash and dash at the end.
Well, this is it. You look at your strategy as well. Do you split the strategy, not fill up your fuel tank at the start, have a little bit of a lighter car? It's easier on the tyres as well than if you're running a lighter car, and therefore you're able to extract more performance out of the car for a longer part of the race there. Or do you, as you say, absolutely brim the tank twice and then just have a splash and dash towards the end of the race? This is where that strategic battle comes into play. And if you've got lifting and coasting happening as well, it's all well and good saying, sitting behind doing that fuel saving. You've got to be confident that you can catch up that gap to the front, because that gap at the front is still about 5.5, 6 seconds here. So you don't want them pulling away too much in the front from the VRS Quantum Sim Sport car.
Yeah, absolutely. So if drivers are splitting it evenly, for example, just working out, we will be around about in the early 20s of laps. We'll see cars coming down towards the lane if they're on the split equally every single time strategy. So it'll be interesting to see actually which team goes for which strategy here. I know Red Bull Racing Esports, you know, if what you're saying is true and you do the lifting and coasting sort of situation for them, that might just mean that they are deciding to go for the full tank strategy, trying to extend these stints to the maximum amount possible. And of course, in these GTE cars, you do have tire strategy to play around with as well, because it's the WEC rules. You have to do the fuel and do the tires separately, so taking tires takes a bit more time in the pit stops, which is why sometimes double stints are popular.
Yeah, you're looking at around about 27-30 seconds for the tyres to be done separately. So really, it's all about getting that performance. Looking at the performance advantage or the time saved on pit road. And generally, you do try and find teams try and double stint in the tyres stints, but depending on the conditions, that doesn't always work out for teams.
Yeah, it doesn't always work out, and well, we'll soon get to see the start of maybe some strategy cards being played over the next 10 or 15 laps or so as we get towards the first set of stops here. But we can just see on these scenic cameras that battle for those final podium positions just heading their way through. Radicals online still. Coping very well with the pressure. It has to be said that that Red Bull Racing Esports car is throwing all over the back of them. Muto is doing a very good job of just keeping cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, certainly are, and it's really good for us to be able to see who is in the car at the moment. So we've got that information up in the commentary booth here. Thank you to Race Control for providing us that information to be able to see that. So as we say, Satomuto is in the car at the moment, as we've been mentioning, and he's doing a fantastic job out at the front of the field. But these drivers, they're working their way through the field as we look at that camera down to from the source. But now we're on board Red Bull Racing Esports, lifting and coasting up the Kemmel Straight. So they're happy just to sit there at the moment, get as much fuel saved as possible going into the pit stop here, because if nothing else, it'll mean a shorter pit stop if they decide to pit at the same time. Or it gets them a bit of free air when the Radicals car comes onto pit road. They can then put in a few quick laps, get their pit stop in, and get out ahead of them.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's how much time are you using? Are you losing by lifting and coasting and saving behind another car, as opposed to getting that pass done and just running in clear air and trying to extend the gap in terms of the track position. So will be very interesting to see how this works out here for Red Bull Racing Esports, because typically in the racing that we've seen in things like the VRS iRacing World Championship, GT World Championship, I'll get that right at some point, they haven't really been anywhere, well, they haven't really been on the pace of that VRS Grand Sim Sports car that's currently leading. So if they're going to win this race, I feel that it has to be a big strategic element to it.
Yeah, because you've got that little bit of a gap there at the front, you have to have that strategy. And I mean, we'll look at this. I mean, look at the lap times there that Red Bull are doing. Half a tenth here and there in the last couple of laps, just sat behind that Radicals car. But you've got to have strategy come into play here because of the position that they're in, because of the position they find themselves in here. But through the right and left of the bus stop chicane, but you look at the gap, it's still about 5.2 seconds, so the VRS Grand Sim Sport aren't really pulling away that much out at the front. And in fact, you can look at those lap times. These two have actually been gaining slightly on VRS Grand Sim Sport, apart from that last lap where it was half a tenth.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see on the right-hand side of your screen the Esports Lounge. Then there's a little bit of an audience in there as well. So we don't just have a bit of a crowd here in the arena. There's also a couple of spectators there in the Esports Lounge. I see a lot of team jerseys as well. So perhaps some other teammates of the drivers that currently are on the sim rigs and racing their hearts away, just having a drink, hopefully non-alcoholic at this time. But there we go. You never know. But right now with the battling out there on track, Red Bull Racing Esports, well, it's not really battling at this stage, is it, Paul? It's basically Sebastian Job just laying the groundwork for what is going to be a strategic race for them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about just working your way, hitting your marks, getting that fuel saved, because they know they've got a fuel number to hit. He'll have that information available. It should actually be available on his dashboard in the sim, so he should be able to see those fuel numbers and making sure that he's hitting what they want to hit ideally. But you can see there on the right of the screen there, Satamuta working away. Look at the concentration. There's very little movement or emotion on the face there, and that's important. You've got to take the emotion out of motorsport when you're driving, and really, it's just that focus that you need to have in these types of events.
It's kind of the opposite to what we have to do.
Yeah.
We have to be emotional. We have to, present this as a show, and we have to show all the storylines and the emotions. But it's the complete opposite for the driver. They have to keep it on the calm. Just make sure you're zoned in, focused on the race ahead, and we'll get to the point that maybe when later on in the race, since this is a very, very long race and a very long stints for some of these drivers, sometimes that focus can come back to bite you because you just become tunnel visioned.
Yeah, it does become tunnel vision, does that. And really, these it's so easy to make a mistake once you start losing that focus. You've been concentrating so much. And mental fatigue is a big issue with these endurance events. So, these drivers, they're working hard. They've got to keep their focus for so long. And something that not a lot of people take into account is that mental fatigue that happens. Is we've got battle here, 7th versus 8th. That's VRS SimSport and Apex Racing Team. These are two teams that have been known to battle it out throughout the World Championship Series events that we show on the Irish Esports Network. But right now they're competing in this GT 500, and it's certainly always a good battle between these two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Constantini piloting that Apex Racing Team number 95 car. Back and behind the wheel of the number 8 car and the SimSports car. You can see on the lap time deltas in the bottom right of your screen. If you're at the back of the arena, then you might not be able to make it out, but it's basically lap times being traded either way by just a couple of hundredths of a second. So these guys are absolutely equal on pace, absolutely nothing to separate them, except for the about 0.5 of a second that they are apart on track by.
Yeah, it's again, this could be a case of where Apex Racing Team are taking that approach of just having saving the fuel here and there, doing what they need to do, but not losing too much time that it's going to cost them later on in the race. But yeah, they certainly are pushing on. But we've also got the GT3 battle on track here as well. There's about a second between these two. In fact, 1.16 of a second between first and second place. There they are. And they're both Quanta Sim Sport cars. So nice of them to have the white and purple, and then the purple and white to differentiate between them. And look at that, Team Range Sport Online and Vizaro KC Racing Esports actually running the BMW, which I like to see. I always preferred the BMW myself. It's not the strongest in a straight line, but then through this middle sector is really where that kicks in.
Also, it's a little bit awkward because it looks like that Team RSO car has a Quanda paint on it. So that's going to be that's a bit of an awkward one. Someone hasn't submitted their paint correctly, I believe, in that case. But Visaro KC Racing looking to try and do something about that fellow GT3 car ahead of them. Hasn't really had the opportunity to do so here, at least when we've had the cameras on them. Meanwhile, back towards your GTE field, this is the battle towards the bottom end of the top 10. Pure Racing Team Green versus Williams Esports Chill Blast. So Niels Koch may be looking for a move here over Patrick Christoph Moser. And of course, we did have Moser yesterday get himself in towards the latter stages of the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy.
Yep, certainly, and this is doing double duty today. So got this event, and then later on today, of course, we've got the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy semi-finals, and then that final right at the end of the day. So lots of action to enjoy here at the ADAC 2019 Sim Racing Expo. Certainly one that you will enjoy all the esports action. And do remember, if you are using Twitter, use the hashtag SimRacingExpo to let us know what you're thinking of the event. As you see the track map there, Connery, and
that's between the leader and the driver that we're on board with right now.
So you look at that. I mean, all the way through, they're just coming into Jackie X corner now, whereas going into the Fania chicane is your leaders, the VRS Quanta Sim Sport car. So quite a bit of a gap now between them and your race leader.
Yeah, absolutely. So the field does start to spread out at this stage. We have about, well, we're on towards the 18th lap of this event. So still very much in the early stages of this one. Williams Esports Chill Blast, though, still trying to get locked onto the back of that 4G. There's the full track map that we were looking for. So these are all of the drivers out there on circuit. And we see the GTE field in the blue, and we have that very small GT3 field in the green there. So that is the sort of state of traffic out there on circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not too spread out. It's not that bad, actually, is the field spread here today in this event. So it's always good to see. But this I'm not going to call it a backhaul.
Yeah.
It's more of a no after you sort of thing as we're going up into the turn. Oh, and Pure Racing Team Green coming under pressure from that Williams Esports Chill Blast car, and Nels Koch trying to work his way behind the wheel, trying to get down towards turn number 1. But we've got a pitter, Matt Backham then. So an early pit stop here, lap 19. Well, this is an interesting strategy.
Okay, coming down to, on the end of lap number 19 here. He's still within the window, and it's a pretty wide window to split it, well, relatively evenly from here until the end of the race. So Backham bringing that car down in. We don't have word on which driver is going to be in that car. We'll get that to you once that driver change comes through. But yeah, that's very, very early to come down on towards the lane. He's the first one to do so.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how that's turned out here. And, well, in towards his pit box. He's got a long old pit lane here as well. It takes you about a minute to traverse the pit lane itself, so it really feels like an edge, and you almost lose a lap here. But yeah, you're going to have a change of driver. We won't see it on camera, but there is going to be a change of driver happen very shortly indeed between those two, and they'll jump out, get the belts unbuckled, get in. In fact, we've got quite a few cars coming onto pit road now.
Okay, so maybe this is the start of those that are splitting it evenly all the way until the end of the race. We can see on the right-hand side, you do see one of the cars down on towards pit lane. I believe that is the BMW Team Green Hell car, currently Katzberg behind the wheel of that one. And we'll see Spengler soon be able to get back behind the wheel. And this is a good opportunity, if we leave it on this picture, to actually see the whole entire driver change process. And this is done by the pro drivers.
Well, I mean, if anybody is practiced in this driver change, it's these two. So all the pressure's on these two to get it right as they come onto the pit box. Trying to find his pit box is going to be an interesting thing. Pulling in now and getting that car to a stop. And now it's a case of, right, you've got to get the headphones off. Yep, that's right, get those headphones off. Jump out the car. It looked like he'd already unbuckled himself. That's something that some of the teams do in endurance racing anyway. And then jumping back in, yep, knock the headphones down, that's right, as got the change here. But look at this, there's no rush, there's no panic, it's just nice and simple, calm. This is the professionals at action here, as, yep, the belt's going in now, and, you know, we're looking at the pit stop time. They'll have a little bit of time as your leader comes onto pit road as well. So as you see, there's the belts getting tightened up a bit. Handshake between the two of them. a bit of friendly rivalry there, and then it's all towards getting that pit stop completed and changed over. But as we mentioned, race leader has come onto pit road.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's Josh Rogers bringing that car down on towards pit lane, getting himself stopped in his box. So race leader pit stop service is underway. We see Radicals online and one of the Williams Esports cars also down on towards the lane. So now is the time that it seems to be a big old pit party there down on the pit lane, Paul.
Yeah, so this is going to be interesting how this pit party goes, but certainly these drivers are going to be pushing hard, and away they go then from their pit box. And well, let's head on down to the stage then for an interview with Ben.
Yeah, let's quickly catch up with the other accident that happened at turn 1. We saw the BMW Pro Team, Nicky Katzberg, being, well, you did a pirouette. I'm not quite sure whether you were spun round or was that just a case of cold tires?
No, I don't think so. Honestly, we never have that kind of oversteer there. So I turned into the corner and all of a sudden I just spun. I was sideways. So I'm not sure if I just got tapped around. I don't think I saw a contact. So after that, I got hit many times. So we had no top speed. And for the rest of the car was actually really good. I had good fun with, I don't know who he was in a Ferrari, but good fun on track. And yeah, unfortunately, we're kind of out of the race, but it's still very enjoyable out there.
And we were watching your pit stop with Bruno, nice and relaxed, because obviously lots of damage to fix as well. So you were able to do his seatbelts up for him.
Exactly, I was really helping him out, and I see he's still waiting. He still has 2.5 minutes to go, but he'll be fine.
All right, thanks very much, Nicky.
Right, thank you.
Thank you very much there, Ben. And, well, of course, the interview with Katzberg there, they do have, as they said, quite a bit of damage to that car, which is why they took a little bit more of a relaxed approach there to the driver change. Meanwhile, we do have Red Bull Racing Esports then down on the pit lane there, that BMW M8, negotiating that very, very tight hairpin right in the middle of pit entry. That's unique to the endurance pits here, where you have both of the pit lanes joined together to get the maximum amount of pit stalls here. And I've seen so many drivers just graze that wall coming through the pit lane.
And somebody in the audience is going to hate me right now, but I've seen a teammate of mine roll it in the pit lane at that point, and that's exactly what can happen there. It's so easy to do, though, it must be said, but this is going to be interesting to see how long this pit stop is for the Red Bull Racing Esports team. Because they've been doing that fuel saving behind Radicals, this is where they could see the benefits of that with a shorter fuel stop happening.
Yeah, absolutely. So waiting for that fuel to go in the car, of course, getting the driver change underway as well. There's the number 81 VRS Quanta Sim Sports car. We still haven't got word of who is behind the wheel of that car. It was Joshua Rogers starting off the race for them. But, of course, with the rules here, you do have to use the drivers available to you. There's Red Bull Racing Esports then coming off of the pit lane. It's going to be Sebastian, well, it should... Coming off the pit lane. Oh, there's the Pure Racing team car coming up very, very close to them. They're filing back in towards this battle that they had for those podium positions. Here comes Radicals online then down in towards Lacombe. So Pure Racing team have been able to get themselves through, and so have Radicals online. So Red Bull Racing Esports getting filed back a bit here through that pit stop phase. That was pretty slow for them. Meanwhile, while we have that battle going up on stage, we have some action going down on the stage.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys. We'll just take a quick look at the steering wheel of the Red Bull machine in pod number 2. Look who's still in there. Sebastian Job is still in the car, no driver change. A little bit of discussion going on. Graham, I was expecting to see you jump in there.
Seb's the GTE pro at the minute. He's done it all year. We're just jumping in for the Expo, so get him to get as big a gap as possible, and yeah, we'll decide who jumps in next. But yeah, it's all strategy, and we stayed out the longest out of anyone there, so we've got the best tyres and the most fuel at the minute, so it's looking good.
You're the gentleman driver of the weekend.
That's it, exactly, yeah. It's awesome to be a part of it, to be honest.
Interesting to see Seb very happy to sit behind Radicals, lifting and coasting down the straights. The idea to stretch the fuel as long as possible?
He's done it all year in the GTE iRacing World Championship. He knows exactly what he's doing. We were screaming, do 19 laps, do 19, and he just kept it going for 20. So he knows what he's doing. He's got it under control, and yeah, we'll see how we go on.
And a quick shout out, because this is the first year we've seen Red Bull Esports as a professional outfit here at SimRacingExpo. An amazing opportunity for some of you guys.
To come to the SimRacingExpo and represent Red Bull, it's just a dream come true for me. So yeah, awesome to represent them, and yeah, to keep it going in all different types of competitions.
Right, there's a massive battle going on, so let's watch, and back up to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Ben. This battle is indeed heating up here between Pure Racing Team, Radicals Online, and of course that Red Bull Racing Esports car, the representative of which, with Graham Carroll, looking to get himself behind the wheel of that car, perhaps a little bit later on in this race. Of course, drivers do have the option to not take the driver change at this stage. So that is exactly what has happened there for Red Bull Racing Esports. It's the same with the, well, it's not the same with the 81 race-leading Coanda car. That was Mitchell de Jong getting in behind the wheel of that particular car. So the driver change for Coanda, but no driver change there for Red Bull Racing Esports. For Radicals Online, I believe it is still Sotomuto behind the wheel of that one, and that Pure Racing Team blue car. I'm just having a little bit of a look through my list there. Gianni Vecchio still behind the wheel of that one. So that is going to be the situation there for this particular battle. Still Pure Racing Team, then Radicals, then Red Bull Racing Esports. So it's very interesting that some teams have decided to take this driver change very early on, and some of them have decided to keep their strongest drivers in the car.
Yeah, so this is where they're obviously having this decision of, do you have your quick driver in to start with and keep them in for 2 stints and then put your quote-unquote slower driver in for the final stint, or do you change drivers at each time? So really, these drivers, they're pushing hard, and we'll see how they get on here in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. We were just going to be getting ourselves a little bit of an interview, a little bit of a chat with the Kwanzaa SimSports team member of Joshua Rogers down on the stage.
Absolutely leading driver after that first round of pit stops. But Josh, most of the leading contenders have stayed in the car. You're out. You've handed over to Mitchell. What's the thinking behind that?
We're just trying to do some equal stints between us. So not that Mitchell's doing 1 and I'm doing 3. So we'll split it between the 2 of us. And obviously Mitchell's a brilliant steerer, so he'll bring it back after these 2 stints really well.
Now, we met at the Porsche Sim Summit last December. I think that was your first time ever in Europe. It's been a pretty mental year for you in the World Championships in Australia for you, so it's a weird time zone, and then coming to these kind of events.
Yeah, it's certainly it's a pleasant surprise to be able to race in a regular time of the day, not up through the night. But yeah, obviously second trip to Europe, the team's been really accommodating, and it's been obviously a really fun trip at meeting everybody and obviously competing in these events as well.
So how's it looking? I mean, you feel very under control. You're hitting your fuel numbers as you need to. Not quite as much fuel saved as Red Bull, a couple of litres, but I guess you didn't have the slipstream and you didn't have the opportunity to lift and coast.
That's correct. I was just trying and stay as consistent as I could. I probably wasn't as consistent as I would have liked, but obviously trying to adapt to these rigs isn't the easiest thing. So I think from here out, we'll just try and keep it nice and consistent and see where we end up.
And of course, the one thing about an endurance race is you're going to start to be putting yourself in slower traffic. And with all one-make cars, that is tricky, right?
Yeah, certainly. The GT3 class, obviously they're not significantly slower than the GTE cars, but certainly that few seconds certainly does make a difference. So we'll see. I'm sure due to the regulations, passing lap cars shouldn't be too much of an issue, but we'll see how we go.
All right, thanks very much.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much then, Ben. Just have a little bit of a chat there with Joshua Rogers. He's had an absolutely fantastic 2019 so far, current leader, of course, in your Porsche Esports Super Cup competition here on iRacing, and of course leading the race here as part of the VRS Kwanzaa SimSports team in the Digital GT 500 here at the ADAC SimRacingExpo. But back to the on-track action here, Paul. 23 laps about to be complete here, and the first set of stops done for a good amount of your teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, not everybody changing drivers. Some decide to keep drivers in behind the wheel, and quite frankly, if they're comfortable behind and happy to do more than 1 stint in one go, then yeah, just keep them in there. And that's working out for some teams right now. But some teams deciding, you know what, we'll make that driver change now and get them moving through the field there. So bit of fresh eyes, fresh arms. Get them behind the wheel and give it a go as that Red Bull car getting really close behind the Radicals car now.
Yeah, very, very close indeed. Just not even 1 car length between them on the way down to Eau Rouge and Radeon. Red Bull Racing Esports then up through that very, very fast historic section, then up towards the top of Radeon, and then still 100% throttle all the way down the Camel Straight here. You can see the focus on the driver on the right-hand side. We've got Red Bull Racing Esports, though, on the left-hand side. Perhaps going to be looking for the move here. No, or are they going to return to more of their lift and coast sort of fuel-saving strategy here? Maybe, maybe not. We'll just have to wait and see if there's an obvious opportunity for them to make their way by on that Radicals Online car. It seems like they like just sitting just a good couple of tenths of a second back here, Paul, but they just simply are not ready at this stage, at this still very, very early stage, remember, that they don't want to get themselves involved in an incident if they do go for a hopeful dive.
Well, this is it, because damage can affect these cars so easily here that it ends up that these drivers, it can end up costing them time in terms of the top speed. It could cost them grip through the corners because of the effect of on the aerodynamics, but also cost them with fuel as well, because it'll make the cars less efficient and make them use a little bit more fuel as well. So definitely you don't want to be damaging the car here, and it will have a long-term effect on them here.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, we have another view of the. Look at the focus. It's amazing, like, sometimes how much these drivers just don't blink when they're focusing. They must be doing, like, one blink every, like, 3 minutes or something. And it's, you know, you just have to be in that zone when you're in this type of racing, in and amongst this type of competition as well.
There's some drivers that actually need to remind themselves to keep breathing as well, because some drivers just hold their breath, say through corners or through long sections where they're concentrating. There's that Red Bull car now ahead of the Radicals car there, so change of position. But yeah, some drivers do actually hold their breath for long times, and that has an adverse effect on them in the long term as well.
It's the same. It's the same approach to some of the other esports when they're in big old clutch situations. Speaking of, there we go, down in towards that source, just that big old accordion effect. Down in towards the hairpin, just everyone backing up into each other, but no contact made between the three of those teams, so they're all able to get away with it without any damage at all. And now coming up in towards the top of Radion, and then of course the Camel Straight on the way down towards Lecombe. Red Bull Racing Esports, remember, as part of that BMW outfit, trying to chase down that Ford GT at this moment in time, but not going to be finding any space. There's always a car off ahead of them that might just get impeded there. Oh, that's the BMW works team, I believe, that almost got involved in that one. But everyone seems to be through pretty much unscathed.
Yeah, that was a really close one. That could have ended up being a bit of a nightmare, but everyone's got clear of them, and it's good to see how Pure Racing Team keeping up with their Ford GT. They've been running that throughout the season, and they have been pushing hard throughout this event and doing a good job there in second place.
Yeah, very, very good job so far there. The battle for the podium spots, this just seems to be where it's all at. You can see the flashing of the lights there on the part of that Red Bull Racing Esports car, doing everything it can. You know, it's usually what we say here in iRacing, the flashing of the lights, the universal driver symbol of get out of my way. There's no please, there's no thank you about it. He's letting them know he's here, he's there.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what's occurring on that one. And you know, he's desperate. He's trying to get in the head of the car in front right now. He's desperate to try and get into their. It's a bit of a psychological game is what they're playing right now here as we're going through Blanchimont, absolutely flat out there, and getting the pressure on. I think Seb Job has decided, you know what, I'm trying to get the hammer down, try and get the position here, because he must feel that he's faster than that Ford GT as they're going to the bus stop chicane. But here's one opportunity to overtake, but quite frankly, I don't think it'll take the opportunity into La Source. You're better off trying to get the run through Eau Rouge into Radion and then up the Camel Straight.
Yeah, he was having a look through the outside, maybe be able to get the run off the corner. It was a slightly defensive line being taken there by that Pure Racing Team Ford GT behind the pit buildings. They will go on the way down towards Eau Rouge and then Radion. You can see how that BMW closing up very much now in prime position to be able to get this draft all the way down the Camel Straight and make a move perhaps in towards Lecombe this time around. We'll get the view from up above, the flashing of the lights once again, but it seems like that Ford GT is just absolutely wicked in a straight line, even without any sorts of draft. He does have a little bit of the tail end of the draft of the lapped car ahead, but that's all that really helped him there.
Yeah, but that lap traffic getting out the way there, that's really good driving from the fourth place GT3 car as they go into Rivage once again. So these drivers, they're pushing hard and they're in this queue of traffic, and this is where the key point of this race is for these three here. They're trying to fight it out and get through and try to get to the front of whoever they're fighting against. That Ford GT running wide through Pouan there. That compromised their exit in towards the Fagnes chicane. And, well, look at that Red Bull trying to push on through. The right hand side is that Ford GT, and well, there you go, Red Bull to the front of that queue, up into second place now, and they are ahead of the Ford GT of Pure.
Yeah, very well worked pass indeed, and now Radicals Online might just be sensing an opportunity of their own perhaps over that Pure Racing Team Ford GT. And I wouldn't put it past that Pure Racing Team car to maybe even try to attempt to get past that Red Bull Racing Esports car there. But down in towards the bus stop they go, slightly defensive there by that Ford GT. feeling very, very threatened indeed by that big M8 that's currently occupying his wing mirrors and his rear view mirrors right now. You can see Red Bull Racing Esports now starting to pull away from them. It's go time for them now at this stage, trying to leave Pure Racing Team in the dust.
Yeah, they certainly are trying that as Radicals right up to the back of that Pure car. And look at that, Red Bull deciding that they need to maybe move offline, try and break the slipstream just that little bit as they head on through into Eau Rouge and Radion. So these drivers, they are definitely trying to fight it out. You can see on your screen there on the right the amount of movement on that motion rig. And, well, they're going up the Kemmel Straight, and here comes the Pure Racing Team car going to the outside and through up the Kemmel Straight into Les Combes. Nice, simple move.
Yeah, absolutely. So that pass being complete there, that repass, shall we say, by that Ford GT, it does look particularly strong in a straight line, despite having very minimal draft to try and help when they go side by side. But now you do see another VRS kind of sim sports car that's currently ahead of these guys, and that should be around about 7.7 seconds down the road. That looks a little bit closer, but maybe it's the GT3 car that's looking to play a little bit of lap traffic here. We see Radicals Online actually slightly dropping off the back of this battle a little bit, just letting them have a little bit of a fight perhaps, and then pick up the pieces should everything go very, very sour.
Yeah, certainly is that Red Bull car getting to the back of the Pure Racing Team car. And that's the thing with the Kemmel Straight, because of the slipstream effect that you have, that's where your main opportunity is to overtake. And if your car is particularly good in a straight line, like that Pure Racing Team 4 GT is, it's a rather low slung car, so it should handle top speeds just that little bit better. But they're coming up to that Commander Sim Sport lap traffic then, as they're coming into Blanchimont. They're not going to get past yet, maybe into the bus stop chicane. No, there's the lights are flashing, and now the Commander GT3 car is going to move out of the way. And, well, here we are through, and they've made it. Oh, well, the Radicals Online car, actually, they didn't make it through. So that's lost them a bit of time there to the Red Bull car. Look at how much it's dropped them back from the back of the Red Bull car.
Yeah, absolutely. So that lap traffic starting to get involved in this situation there. Here, Radicals Online just making their way through on that Mercedes-AMG GT3 car in towards La Source. And, well, that has impeded them in terms of their lap time quite a bit here. You can see they're pretty much out of this battle right now. 4P number 2 on track. So battle of the last couple of podium positions here between Pure Racing Team Blue and Red Bull Racing Esports. And Pure, well, they have the gap here coming down in towards their comments. You know, with the straight line speed advantage that 4GT does seem to have, it makes it so difficult for Red Bull to be able to do anything into these heavy braking zones unless they get the perfect run out the previous corner and just sit in the slipstream for the entirety of the straight.
Yeah, that's it. You've got to try and get that run through. And look at that down the inside of Rivage, trying to make the move. Stick. Round the outside, it's not going to work there at Jackie Yates' corner because it is off camber. Your cars naturally run wide, and they all run wide onto the runoff area there. But that BMW, it means business now, does that Red Bull Racing Esports car. And Sebastian Job, he wants to try and get past and get away because the gap now at the front, you're talking around about 8.5 seconds. Yeah, so you know, he wants to get the pedal down here and try and get as much time as possible off that leading car.
Yeah, absolutely. But it does seem like Joshua Rogers in that VRS Commander Sim Sports number 81 car is starting to run away with things. Or actually, in fact, it is Mitchell de Jong behind the wheel of the car at the moment. But still, both very strong drivers to be able to pull out this sort of performance. But it does seem that the battle for the final podium positions is where all the racing is at this moment in time. We're riding on the back of that Ford GT that's currently leading them around here. Is there going to be a big threat here from Red Bull Racing Esports in towards the bus stop chicane? There isn't, but you just have to play the patience game perhaps at this stage. Maybe you just engage fuel saving mode again if you're part of that Red Bull Racing Esports car and just go for yet another a longer stint, longer stop.
Yeah, but at this point you want to be maybe trying to get some ground on the drivers in front. You try and get that lead gap pulled down a little bit. Down the inside at La Source. Can he get the run off? No, he can't, because the Pure Racing car can get the power down earlier. So that means that the Ford GT is staying in front. The flash of the headlights. He's not happy as Seb. He wants to get by here. Running through Eau Rouge and Radion once again, but in that slipstream, trying to make the most of it as we come up the Kemmel Straight right now. Can they do it? The side come right up to the rear of that car, pulls out to the left, but not going to be able to get past. So that Ford GT showing its top speed advantage once again.
That's so close, coming up through Malmedy now, and then the next corner, the right-hander of Rivard. Big old inside blocking move there by that Pure Racing team cars. They go side by side just a little bit, coming down through Rivard, that big old downhill right-hander, and it seems like that that Ford GT of Pure Racing team has the position secure by the time Jackie X corner arrives, but Red Bull Racing Esports still another big opportunity. A look towards the inside of Pouon. That's not really an overtaking opportunity.
I've seen people try and make overtakes there and have big mistakes, but look at the better run that they get through. The second part of Pouon in that BMW, it seems to be able to hold the apex a little bit better. Down the inside looking. The Ford GT designed to give that little bit of space, that little bit of a get out for the BMW, and all this fighting has brought the Radicals Online car back into this battle. So it's a 3-car battle for second place, and all of this is going to hamper them in the battle for the lead. But you're looking from that Radicals Online car, the two drivers ahead, they are battling it out hammer and tongs, and this is fantastic. This is what we were waiting for here.
Yeah, absolutely. Red Bull Racing Esports now is not really all that content to sit behind their opposition. They're looking to make the moves then. Not down into the bus stop this time around, but you can see how deep on the brakes that Red Bull Racing Esports car goes to try and gain as much time as possible, to really try and get back onto that rear diffuser of that Ford GT. You can see them spread themselves out as they come across what will be the GP start-finish line and in towards last source there, and that big old hairpin. They get very, very close indeed. Once again, they're just all concertina up into that corner, and it does catch a good couple of drivers out. It hasn't caught them out really just yet. We're actually riding on board here with that Radicals Online car, as they have the best view in the house of this battle.
Oh, they're in the prime position. They're just sat there waiting for the two in front to have a big accident, and they can just say, thank you very much, that's second place done and dusted. But let's hope that's not going to be happening right here as they head up the Kemmel Straight once again. But that BMW is just struggling for top speed compared to that Ford GT, and that is one of the key points that you want to be able to get an overtake done. Basically, that BMW's got to hope that the Pure Racing Team car gets a terrible run through Eau Rouge and Radion to give them that opportunity to head up the Kemmel Straight and down into Le Camp.
The number 97 has been given a warning here for the not respecting the blue flags. So we'll just have to find out the number 97 car. I'm just trying to find it on my entry list, but we'll let Paul do that, and we'll get back to the battle that's up on your screen for you right now. Pure Racing Team still leading this one, but they have been challenged here by the Red Bull Racing Esports car, but heading their way through Lafania. Still no opportunities for Red Bull to be able to make any of these opportunities happen. Big two tires in the grass moment on the entry to the corner, as when you put yourself in the shoes of the car that's currently third in line here, how long do you want to spend just waiting for this fight to sort itself out? When do you get yourself stuck in, and you want to get both of them done?
I mean, you do want to get the job done. You do want to get ahead of them, as look at that run that they both get. That Ford GT running out wide over the runoff slightly of Blanchimont. And that BMW really good on the brakes, coming up right behind there. But yeah, the Radicals Online team, they do want to get ahead, and they do want to get ahead sooner rather than later. But right now, they're in a solid position. And you can afford to wait a little bit for an incident to happen between the two of them, but they're slowing you down. And here we go, BMW of Red Bull Racing Esports trying to get the move, but look at that grunt. That Ford GT just able to get ahead once again.
You can see they're even slightly pulling away, even when Red Bull dive themselves back inside the slipstream. That's how much of a straight line speed advantage that Ford GT has. Of course, it is a very small car. It's a very low down car as well. It doesn't present all that much air to the much bodywork to the air, so the drag on that car is pretty low. But compare that to the M8, which is, you know, you've seen all the memes, you've seen all the jokes. It's a very, very big car indeed. And here we go, Red Bull Racing Esports looking for the line in towards Malmedy. Maybe a move in towards Ravages on the card. So you can see him riding on the back of that Ford GT. Big outside move here by Red Bull around the outside of Ravage. They're closer than they were last time this happened. A little bit of deja vu, but it's still the Pure Racing team car holding strong.
Do you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the 2009 Belgian Grand Prix when Ferrari won ahead of the Force India. And the only reason they actually won was because the Ferrari had KERS on the car and was able to deploy that down the straight there to stay ahead of the Force India. If that Force India had got ahead in that race, they would have pulled away. You've seen a similar thing here with the top speed advantage that Ford GT has. As long as they're ahead and keeping ahead, crucially through the parts of the track where the BMW is faster, then as soon as they get onto the straights, they can just relax that little bit because they're able to pull away there.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming towards the, end of the second sector, in towards the final sector of the lap then. Curva Paul Frere, and then on the run down towards Blanchimont. Of course, that Ford GT has been on the defensive for so long. It looks like they will have to do so again here down in towards the bus stop. Very, very close between the two of them. Coming up through that very fast left-hander. And now on the anchors into the bus stop chicane. Red Bull Racing Esports again deciding not to go for any moves, finding an alternate line through that second apex, big old wide arc to get the speed off of the corner. They will hold the slipstream then all the way down in towards La Source. You do have Radicals on the line, still waiting in the wings, waiting to get themselves involved in this battle as Red Bull Racing Esports, big wide line again in towards La Source, trying to maximize the exits here to try and gain back what they're losing on the straight line speed.
Hello, I'm back. Paul Smith has not become a southerner. I've not become a northerner. This Red Bull Racing Esports car, they are having a good run at it today. I know, and again, we talk about dramas, we see then using that toe, using that slipstream, going to the outside, you can make the move work around the outside at Lecom, pinching, and that's what you've got to do, is run over that curb, and they get sideways and turned around. Is Pure Racing Team. What is it? Every time I come back into the broadcast booth here today, Pure Racing Team have an issue. It's going to be like there was that one race and I got banned from my actual own commentary team.
Yeah.
At this track.
Yeah, but that is a very contentious incident there. You could just see the desperation on the part of Red Bull Racing Esports. They've been behind that Ford GT for so long. They even spent a time or a lap or so ahead of that Ford GT car, and the Ford GT was able to draft just back past them, going down the Kemmel Straight. That must be so frustrating, and that frustration, I believe, has now come out. We'll wait to see what the stewards say.
Yeah, I was going to say a moment ago, before we had that incident, Graham Carroll, of course, the drama was with him yesterday. He has his version of events, as there's a replay up on your screen. But the reason for that, Connery, was because of the fact through the second part of the corner, the Red Bull Racing Esports car got himself onto the curb, which then pushed him back out across the racetrack. There's a good look there. And you can see as he's bubbling, that's what caused the Pure Racing Team, him to go into the Pure Racing Team blue car.
Yeah, got to be careful with those curbs sometimes. That Red Bull car just getting unstable over them. We'll get a look from up above. It's probably our best view of it. You can see them go up over the curb, two tires, car unstable, right into the side of that Pure Racing Team car. And they spin themselves around in the grass trying to get going. And in fact, they overdo it just a little bit, head towards the exit road, but they've lost a lot of time as a result of that one. So now, as it stands, it is actually that Radicals Online car that's currently ahead of the Red Bull car.
It is. And I was going to say, the Pure Racing team, they are going to be angry with quite a few people by the end of this event. First, of course, for those of you who are just joining us, lap number 1, turn number 1, we had the moment between, well, officially, the record books will show it's between Pure Racing Team and the Williams Esports car. However, of course, they say it all started because of the jump start that they claim Coanda had down at the start of the race that caused the Constantino effect. We're back to live pictures here as we're almost at halfway point in this event. And yeah, what's happened to Red Bull?
They're having to change, they're having to swap positions because we just had the stewards come through. It's the 2 and the 71. The change of position, it was an inaccurate overtaking maneuver, and they have to give the place back. But that's an interesting situation, though, because Pure Racing Team, they lost a bunch of spots off of that one. So what Red Bull Racing now have to do is they have to wait. They have to pull over, wait for Pure Racing Team Blue to head their way through, and then finally now they can go back racing.
Well, and I mean, the other option would have been a drive-through penalty.
Yeah,
for
which
race
is
control.
very long here with the combined pit lane.
Precisely. So that is one thing. Yes, they've got to give up the what essentially is 20-odd seconds. It could have been a lot worse. They could have had to done about 1 minute 20 seconds, having to come down pit road, and also pit road here is very slow. It's only 37 miles an hour. One of the slowest pit roads on iRacing. So focusing on Race Union, Williams Esports, and SimRC.de Carbon. It's a battle between the Ferrari 488 GTE and the BMW M8 GT. I know, apparently I'm joining the booth.
Yeah, there we go. But SimRC then in that BMW N8 trying to chase down the Ferrari of Williams Esports. This is now the battle for the final podium spot, thanks to Pure Racing Team Blue and Rebel Racing Esports having their little bit of an altercation. Speaking of that Pure Racing Team Blue car, they are down on towards the lane.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see whether this is going to be a strategic maneuver to get them doing what is their requirement for a driver change, or whether there's some damage to that race car. The Pure Racing Team Blue car, I'm going through the paperwork here really quickly to double check. They are not in here. They are in the Nürburgring Esports Lounge. So we have to hope that we can get a view of them in the lounge at some point, because I'm very interested in working out whether there is actually damage to that Pure Racing Team Blue car. Red Bull Racing Esports, though, they're going to be angry now because they've had to give the position back to Pure Racing Team Blue, who then came onto pit road.
I know, right? Well, what would have been the situation if Pure Racing Team Blue came down onto pit lane immediately after that?
Drive-through
penalty. It might have been a different decision, but there we go. So they'll be able to get their pit stop service done and dusted here for the second time in the ADAC Digital GT 500 here this afternoon, live at the ADAC 29th SimRacingExpo at the Nürburgring Arena. Then Rebel Racing Esports and Apex Racing Team now, they're battling for P5 and 6 out there on circuit. Both BMWs, both equal in terms of their manufacturers.
You forgot the most important part. Powered by Aral Ultimate. We can't say it as well as Melee, unfortunately. We know them as BP. Essentially, they're the same company. But Aral Ultimate are, of course, the presenting sponsor of this, as well as the ADAC Digital All-Star Race. So it is great to have such a big billion-dollar organization behind them. I saw a couple of other people. We had a chance to see a representative from BenQ yesterday. They have a lot of people here this weekend, currently. And if you have that many corporate people coming to a big event like this, it normally means you're willing to spend a few bob to sponsor something in the future.
My main monitor is a BenQ monitor. So there we go.
Oh, yeah?
So I can attest to the competence of their monitors, I suppose.
Yeah.
But with the racing out there, we got Williams Esports and SimRC still up there on screen. You can see the lap time deltas, though. There was a lot of time lost on lap number 31 by that Race Union Williams Esports car, which has brought SimRC into the position that they're in. right now. Is actually, I'm reading that wrong. That's SimRC losing a lot of time on lap number 31 of this event. So that has really, really compromised them. They're in P4 at the moment, this moment in time. Still podium finish on the cards here, which is what a lot of teams and drivers here are aiming for. Not necessarily for the race win, especially when you have that 81 VRS kind of sim sports car right at the front of things. But a podium finish, that is absolutely fantastic for any team that has managed to get it.
Yeah, I also have some very interesting news, Connor. It's arguably the most important piece of news of the weekend, and that is the fact that for lunch today, it's chili con carne with baguettes. I feel like I'm going to turn into a chili con carne in this RaceSpotTV booth because it is very, very warm up here. Our race director is saying that the chili con carne is great. We haven't had the chance. We get a little bit of a break later on, thankfully. But yeah, the one thing, Connery, it is rather warm in here, but we're used to this as commentators. You and I, and Paul in particular, we often joke after a race just how hot and sweaty we get because of the fact as commentators, we can't have fans on because we get all the horrible background noise.
Yeah, we can't have fans on, and in my case, I can't have my window open because I have some very noisy neighbors and kids screaming and things like that. And you don't want that on the broadcast, so there we go. It just gets pretty warm, especially in summer months. But there we go, down the inside of the GT3 traffic goes the Williams Esports car, wanting to really be disposed of that one very, very quickly. And does that SimRC car get impeded off the corner here? It does seem like they are. They actually have to change lines to get around that Mercedes-AMG GT3. So that is one that I think will be looked at by the stewards because I think that was sort of a little bit unfair on the part of the Mercedes.
Yes and no, in my opinion. As they go very wide down at Blanchimont, this is the reason why they'll be glad that there's no longer a gravel trap there like we were talking about earlier on. But of course, in iRacing, rule number one, it was responsibility of the overtaking car to make a clean and safe pass. It is written into the iRacing First Sporting Code, which I know in the history of iRacing at least one person has read because I did it live on a stream once upon a time. I do need to update that at some point. But with SimRC.de, I mean, we don't see it as much here at Spa because it is such a long track. Of course, we've got the iRacing Petit Le Mans coming up next month on iRacing. That is going to be fantastic. But when we do that event, I often say patience is everything. You've got to be willing in an event like this. When you have a moment like SimRC.de had, when they lost a little bit of time, not to let it get into your head because otherwise you're going to lose more time overall.
Yeah, you sometimes, when you make a mistake, you start just getting inside your own head about it, and you're thinking, what have you done wrong? What was my mistake that I've made there? And you're trying very hard to rectify it, but in the process of doing that, you're just doing things that you didn't do in practice, for example, and all of a sudden your lap times just fall off a cliff. You're not as consistent as you previously were. Well,
I've just realised that RaceSpot wife is bringing Hugo Louis some of this famous chili con carne. So Hugo, good news, you're about to get fed. Of course, Hugo doing a fantastic directing here, flew all the way in from Brazil. And I will say, of course, wearing these yellow and black T-shirts, we've had quite a lot of attention over the course of the weekend here, Connery. But I think a lot of people realise that Hugo Louis actually exists as a human being and not just as a robot machine.
Yeah, he's never spoken on a broadcast as well, and that streak continues here. But there we go. We do have one of the cars down on towards the lane. That's the Schubert Motorsports Esports car down onto the lane from P17 in this event. We haven't really been given much coverage towards the mid-pack and the rear of the field here, but this is their pit stop phase here in full effect here. Schubert Motorsports getting their service done, and currently 10 seconds on the pit stop. If we have a full tire service and full fuel service, that's around about a minute, and of course, if they're just taking fuel, then it's around about 20 to 30 seconds.
There's a tiny bit of damage on the front left, as we're going to see it. It'll be on the left-hand side of your screen, and the front of that BMW M8 GTE is a little bit crumpled out of shape. It's not the same way that it would have left the virtual BMW factory. So you get a wonderful look then up above at that car. Schubert Motorsports and the number 19 car, well, they are running here in the ring. I didn't see, because I wasn't paying attention to see them doing their driver change, but I assume that they have done so, and that BMW M8 GT car out and away in 51.7 seconds here, and coming back out onto track. Now, actually, Connery, the thing about the endurance layout that is harder than what we often see in the Grand Prix layout. Even though, of course, it's a much longer pit road, it's far easier to get a penalty coming out of pit road, crossing that white line.
Yeah, absolutely. So you do have to be very, very careful, not too early off of that pit limiter when you're coming off of the pit lane. So we'll see another couple of teams come down in and take their second set of stops. Yeah, that's Apex Racing team coming down in. We also have Simicube NX Racing. By the way, we do have a couple of updates on the driver change. We've had the driver change for Pure Racing Team Blue. That was Gianni Vecchio taking the car for the start, but now it's Jonas Wallmeyer that's going to be in that car right now. We've had for Pure Racing Team Green, it was Patrick Christoph Moser that started off in the car, and now it's Alexander Thieb behind the wheel of that one. So a couple of driver changes going on here on the second set of stops.
Jeremy Bootaloop is in the number 8 VRS Carolina Sim Sports car. I say Bootaloop immediately, I think of the first person I ever commentated on iRacing with, which was Marius Gonenbeck back in the days before RaceSpotTV was even a thing. As we're looking at the BMW M8 GTE of Carolina Sim Sports at number 8 car, which has got Bootaloop behind the wheel of it right now. That's a really interesting pairing with Matt Backham and Jeremy Bootaloop, because Matt Backham, it is fair to say, many people will call him one of the more aggressive drivers in iRacing. Jeremy Bootaloop will probably be known as one of the calmest drivers in iRacing.
Yeah, absolutely. There are two. They're like yin and yang. It's basically the two opposites that have to work together in this situation. But VRS Carolina Sim Sports number 8, then they actually do come down on towards the pit lane for their second set of stops then. So we're very much in full swing here in terms of the second pit stop phase. We've had about half the field come down on towards the lane and half of the field still out there.
Yeah, and one thing I will say about Jeremy Bootaloop, of course, he is such a great driver, but it was at this racetrack in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series when I saw the making of Jeremy Bootaloop coming from the rear of the field. This is when he was part of the Radicals Online organization, one of the best drives I have seen in the history of the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. I mean, I remember Andy Kay and the guys were raving about it afterwards. We were raving about it on the broadcast. I mean, there are drivers who have that one track that they are better at than others. For Bootaloop, this is one of those tracks. And actually, this is going to be great. So we're going to see it now live for you. The drivers getting out of the sim rig and getting back in. As I said earlier, it's 5-point harnesses here. And a lot of these drivers will probably trying to undo them as quickly as they possibly can. And it looks like actually he is going to stay in the car. So we got excited for nothing there.
Yeah, absolutely. We had that very relaxed driver change from the BMW factory drivers a little bit earlier on because they had a bit of damage that they had to repair on the car. So it ended up the fact that they had to take the driver change was inconsequential in terms of how much time they were spending down on the pit lane. And we see those Coanda boys just waiting for their pit stop service to finish. We do have the Williams Esports car actually ahead in that particular battle that's on your left-hand side of your screen. That's actually getting them trying to deal with the Williams Esports cars. There's VRS Carolina Sim Sport GT3 cars filling lap traffic here, and that is actually SimRC. Instead of getting impeded by the Coanda car, they actually decide to head their way down to the lane.
This is what I kind of implied a little bit earlier on as well. The fact that depending on where you are in terms of a fuel run and tyre span, there's only about a 3-second gap between the fastest GTE and the fastest GT3. So if you get one of your GTEs coming on pit road on fresh tyres, we end up in a situation like we just saw, where SimRC.de on old tyres, basically, he can try and pass along the straightaways, but he can't actually make any moves and can't really pull away from the GT3 cars.
Yeah, he can't really, as we see a good gaggle of cars then coming down the pit lane, down that little turn that they have to do at last source, inside the pit walls, and then get onto what is basically the historic pits, I suppose you could call them here, down on the way into towards Eau Rouge and Radion. That's Williams Esports getting themselves looking for their box. They'll get stopped in that one soon. And you can see on your right-hand side of the screen, that is the very same team. That's the Race Union Williams Esports car. So now the driver change is in full effect. Getting that first driver out of the car and then getting the second one in. It all seems to be smooth and very, very calm. You can't rush these things because if you rush, you start making mistakes.
Yeah, and I I'm wondering, yeah, we are seeing the close touching. You've got to be careful because of where these harnesses are. And you see, this is the same issue I had. It is a tight squeeze in there. And say 5-point harnesses on there. You can see one teammate helping out the other as the Ferrari 488 GTE car. It remains on pit road. And the good thing is, because of the fact that this is a GT style pit stop, you do get about 50 seconds to do this.
Yeah.
And you can see also now helping put on the headphones, getting ready.
Ooh.
And these teams would have been spending a lot of time doing this and out and away. Well, you see, still actually like tightening up the gloves as you hit the pit exit limiter there to come back out onto the racetrack.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was about, if I'm reading this correctly, about 52.8 seconds on the stop there. Whereas usually if we go for a full pit stop service here in these GTE cars with a driver change in iRacing, that actually gets towards about a minute. So they were faster than what iRacing thinks driver change takes, I suppose. But they're back out there on circuit now, coming down in towards Le Cum. And, well, we're still waiting for your current race leaders of Red Bull Racing Esports to come down on towards the lane. They're going for a very long stint yet again. And just as I say that, they actually are coming down on towards the lane on one of our other feeds. So they will get their second service done here, Will.
Indeed, so. And I'm just trying to work out who is now in that Race Union car. And it's going to be Moritz Lohner in that one. In terms of Red Bull Racing Esports, they are coming down on towards pit road, as we just see. We've also got the GT3 VOS Commander SimSports car on pit road at the same time. So for Red Bull Racing Esports, it's been Sebastian Job in the car all day long. So he will be getting out at this stage, and I just want to see, hopefully we can get a camera onto this, them doing their driver change, because we can see actually very efficient. Of course, Sebastian Job, he's only a small guy, so very easy for him to just jump out the car, and we see new driver getting in behind the wheel right now. The good thing is I do get to see them, don't get to see anyone's head there, but that was, I mean, well, Red Bull Racing actually have the fastest pit stop in the history of Formula One. I think they might have the fastest pit stop of the weekend here.
Yeah, fastest driver change certainly, but the pit stop does depend on how much fuel and how quickly it does take to put the tires on that BMW M8. But I believe it is going to be Graham Carroll going to be behind the wheel of that Red Bull Racing Esports car, taking over from Sebastian Job. We're still waiting to see who exactly is in that Race Union Esports car, because I believe we saw Lona get out as part of Williams Esports, and the Race Union representative for them was getting in the car. That hasn't quite been updated for us yet, but we do have some information that's been given to us by Race Control. Some cars have already reached 40 instant points out of the 70, which is the limit here. So just to explain how the instant points work here in iRacing, if you abuse the track limits in any way, step out of line, especially here at Spa, by the way, you get 1 instant points. If you make contact with the wall or lose control of the car, that's 2 instant points. If you hit another car and quite firmly as well, that will be 4 instant points. And the limit for this race is 70. If you go over that limit, then you are completely disqualified from the race.
Well, I mean, let's be glad that we haven't got that Team Redline PRT car that we had in the race for the iRacing Spa 24, because Max Verstappen would have probably done that by the conclusion of lap number 3. We can see we're getting ready now to hand it over to the stage. We have got an interview. Ben, let's hand it over to you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Will. Wanted to chat to one of our far-flung drivers, all the way from Japan. Soto, that was a really good run for you.
Thank you. It's a really hard race, but I did my best, I think.
Lots of pressure from Red Bull.
Yes, it's really fun. I enjoyed drive Red Bull car.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Sato. And we were just talking off there, Connery. One of the issues, or I say all the issues, I say this again nicely, one of the things that Radicals Online have had to adapt to over the last couple of years is actually getting this international lineup to work for them. Of course, they've got a couple of Japanese drivers, Inzato as well as Umeshima, Kazuki Umeshima, but then they've got to get the scheduling done with them, as well as getting through the language barrier.
Absolutely, and we've got their second. It's basically an all-Japanese team for them right now because they've put Junya Kitora in behind the wheel of that car now. So that Radicals Online car really, really encouraging their new talent. And of course, you bring up the topic that there is this language barrier problem with some of the drivers from some of these very, some of the Asian countries, some of the East Asian countries as well. It is sometimes very difficult to work through that as a team, but it seems like they've done a very, very good job indeed. And right now, I think the future is bright, especially here for Radicals Online.
I'm particularly interested to know how good Rob Cuss's Japanese is. Rob Cuss, of course, is the team principal for the Radicals Online organization. We are still looking, of course, at what's going on track. This is Pure Racing Team Green in the Ford GTE car versus the number 8 VRS Commander SimSports car, which has Jeremy Bootley behind the wheel of that. The gap is a third of a second right now, and well, baby had some bad blood already between Pure Racing Team and VRS Commander SimSports. We don't want to have any more.
Yeah, exactly. So this one means a lot more than what is at face value. It has to be said, because we saw Maximilian Bernecker after he got into that instant right at the start of the race. He showed his emotions there. He said it exactly what he was thinking, which drivers. I would rather drivers do that than try to hide what they're actually feeling. But VRS kind of SimSport would have hid that, and it might even change how they approach this one. Here we go, big dive down the inside here at the bus stop, perhaps. So Coanda, no, it's not going to work. But there is the Pure Racing Team car pushing wide. That's compromised Apex there for that second one of the bus stop. Here comes the drag race then down in towards last source between the BMW and that Ford GT. The Coanda car on the outside line then for that source. Pure Racing Team still comfy holding that inside line. A little bit of a lockup down in towards there, but that Ford GT still stays ahead.
Yeah, it is, as well for Jeremy Bootloo in particular, of course. They're not going to necessarily hear us because of the fact that they're over at the Nürburgring Esports Lounge. And again, half of the teams, we're going to get sick and tired of saying this at some point, but half of the teams are based here. The other half of the teams are based in the Nürburgring Esports Lounge. We're having a look from the rear of the Pure Racing Team blue car. And in towards they come. Now, actually, in this type of a fight, the Ford GT does have a tiny bit of an advantage, Connery, because of the massive grunt it has down the straightaways.
Yeah, absolutely. It's similar to the battle that we saw between the Pure Racing Team car and the Red Bull Racing Esports car. In fact, it was the exact same situation, Ford GT versus a BMW M8. So it's going to be interesting to see how Coanda actually approached this situation. Maybe they've had a look at how Red Bull managed their race when they're in this exact position, and maybe if they could make some adaptations to be able to try and get past this Pure Racing Team green car as opposed to the blue car that the Red Bull Racing Esports car was trying to get past.
Yeah, we're on board again with the number 8 VRS Coanda SimSports car as Jeremy Bootloo them on the entry into Stavolo 1 right now. Exit Stavolo 1 in Stavolo 2, Cobra Paul Frere. You can argue as to which one is the correct one. Of course, what we can't say anymore is that the corner before Pouan is RaceSpot corner. What we are going to do is talk about something far more important. I see Ben has got himself a nice seat, and next to him, I believe that is Sebastian Job from Red Bull Racing Esports.
Sebastian Job has grown and changed into a Dutchman, German even, Nils. Will thought you were Sebastian.
Oh, all right.
Not quite as good.
As far as I know, I'm still Nils.
So Nils Naujoks won yesterday the Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland final. So congratulations for that.
Thanks again.
And now takes a completely different role. What exactly are you doing as part of Red Bull Esports team?
Well, generally, I'm like the manager or coach, put it how you want it. So I'm just taking the guys to the events, be there for the issues that they have, answer questions, go to the tournament organizers, things like that. But right now, we're just looking at the gaps that we have, the lap times that we can do, and well, the most interesting thing will likely be how much fuel we can save, how much we have to put in the car for the last stint.
How much are you trying to communicate with your driver out on the sim?
We're lucky that we're sitting close because our team speak isn't working perfectly, so we basically just have one direction line, so he can wave to me, and then I probably got to walk over.
And whether it be arena races or online events, your role is still the same?
For online, they're spotting themselves, but since they put me in the role here on stage, I'll gladly take it.
And you're managing the whole program for Red Bull Esports, right? Across all the different platforms.
Indeed, we're a team of like 10 or 11 drivers by now, and well, I'm taking care of most of them, but we're seeing a change in Forza, for example, where they want a dedicated coach for going into the next season. But yeah, they're like office tasks to do in every team, so that's the bigger chunk of work I have to do.
The professionalism of esports teams grows and grows. Now, I did actually come here to speak to Sebastian about that little incident we saw at Les Combes. What was your perspective on it?
It was a bit unlucky, really, because we were sitting right next to the Pure team, and they were telling us in the straight that they wanted to pit this lap, so we were about to tell Sebi to just let it go for that lap, and but we were just too late going to the rig, and they were side by side already, and then he lost it on the curb. It's just unlucky.
Yeah, it was really unlucky, but everything's still good. Seb doesn't look too frustrated.
He's actually, he went to excuse himself. So.
Okay, very good. By the way, these noble chairs are super comfy. I might rest here for a little bit longer.
Thank you very much, Ben. And yeah, apologies. We get a little bit of a glare here from the RaceSpotTV commentary booth. I saw Seb in that seat a little bit earlier on, but he's grown up a little bit. We won't mention anything to do with lampposts in this situation. We absolutely promise. What we did see, however, and it's getting ready for us right now, Connery, once again, we said no more, but Pure Racing Team and Coanda, well, they had another one.
Yeah, and you know, before we cut to that replay, though, we're going to wait to see if there's going to be a bit of a fight here. Well, replay anyway. Here's the contact then coming down in towards Les Combes. VRS Quantum SimSports on the inside. Pure Racing Team having to slide all the way through the corner. And here we go in the live pictures once again. It's almost the exact same thing. Down in towards Les Combes once again. It's happened again here. That's Pure Racing Team Green off into the grass. Big contact. And now there's going to be a lot more bad blood.
Red, blue, green have all had incidents so far here today. The red car on the first lap of the race with Coanda SimSports. The green car, lap number 43 and lap number 44 with Coanda SimSports. We're going to get another look at that at the moment, but I will say, I mean, the rivalry between Coanda and Pure has been huge over the last couple of years, but it is a case now that I'm glad that they're on two opposite sides of the stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I actually would rather want to get an above view of that one because you couldn't really tell from that particular angle. We might be able to get it here coming down in towards turn one. You see that big move? That's the big obvious move that Coanda SimSports needed to do. Can't quite see through the tree lines there. It's a bit of a... That one looks more like a racing instant than the first one did. I think the first one was more Coanda SimSports' fault. That one looked more like it was just 2-into-1.
Warning for pushing another car for the number 8 VRS Coanda SimSports machine. Well, okay, so Pure Racing Team, of course, this time last year, we were building up to a storyline where they were the dominant team of 2018. This is one of those situations where sometimes you just have a day that doesn't work out for you, and it's not your fault at all. As we see Logitech G Autos Esports running alongside the Shaw Grensport Esports car. But Connery, I mean, this is going to be... I mean, we saw the steely face. We saw how angry Max Benecke was. He came up to our broadcast position, and I've not seen him that angry before. That was lap 5 of this race. All 3 Pure cars have had issues. They are going to be absolutely livid. Now, the good news is for us, drama, that puts some butts in the seats.
Yeah, absolutely. So, the racing just means so much more at this stage. When stuff like that happens, we have these storylines that develop throughout the season, throughout the years that we do sim racing here, and it seems like things are starting to hit boiling point between VRS Coanda SimSports and that Pure Racing team. I am going to be checking Twitter after this race, let me tell you that one. But there we go. There's the Sim Racing Academy car actually trying to get onto the back of the Altus Esports machine. Actually, they got past just a couple of moments ago there by that Altus Esports car. So a bit of a change there in the bottom end of the top 10. But I just have to say, well, this is like a soap opera between the Pure Racing team and Coanda.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting back in the village a little bit later on today. Now, it's worth noting, one thing I did want to talk to you about here, Connery, the inter-team chat communications. We saw when we had Ben interviewing guy from Red Bull Racing Esports a couple of moments ago, talking about how they are having to literally walk over to the rig and give instructions to their team drivers. I've seen in years gone by, people putting pieces of paper just above them when they're going down a straightaway. That's interesting. So with the Red Bull Racing Esports and Pure Racing Team Blue incident earlier on, that was like, well, no one actually wanted it to happen. I'm sure the kind of PRT cars, they don't want that to happen. But that one, they wanted to just tell Seb to let Pure Racing Team through.
Yeah, absolutely. So, but they weren't able to get that message across in time, of course, with what we heard from the team manager of Red Bull Racing Esports. Of course, they have G2 Esports working in the background there. G2 Esports being one of these big esports teams in other esports titles as well. They just run under Red Bull Racing Esports here as part of their particular program. But yeah, they have... they have quite an active social media presence, shall we say? So we'll have to see what comes out in terms of that one, with how they've been racing here today as well, since they haven't really had the best of days, having that contact with Pure Racing Team and then having to give that position back as well while trying to fight for the final couple of podium positions. But we're on lap number 46, I believe, of this event. Quite small text here. We get another view of the drivers continuing on their way here in this one, and just again the focus on their faces, the eyes just completely and utterly unblinking here as they try to manage their pace until the end of the race now.
See, you're looking at the racing, I'm looking at the body language of Max Benecke. Now, he's currently talking to Red Bull Racing Esports driver, and you can see it, in some ways, it looks as though the communication between the two of them is cordial. It doesn't seem to be as if they're having a massive argument right now.
Well, you're a fan of WWE, and you joked before coming here that if there's any fisticuffs on stage, you want to commentate it.
Yeah, but as I say, we see Max Benecke talking to Red Bull Racing Esports. There's a little bit of arm movement. There's a little bit of frustration, quite clearly. But the sad thing for us is that there is a stage. Ben will probably run into the middle and try and break up any fight that starts. That's your new role, Ben. You're now this new security guard for this event. In fact, we do have any incidents. But VRS Coanda SimSports on the opposite side. We just saw an onboard shot, of course, looking at the steely eyes of Mitchell de Jong in the number 81 machine. We get another beautiful onboard shot right now as we are riding on board with the Sim Racing Academy BMW M8 GTE car right now, 1.1 seconds behind Logitech G Altus Esports, and there is Logitech G Altus Esports in what is probably your favorite livery of the weekend.
I know, we've mentioned it a couple of times already, but it is my favorite livery, and if they ever change it and it's not as good, I will be seriously unhappy with that. But as we can get those good above views, and then obviously the over-the-shoulder view as well, which is the favored angle of some streamers as well, not just the full-on face cam. So speaking of streamers, there has been Jimmy Broadbent wandering around. So if there are anyone in the stream chat, for example, saying, where is Jimmy B? He's here somewhere.
He is here. The last time I saw him was about 45 minutes ago, and at that time he was doing a podcast with our friends over at iRacing, of course. This is iRacing. If you're wondering what you're watching, this is iRacing. They build themselves as the world's most realistic racing simulation. Everything here is laser scanned. So the track is millimeter laser scanned. The cars are laser scanned, and data comes from the race teams as well in order to build the cars. So what you see is an almost near perfect representation of the real BMW M8 GTEs, the real life Ferrari 488, for example, the 4 GTs, as well. We are still sweating up here in the commentary booth, but we've had a great race so far.
Yeah, absolutely, and just maybe there will be some battles to entertain us here for the end of the race. 47 laps complete, coming out, well, just ticked over into 48th lap, the start of the 48th lap here, with 71 being our race distance here today to take us up to that 500 kilometers. Radicals Online and Race Union Williams Esports, currently they're within a second of each other. That is the battle for the final podium position there. Kitora behind the wheel of that Radicals Online car, that all-Japanese Radicals Online car, it has to be said. In fact, fantastic they're able to get their drivers over for this one. But Williams Esports now, as part of that 187 team, still trying to look to get onto that final step of the podium. Is currently Bowden behind the wheel of that one.
And we mustn't forget, we've got the Manufacturers' Cup still going on in GT3 as well, which Koana SimSports are leading by 5.6 seconds from another Koana SimSports car, Team Wrenchport Online, third place in that class. And we see here Race Union Williams Esports looking to the outside in towards the Lecombe complex on track once again. And the thing is, Connor, you can overtake around. Of course, earlier on, we saw how not to overtake down at Lecombe when we had the moment between Red Bull Racing Esports and the Pure Racing Team car. But you can overtake. The issue is you've got to kind of pinch a little bit into the first part of Lecombe to then have enough room to then hit the apex, the second part, and then into Malmedy.
Yeah, you do. So, you know, the race car required to negotiate those sorts of situations is so important here, especially when you have drivers on the top level of the iRacing simulation here. And of course, some of these drivers do drive in other sims as well. You saw Moritz Lohner, for example, take part in some of the other events that the ADAC 2019 SimRacingExpo has to offer. So these drivers are multi-talented. No matter if it is one sim or another, they can still very much show their skills. And that just shows how transferable the skills are and how accurate some of the sims are, where you can just take what you know from one and you can apply it to the other as well.
Yeah, and I want to go back to what Ben Melee were talking to the representative for this race about. And they say that there is no qualification. It all comes down to the standings of the teams. So what have they done previously here at SimRacingExpo? What is their current record like on iRacing and within SimRacing? The one that I was really interested about is what is their social media reach, because it's then actually encouraging these teams to actually understand that there are other elements to being a sim racing esports team in 2019 than just having fast drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a whole different team structure to what we used to. I mean, even 3 or 4 years ago, for example, where it was basically teams consisted of just groups of friends racing together. But since we've had these big prize pools come into play for a good couple of these series, Race Union Williams Esports looking to get past one of the Radicals Online machines here down in towards Lecombe. It's a battle between the Ferrari and the BMW. Williams Esports around the outside. Are they able to complete the move? They have the inside for the second apex of Lecombe, so they're able to make their way by there ahead of Radicals Online. Williams Esports are up one position here today, and I've actually just had a look at Twitter, and it's Maxime Meneke. He's not very happy, shall we say. He's basically calling Koana SimSports the most unfair virtual racing team in the world.
Wow. So it is bad blood right now between Pure Racing Team and Koana SimSports. It reminds me of when I was a kid and I had to choose between Slipknot and Korn. I've got a feeling it's going to be a bit like that, just in terms of sim racing teams. As going wide there was the number 32 Radicals Online machine. As well, the thing is, the emotions are getting higher and higher in terms of these events because of the fact.
Ooh, that's a lot of required
Yeah,
repairs.
that is. Is that the BMW works team? Because we saw a shot with them a moment ago, but 9 minutes and 21 seconds required repairs, 1 minute 48 of optional repairs, and well, that is not a happy chap right now.
Yeah, it just in that situation when you have required repairs, I've been in that situation before. You know, when you're having to do, at least in the NASCAR racing that I did, you can go and do full engine changes there that take quite a while. You just have to sit there and you just have to, you know, maybe go and have a sandwich, have a drink or something like that, and just wait for the time to come all the way down and then back out and maybe hope to recover a couple of points from drivers that had a couple of incidents. But we see the Radicals Online car is pushing wide coming out of Puon.
Yeah,
very
this
good
is what I saw.
slow motion shot right there. Ooh, that is a big moment there. But he's able to catch it. Car seems straight.
Yeah.
But yeah, still a very big scary moment.
It wouldn't be a European racing event, it wouldn't be a German racing event meeting without some form of super slow-mo.
Yeah.
I mean, they're almost famous for it when they did the Formula One coverage of the super slow-mos. Hugo Louise taking a book out of that one there. Nice to get the super slow-mo replays, but Radicals Online now down into 4th place and out of podium contention for the time being. And I will say that Williams Esports car in 3rd place, Race Union Esports, Williams Esports car. They have just really picked up the pace over the last half an hour or so.
Yeah, absolutely. Bowden behind the wheel of that car, originally from the Race Union organization. So this is kind of a little bit of a partnership they have going on here. They have March Lohner from Williams Esports, and they have Bowden from the Race Union Esports side of things. So that's what some teams do actually like to do here, because remember we had in one of the iRacing special events, the Spa 24 Hours, we had that partnership between, I believe wasn't it the Pure Racing Team car, and I want to say, I completely forgot. Will, save me here.
I'm not going to lie to you, I wasn't even paying attention to that one. So, I'm sorry, you're doubt by yourself.
It's
on
Spa
that.
24 Hours. It was Pure Racing Team partnering up with someone.
It was Team Redline.
Team Redline.
Because,
There
of
we go.
course, it was the 3 Maxes and Lando.
Oh, yeah.
It
yeah.
was Max Rennig, Max Manecke, Max Verstappen, and then Lando Norris, just to add a little bit of variety into that one. So 2 Formula One drivers on there off that summer meeting that they have, the summer kind of break they have in Formula One, teaming up with the 2 Maxes. And of course, it was all going so swimmingly until there's about 15 minutes of the race to go. And then I got in trouble with Fanatec because I claimed it was the Fanatec wheel that broke, and it wasn't. It was actually Huxenveld pedals, I believe.
Yeah, I believe so. So that was one of the more hilarious Twitch clips to come out of iRacing special events, and probably the most watched Twitch clip that there ever has been here on iRacing. But we have some news from Race Control, the contact between the 73 and the number 8 car. That's the most recent contact that we saw between the VS Crown Sim Sports team and Pure Racing team. That is ruled as no further action. So the 8 got the warning for the first incident, and for the second incident there was no further action.
Yep. Apex Racing team 13th place. They just being able to make the pass to get themselves up into 13th place. Can't believe it's taken me a day and a half to say this. Live timing and scoring is available. Just visit RaceSpotTV/timing for that one. As there is Apex Racing team with Simicube Inex Racing as they work out of the bus stop chicane once again. So the first incident definitely was Commander, again, just pushing too wide.
Yeah.
The second one, I'm almost inclined to agree with you on that one. But the thing is that this is the second, basically, weekend in a row that Commander is in the middle of the storm of having race incidents.
They had the first one where it's really starting to come to the forefront. Of course, it's always been in the background, at least as far as Pure Racing Team has been concerned. The first one was the making life difficult for Beneke in the Porsche Esports Super Cup with some of the very, very heavy defensive moves that were being made. And of course, Commander letting their teammates at the top of the championship by, even though it's not a team race. We also had the VRS iRacing GT World Championship, that contacting towards Turn 1 that circuited the Americas. That it was absolutely horrible. And, that was with the Red Bull Racing Esports car, I believe. So that was, another blemish on Coanda's record, it has to be said. And now the couple of contacts that they had over the course of this weekend. And, at the start of Pure Racing Team complaining about this, I thought, there's not really all that much in this. Coanda, starting to race a little bit more heavily now because their dominance, kind of is being threatened by the likes of Pure Racing Team and Red Bull Racing Esports. But then I just start, seeing the patterns, a lot more, and now I'm tending to be slightly more on the side of Pure Racing Team on this particular issue.
I've got an offer of food at the moment. I'm gonna give me 2 minutes because I've just been told by Hugo we've not given the GT3 cars enough love. So we're just gonna run through your top 8 in GTE first, and it is Coanda and the number 81 car who are leading the way over SimRC.de Crimson. I want to come back to them in a moment because I want to talk about how important this race result is going to be for them. Race Union Williams Esports in 3rd place, Radicals Online 4th, Red Bull Racing Esports in 5th, VRS Coanda Sim Sports in 6th with the number 8 car, Williams Esports Chill Blast, again, Williams having a great weekend in these Ferraris, and they're in 7th, and Pure Racing Team Green round out your top 8. And in terms of the GT3 cars, it is Coanda Sim Sports, the number 88 car, who are leading the way. Then you got yourself Team Rennsport Online in 2nd place, and Vazare KC Racing Esports in 3rd. But the important thing that we definitely need to talk about, and they haven't had enough love in this broadcast, is what an amazing day for SimRC.de. This is going to be one of those days when they can say they've come to the Nürburgring under all the bright lights and the stage and everything. They've been able to essentially kick the backsides of some of the biggest teams on iRacing.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm reminded of a couple of years ago when I first started commentating on things like the Neo Endurance series, where they were very, very strong in every single GT effort they were able to put up. And, at least early on in that series, it used to be the GT1 cars that they were competing in and always did very, very well. Over the past couple of years, they've had a little bit of a lull. They haven't really been on the top in terms of the iRacing service. But, this might be the sign that they still have something in them with running P2 here today. Radicals Online, though, they're going to be heading down on towards the pit lane. And this must be the final stop here for Radicals.
Yeah, Rob Cost, team principal, just came to tell me exactly that. And he also brought us a plate of chips. So thank you very much there to Radicals Online.
It's not spiked with anything, is it?
I really hope not. It's salt, honest, is what he's going to say on that one. But Radicals Online, again, we talked about just how long the pit road is here at this racetrack, especially when you combine the Grand Prix and the classic pit layouts together. Radicals, again, like SimRC.de, they need a race result like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And, from what I've heard about talking to the team, their focus is more set on the next set of the iRacing World Championship Series. I guess, in my assessment, they took this year out just a little bit just to work on developing the team from the inside, developing some of the new talent that they have, and they're able to put behind the wheels of these cars. And now they're going to go full steam ahead, perhaps, in towards the 2020 iRacing World Championships. So that is going to be the goal there for Radicals Online. They get their stop over and done with. That was a pretty short one indeed, although they're slow. Well, look, they're stopped on the pit lane. They're trying to get going, and finally they do so, but that was a slow one there. It was a quick stop at about 21 seconds, but they had some problem getting out the box, and it has resulted in them staying stationary for what was basically about 5 seconds.
Was that because of the fact that they were just trying to figure out whether or not they actually got the pit limiter on? Because that's the only explanation I could have. Of course, you could worry that if you, especially coming out of pit road, if you speed on towards pit road, you get yourself a 15-second penalty. It's a pain, it's annoying, but you can deal with it. If you get a speeding penalty coming out of pit road, it's another long journey and 2 minutes down the toilet.
Yeah, absolutely, especially at a track here where it is the endurance pits for Spa-Francorchamps, where the pit lane is very, very long, so you're just sitting there at the pit lane speed limit for what seemingly ever. And right now, we do have SimRC.de Carbon then coming down in for their final stop of the day. So bringing that BMW M8 GTE car down in, but we still have had the vast majority of cars out there still haven't come down on towards the lane for their last set of stops. So these are just the early pitters here for this pit stop phase.
Yeah, I finally found that tweet by Max Maneke. It's getting interesting on social media as we see SimRC.de Carbon then on towards pit road. They've been flashing the lights a lot in that BMW M8 today. They seem to like flashing the lights. I will say that is the one thing that we haven't seen as much of as I thought we would have done. We always joke that Matt Backham basically has his light flashing button attached to his throttle because he always seems to have it going on. But that SimRC.de Carbon car then doing its final service of the day. And now it's just a case of get out, get through, get to the end of the race, because this could be great for them.
Yeah, it could well be. Let's see where they come out in relation to a couple of the other cars. That's the Team Hoisingfeld car just heading their way through, although that Team Hoisingfeld machine, I don't believe, has headed their way down on towards the pit lane just yet. They haven't, so that's not going to be a problem there for SimRC.de Carbon. They're in actually quite a bit of clear air there, so that's all you could really ask for here for an outlap after your pit stops, just to get up to speed and get those tires up to the optimal temperature at the end of things here. So good couple of drivers have and good couple of teams have had their final stops here, but we're still waiting for the likes of your race leading Coanda car, Race Union Williams Esports, Red Bull Racing Esports, still all yet to pit right now at this moment in time.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of drivers stood next to those on the rigs, feeding information. The mobile phones has been a method of communicating this time. It's just like typing something into a note section and handing it over. Lights are flashing the Schubert Motorsports Esports BMW M8 GTE as he comes down on towards pit road. And this is the important part of the race now. But what we are going to do is we're going to head it downstairs for a quick moment. Ben has not had to break up any fights yet, but he has got himself a nice little interview for us.
I guess the important thing is to stay out of trouble in this one. That's what we're seeing so far. And for Jürgen, P2, final stop done. This is going very nicely for you.
Yeah, perfect stints for us until now.
I'll turn your microphone on. There we go. Wait 1 second. Wait for it to work. There we go. Yeah, it's going well.
Yeah, we had 3 great stints until now and great position. So everything going well. The first stint was very hectic. Particularly the start was crazy with the PRT guys and Williams, I think. But now we are happy on P2.
And is this a place you would expect to be in these kind of environment with these very, very big teams?
No, not really. We focused on a P5 maybe. That was our target, but we are happy now. It can go further like this.
So the idea is, final stint, just take it home, or are you going to try and chase down the win?
No, we take it home because Joshua Rogers or the Coanda team is pretty much in front now.
Yeah,
too much.
Okay, and just tell me a little bit, driving in these motion rigs, a long stint like that, physical for you guys?
It's more under concentration. So if you do a practice where there's no competition, you don't sweat like that, but here now, really.
So tired in the brain rather than the arms?
Yes.
All right, I'll let you have a rest. Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
Thank you, Ben. The most important part about that interview is we actually got the opportunity to open up the commentary booth and get some much-needed fresh air in here because it is absolutely boiling. Talking of boiling and smoking hot, we have the northern powerhouse of Paul Smith coming back in. So it's time for me to once again say goodbye, Connery. I'm going to hand it over to the guy who's far, far better than me.
There we go. Just getting those headsets switched over then, and we'll get ourselves Paul Smith into the commentary booth in just a couple of moments' time. We do have a couple of pit stops, though. That's the number 8 VRS Coanda SimSports machine deciding to come down in, and I see a Williams Esports car, I believe, in the background, bringing that car on towards the pit lane as well. So a good couple of drivers and teams deciding that now is a pretty good time to get their final stops out of the way. 56 laps completed here here of 71. So we are getting very, very close here, Paul, towards the final stint and the final couple of moments of the race.
Yeah, this is going to be the final part, the final push for these teams and these drivers now in this race. This is where you've got to make or break your strategies now. This is where it all pans out. This is how you see where your race has worked for you, whether it's not worked for you, and these drivers now getting those change of drivers if they didn't do it in their first stint, or if they've not changed a driver yet, get them in now and get that tyres if you are going to take tyres with so few laps remaining. Or whether you're just going to take a fuel-only stop. That's going to be the question. We're seeing the driver change happen on screen as well, and they pull away, so no tyre changes for either cars, so fuel-only.
They're still trying to adjust. They're still trying to adjust the wheel while they're coming down the pit lane. That's, because they know time is of the essence, especially trying to get out ahead of that Ferrari GTE car that came into the pits at the exact same time of them, so they knew that they were very, very time limited. Here comes your race leader, then we'll get the driver change for that one. That's Mitchell de Jong currently behind the wheel. He's going to be giving way there to Josh Rogers. Just getting that done. Actually, that's he's just unbuckled the seats, unbuckled the straps already as he's going down the pit lane. So he'll make that turn at La Source, and then they can get stopped in their box and get that driver change sorted out.
Interesting how the current driver doesn't use gloves, yet Josh Rogers there, gloves on, ready to go, so obviously feels the need to have a little bit of extra driving grip there. I don't think it was actually Mitchell that was in the car, was it?
It says Mitchell on our screens, so
well, anyway.
We have to take what we're given, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But so it's going to be Josh Rogers jumping in to that leading car, although not at the moment because of the pit cycles happening at the moment. But you can see on the pit limiter, as we mentioned, a really long pit lane here. But now here's the driver change, up and over. Well,
efficient.
Out one side, in the other.
Oh,
I thought we were supposed to be
a rule
coming.
Violation.
I thought we were supposed to be going in from the left only.
Oh well, we'll have to see what the stewards have to say about that. We were given the drivers briefing and they advised that. So I don't know if there's any penalties that could be applied here, but still, that would be a huge drama for the end of the race if that is the case. But they will continue on as if nothing has happened and get that car back out there on circuit. Very fast driver change indeed, about 28.5 seconds there on the stop for your race leader in VRS Quantum Sim Sports car.
You see how efficient it was, though. He was getting the headset on as he was finally buckling in his seatbelt. So the great teamwork between the two of them there, and you can obviously tell that they've really worked at that and really practiced that for their race here today. But out in second place at the moment, and you've got to think that they're on for a really, really good result.
Yeah, absolutely. Race Union Williams Esports is going to be still out there on the racing circuit right now. They haven't come down on towards the pit lane for their final stop yet. So haven't that number 35 Team Hoisingfeld car. We're also waiting for Pure Racing Team Green to come down onto the pit lane. Same with Phoenix Racing Esports as well. And while we're talking about Phoenix Racing as well, it's always interesting to see teams like Phoenix Racing, of course, a big team in the endurance side of racing here in real life. You also have, of course, Williams Esports, a big feature in these sorts of events. It's interesting to see these sim racing teams and teams that have always been sim racing esports teams battle with teams that exist in the real world as well.
Having been on a break, I've been able to see what's been happening in qualifying. It's best not to talk about Williams. Let's just say that.
F1 spoilers.
It's not much of a spoiler, really. Let's be honest this season. So, we've got a good battle here on Track Apex Racing Team and Sim Racing Academy. Battling it out on track, and they're going past the pit lane at the moment as teams on pit road. But we've got two BMWs, I believe. Yep, it's two BMWs battling it out, so they're pretty even in terms of top speed. It's how they've got the cars set up, as we see on the other split screen as well. The Race Union Williams Esports car onto pit road. Looking to the outside is Sim Racing Academy, but no move made yet.
Yeah, absolutely. No moves being made for P12 and P13 out there on circuit. We have Racing Union Williams Esports coming down on towards the pit lane. It has been Moritz Luna behind the wheel of that one, I believe, if I check my spreadsheets right here, and that is going to be the case there. So I would expect with this final stop that they might just end up keeping him behind the wheel of that car. We'll just have to wait and see what happens here. I think they're in the arena, so we might see if there's any commotion by that Race Union Williams Esports car. But right now, down on towards the pit lane they come, and now out of the pit lane they come. So that was a very quick stop. 21.8 seconds was their stop. So that was a very, very quick stop time indeed.
Well, this is it. This is where the strategy comes into play. And if you've been able to save that fuel throughout your stints here, when it comes to that final pit stop, one, you're pitting later than your rivals, but two, you're taking less fuel at the same time as well, so it means that you're quicker on the lane as well. So that's where the double whammy comes in of if you've been saving fuels. We've still got this battle for 12.
Yep, we do. Sim Racing Academy, we're on board with them then as they try to track down their competitors ahead of them. We see a driver change there. That's a very, very frantic driver change, trying to get that wheel sorted there. That was just wiggling around just a little bit. I believe that's Team Huisingveld getting their driver change done. We'll see them on the right-hand side of your screen as well as they're finally coming off the pit lane, but they're still buckling in the seatbelt, still trying to get all sorted. It's always good to have your other driver there to be able to help you with that, because imagine if you're just on your own trying to do all of that.
Yeah, this is it. At least with the teams that have been working together again. I mean, he's not even got his headset on, so he can't hear what is happening in terms of...
He's waiting for pit exit so he can see, and then now he's going to put the headset on the camera straight. There we go.
But this is it. I mean, he's having to change, and you can see how it's affecting him up the Kemmel Straight as well. He's having to change gear there without being able to hear the engine notes of the car, which is it really throws you, does that, and it can affect your performance.
Well, you have the LEDs, of course, but, you know...
it's not ideal, though. You always work off of the sound of the engine, I feel, when you're driving.
Yeah, well, I guess in that case it is sort of driver preference, and I'm an LED boy. There we go. Let's just say that one. But as we see this battle continue on then between Apex Racing Team and Sim Racing Academy in towards Rivage, about a third of a second separate them on track right now for position number 12. Apex Racing Team in that number 95 machine right now, trying to lock onto the back of their fellow BMW right there on track, coming through who on the absolutely fantastic roller coaster of a double left-hand Apex. But right now, we'll send it down to the stage because Ben has another interview.
Absolutely. Thought we'd just check in with our race leaders. Mitch is out of the car. How was the stint for you?
Pretty solid. It was going to be difficult taking over Josh's old tires in the first one. It's a hard feeling getting used to the rig, also without too much practice, and then taking over tires that are pretty low on grip. But yeah, just tried to keep it clean, manage it well. The first stint was a really good warm-up, and then the second one we had new tires again, so I got to push and have some fun. So, you know, the gap's looking really good. Kept it clean, and yeah, we'll see. Josh has a nice little gap here, so we'll see if he can bring it home.
How was the traffic out there? All equal performance from the cars, so difficult to really overtake cleanly.
Certainly. You know, I had a lot of traffic when I was on old tires, so compared to the GT3s, I wasn't gaining too much in the corners as much as, you know, you'd like with a GTE car. So they're also faster down the straight, so you need to really work hard to get by. But all of them did a fantastic job. Once we got close enough, they let us by, so everyone's driving pretty well out there.
Now, you're talking about the rig, fantastic rigs provided by the Nürburgring Lounge. Motion simulator, is that something you have experience with from home, or do you have no motion?
I have a static rig. Occasionally we'll get events like this and we'll get to try the motion. So to be honest, I don't think really any of us are too used to the motion, which is a nice element. It's who can get used to that feel and that big difference that we have here. And it's cool that we get to drive in a rig like this, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. And
you've got a lot of real-world experience, so do you think that the motion helps you, gives you an extra couple of tenths?
It's hard to say. You know, I think even though I have a lot of real-world experience, I also spend a lot of time in the sim, so I think for my style, I've been able to differentiate between the two. So when you do this, it's kind of like that hybrid in-between ground, so hard to say, but by the end of it, I felt pretty comfortable, so happy with it.
So in contrast to over the other side of the room where the teams are looking at emails and in fact looking at results from other races, right here we've got the iRacing on the screen. We're watching exactly what Josh is doing. You've got all the data there as well. Are you able to then feed back to him and give him some extra feedback?
Yeah, certainly. We're on comms with him as well right here. So basically, we had a game plan for strategy beforehand, but you know, there's a lot of variables in the race, and doing live calculations, making sure we're you know, getting the most out of the event. So we're looking pretty good here. Everything has gone to plan, so we'll stick to it, and hopefully everything goes well in this last stint.
Thanks very much, and been a very bad pit reporter and not paid attention at all to what's been going on the track. Looks like you've got a good battle, boys.
Yeah, absolutely. The battle is on for P3. Thank you very much, Ben, there. Speaking to Mitchell de Jong as a part of that race-leading VRS Commander SimSports number 81 machine. But it looks like just at the start of the race, Paul, it is the battle for the final podium position, which will be the main feature for the end of this race.
Yeah, we've got a kind of familiar feeling to the end of this race here. Red Bull Racing Esports, should I say, give them the correct name.
Yeah.
They're battling it out, trying to get that final step of the podium here. They'll want to come away with at least a podium in this race after having the disappointment of getting caught up in instance earlier on. They'll want to at least get a nice clean job done here and try to get through. But Race Union Williams Esports, they'll really give them a good fight at this one. So Ferrari, once it gets it up to speed, it is really good in a straight line.
It is absolutely wicked, and it's only matched by that Ford GT. So the BMW once again is going to struggle a little bit in terms of the straight line, but the Red Bull car has all the factors working in its favor right now in terms of the draft situation between these two cars. About a third of a second as they head their way out of the bus stop chicane. Coming up across the line they will go. And Race Union Williams Esports, it is Moritz Lohner behind the wheel of that particular car at this moment in time, trying to defend from this Red Bull Racing Esports car. And, you know, we've seen Red Bull Racing Esports, Paul, have a couple of troubles trying to get past a good couple of other cars. It just seems like they have a lot more downforce on the car than is perhaps required to be able to pull off these passes. So does that change how they're going to approach trying to take any of these opportunities, or are they just hoping that the car ahead just messes up one of their runs?
We're seeing Core Sim Racing leaving the rig. They've parked the car. That's it. They had a what's known in the trade as a meatball flag, the black and orange.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, and look at that. Yeah, absolutely. On the left-hand side then, Red Bull Racing Esports side by side through the outside of Malmedy. Nice job done there to get ahead, and that's them up into third place now in this race. But Red Bull Racing Esports, great move. I want to see that one again, because the way they were able to hold it around the outside then and get the move on the exit of Malmedy completed, that was absolutely fantastic to see.
It was absolutely brilliant. So Red Bull Racing Esports then have managed to get themselves through in this situation. And right now we'll see the replay up on screen for you now. You see that big defensive inside move by Williams Esports. Red Bull Racing Esports, though, have all the track position on the outside of the corner, and they're able to hold it for the inside of the second apex outside line. For Malmedy, you can get a big run off of this corner, and he's able to secure the position. That was almost exactly a mirror pass to what we saw in the final lap of the Porsche Esports Super Cup, where it was Tommy Erskard got past Patrick Holtzman. It was almost the exact same thing.
Absolutely, and a lot of people, they'll automatically defend the inside line there going into Le Camp. And the thing is that you can hold it around the outside, because then you've got that inside line for the left-hander. And with Malmedy, the right-hander, you can actually get on the power a little bit earlier there, run it out over the curbs, and that gives you the run out to the corner. And that's exactly what we saw with the Red Bull Racing Esports car. So up into third place for them. And that Race Union Williams Esports car running wide through Curve Paul Freire at the end of this lap really have just struggled. They're still on the back of them, but that Red Bull car looks to be pulling away here.
Yeah, just has all the traction off the corner required to be able to make sure that gap is a little bit more secure for them. Down into Eau Rouge and Radion then, up over the top of the crest. You have to be very careful with that inside curb at the top of Radion, because iRacing does love to give you a slowdown penalty coming through there if you take that a little bit too aggressively. coming through there. So that is something that you do have to be very, very aware of as a driver out there on circuit. I don't think with how Williams Esports are right now that they'll have anything to be able to reply to this one, but I've definitely been wrong before. And we still have this battle between P11 and P12, Apex Racing Team and Sim Racing Academy.
Yeah, these two have not been able to keep separate for quite a number of laps here now. And so the Sim Racing Academy, they're just sitting there at the moment. Now, depending on what the gap is in front of them, we could end up seeing, do you know what, let's just sit behind for the time being, make a move late towards the race. But there's a Team Huizenveld car just in front of them as well. So I think these two are actually slightly gaining on that Team Huizenveld car in front of them. So there could be an opportunity of a top 10 here.
Yeah, it could well be a 3-car fight to secure the final spot inside of that top 10, and well, that would be an absolutely fantastic finish to this race if we are able to get it. We're around about 10 laps here to go until we reach the 500-kilometer mark here in this, the ADAC Digital GT 500. It is the number 81 VRS Coanda Sim Sports car that currently leads by about 17 seconds over SimRC.de Carbon, with Red Bull Racing Esports there in P3. So it's an all BMW podium at the moment. P4 is currently Race Union Williams Esports in a Ferrari.
Yeah, but then you look at that, another two BMWs behind them before we get the next Ferrari. The first four down in 9th place, of course, is Pure Racing Team. And it's what might have been for that team here today. It's not been a good day at all for them. And it's the green car there in that 9th place. So absolute nightmare for Pure Racing Team. They will not be happy at all.
And the point becomes, these guys have to do another race at least. And there will be races with Pure Racing Team drivers and VRS Kansas Sim Sports drivers. So that is going to be absolutely incredible in terms of the tension between the drivers here. It's just who can keep the cool head.
Will keeps on egging on a fist fight. We might get one by the end of the Sim Racing Trophy. Because these teams, they just seem to be getting in amongst each other. But yeah, as I say, Pure Racing Team, it's just not been their day here in this GT 500. But as we'll look at that side by side, and that's the Huizenveld car, Team Huizenveld car that they're trying to get through. They held the position because they ran out wide. They've got the leading GT3 car as well to mix into this one as well. So all of a sudden we've got an interesting dynamic for 10th place. The Porsche struggling on corner exit there with the traction there, but they've got past the race leading GT3, and now Apex Racing Team really flashing the lights, they're putting the pressure on here.
Yep, absolutely. So through La Source they will go. They've been disposed of the traffic here in this situation. It's going to be a 3-car battle here for P10. Team Huizenveld, Apex Racing Team, and the Sim Racing Academy then on the way down towards Eau Rouge. Apex Racing Team second in line. Look at how close they get coming up through Radion. Then they're going to be setting up the move here in towards Lecum over their competitors of that Team Huizenveld car. Huizenveld very defensive very early on here coming in towards Lecum. Apex Racing Team outside line. If they commit to this, they might be able to hold the Apex here for the second one. They're able to have the space. That's an absolutely fantastic move there by Apex Racing Team. Can they complete it around the outside at Malmedy? They can, but only just. There's still the opportunity here for Huizenveld. There's the big block there, and here comes Sim Racing Academy then around the outside of Huizenveld. Huizenveld in big trouble here. They might end up losing 2 spots, but they lose just the 1.
For the time being, with the way that Porsche has been handling, they seem to be struggling to get the power down here in these late stages of the race. So that was, again, I didn't think Apex were alongside enough for Team Huizenveld. Around they go. Talked about rear grip there, and they've given a perfect example of what's happened there with this Porsche. Around they go through Poor, and well, that's at least another position lost.
Yeah, we saw with a couple of the GTE Porsches at the end of the Spa race in the VRS Racing GT World Championship, they did have these rear-end issues coming towards the latter end of their stint. We'll see it from up above then. You see Huizenveld on the outside, becomes the inside there for Malmedy. That's the Apex Racing Team just able to squeak their way through. Sim Racing Academy, that's their time to strike, following in the tire tracks of the car that made the space around the outside. They're able to not complete the move coming up through Ravage, but then we'll have to run this through and see exactly what happened there to that Team Huizenveld car, since we were on the very wide shot on the live pictures, so we'll get a better view of it. On the entry towards P1, 2 tires on the curb is fine, but they just lose it. There's just no rear end grip there.
Yeah, he's just carried a little bit too much speed for the adhesion that they've got from those rear tires. And as I mentioned, that Porsche doesn't look stable on the rear end there. So all of a sudden, they found themselves dropping down 2 positions out of 12. And here we go, Pure Racing Team Green and Logitech G Altus Esports. What's happened to Logitech G Altus Esports?
Yeah, they've lost a lot of time here, and now Pure Racing Team Green around the outside at Lecombe. They even get it complete before the braking zone, so that's an easy pass there for Pure Racing Team Green. And Altus Esports, yeah, they have lost a bunch of time here in this situation. They were about, I would say, about 7 or 8 tenths of a second slower than Pure Racing Team on that last lap, so it might have been a little bit of a mistake there to put Altus in that position.
Well, yeah, but this is it towards the latter end of this race now. You know, the drivers and teams, they've been pushing their tyres now. Of course, we saw teams not take tyres in that last pit stop there, so they're starting to feel the effects with the track conditions here, how those tyres are starting to wear out then, and different cars use their tyres differently. We've seen with the Porsche how that used up its rear tyres a lot more, well, certainly with the setup that Team Huizenveld had. But we've still got a battle in GT3. Let's not forget these. You know, we may only have, 4 of these drivers or teams out there for GT3, but we've got 1 second between the 2 VRS Quanta Sim Sport cars.
Yeah, that might be a little bit of intra-team rivalry, it has to be said. Of course, we did have the situation there where they took, of course, the double front row here in qualifying, and they've been able to run away with the race exactly the same as their GTE counterpart has been able to do so in that much bigger class here today. But right now, for the number 27 Kwanzaa car, which is the car that's second in line, and the 18 that's currently in the race lead, you can see on the lap time deltas 2.6 seconds gained by the number 27 second place Kwanzaa Sim Sports car on that last lap. So that was a big old gain there. I have to wonder if they're slowing down to come across the line together. That could also be a thing.
Well, I mean, they're doing it a little bit early to be doing that, but I will note that on the front bonnet there, if we stay on this shot here, you can see a little bit of damage on the front right of this number 27 car that we're riding on board with. So they are going to be slightly hampered, but it's not as bad as you would be with a GTE car.
Yeah, it wouldn't. So, yeah, it's damage that you do have to think about and you do have to consider, but you don't necessarily have to be obsessive about how it's affecting you. So right now in that race-leading GT3 battle, still the second separating them at this moment in time. It's VRS Quanta Sim Sport leading both GTEs and GT3s here today as we cut back towards that battle for P10 between Apex Racing Team and the Sim Racing Academy, because Sim Racing Academy was able to gain about 5.5 tenths of a second over the Apex car on that last lap.
And as I said earlier, these two can't seem to be separated, can they? They really are giving us a good display here. And it shows that even if you are further down the field and you're not going to be in contention for the race win, you've still got to say, right, what's our new goal for the race? If we're not going to win this one, what's our new goal? And look at it realistically. Set yourself an achievable target. And right now, Apex Racing Team, I mean, I don't know what the gap is in front of them to the G Altus Esports car, to Yannick Lapchan. That's about
9 seconds.
Yeah, so maybe not be able to get ahead. Yeah, 9 seconds. So they may not be able to catch up in front, but they'll be wanting to hang on to a top 10 finish.
It's Michele Ricci in that Apex Racing Team car. It's Yannick Danish in the Sim Racing Academy car. So those are the pilots of the battle for P10 and P11 here. Coming into the final couple of laps on this race, we're on lap number 66 of 71 to bring us up to the 500-kilometer mark for the race distance here today at Spa-Francorchamps. And now we can just see on the right-hand side there just the drivers once again. Again, a big shout-out here to the production team for bringing these camera angles, bringing us these shots. It's absolutely impressive stuff, and it just shows where sim racing is going.
And it also shows to all those doubters who say, why would you want to watch a load of people just sitting around playing video games? Look at the effort that's going into these drivers. With these direct drive wheels that they're using, the force that's going through these wheels, they have to have a certain level of endurance and stamina there, as well as strength to be able to cope with these. You can see how the focus, the mental preparation that you have to go through to be mentally prepared and not fatigue yourself in an event like this. It just goes to show the level of commitment that these athletes are doing to be able to compete at the highest level here.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of effort goes in, not just on the stage, but also behind the scenes as part of some of these sim racing teams. But down in towards Lecombe for this battle for P10, then Apex Racing Team, Michele Ricci behind the wheel with Danish behind the wheel of the Sim Racing Academy car. Trying to make some inroads here on their opposition. We're riding on the back of that Apex Racing Team machine, as we can see that BMW get ever bigger in their point of view, and it's not like that BMW needed to be any bigger.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with these GTE cars, they've got a little monitor on the dashboard, and they'll be seeing it's this sort of similar view that you see on the dashboard here that we've got right now, looking off of the rear bumper of this Apex Racing Team car, and you can see how the car's just sliding that little bit, and how much that Sim Racing Academy car has caught up here on shot there. So really good shots that we're getting here. Thank you, Hugo, for that. And around they go through the final chicane into Stavolo once again, and time is starting to run out now for the Sim Racing Academy team. They need to be starting thinking, right, we've only got so many laps left, let's start preparing and making that move, because I feel that maybe they've been stuck behind a little bit too long.
Also, some teams do have to be conscious of the instant limit here coming into the final couple of laps of the race. It's so easy to get an off track here at Spa, here on iRacing. The track limits are quite vicious, and we do have an instant limit of 70. And we got the information just about 10 laps or so ago from Race Control that some cars will reach 60 out of 70 instants. So some teams are cutting it very close indeed here to getting disqualified for going over the instant limit. But hopefully that doesn't happen here because it would ruin perhaps a good couple of battles out there on circuit. So Apex Racing Team and Sim Racing Academy, they'll know exactly how many instant points that they have and how much they have to work with, and that might change their judgment when it comes to trying to negotiate this battle.
Well, this is it, because with the way that iRacing works, if you have heavy contact, you end up with accumulating 4 instant points. If it's only a light brush, you can get away with a 0x contact, but if then something else happens to that car and that accumulates, say, a spin penalty of 2 instant points, loss of control penalty, that's going defensive or Apex, they're having to up towards Le Camp. But, if that other team, if you have a 0x contact and that other team loses control, you end up with 2 instant points there because you've kind of affected them there. But great shot, hanging on for dear life onto the side of the Sim Racing Academy car. But you can see all the accumulation of dirt and detritus as well on the side of that car. So great shots as always. Provided to us, Isfan Bala with his trackcams22.com does a fantastic job providing our track cameras. But look at this from the top of the roof here. It's just dropped back a little bit, I feel.
Yeah, it's just giving a little bit of space here in this situation, which you can just back off, maybe get the tires back down to temperature maybe a little bit to try and go chasing later on. But perhaps that could be what's happening here. Although it might not be the best plan here because you don't have a lot of time. There's no guarantees that you'll be able to catch right up back to the rear end of that Apex Racing Team car. So you do have to be careful when going for something like that one. Right now, this is, of course, the closest battle out there on circuit. We have a 1.8 second gap between Schubert Motorsports and Phoenix Racing. That's for P14 and 15. But apart from that, this one is definitely the closest one to be looking at here today. So with just a couple of laps, just a handful of laps here to go. Apex Racing Team, big error there coming through the first apex of the bus stop. They were able to recover it by the time the second one arrives, but that was a lot of time gained there by Sim Racing Academy. They have the slipstream here down in towards Last Source. Do they go for the dive or do they go for the run up towards Eau Rouge and Radion?
No, you hang it behind there. If it's the last lap, you'd maybe look at making a lunge into La Source there, but no, at the moment, your best run is to not be too close going through Eau Rouge and Radion, because if you get too close, you have to back off because you catch up to the car in front through the corner. But if you get it timed right and you keep flat out, you could get right up to the rear of the car in front. And look at this Apex Racing team once again going defensive in towards Lacan, and they're going to go side by side into the braking zone there. Sim Racing Academy, can they hold it out? No, not this time.
Not this time, but we've seen moves around the outside at Lacombe work before. As long as you can commit and have the inside line for the second Apex, you can then power yourself around the outside of Malmedy. We see the shots inside of the Esports lounge there with a couple of the team members just watching exactly what is going on as this race starts to draw to its closing stages here. We have that dominant race car currently leading right now in that 81 VRS Coanda Sim Sports car, who has been there since the start of this race. But Sim Racing Academy, they'll look to break themselves inside of the top 10, which would be an absolutely fantastic performance from them coming into this one.
I spy a lot of anxious faces in there in the Esports lounge, and quite rightly as well. They must feel that they're quicker than the team in front of the Apex Racing team. But for the time being, as they come through, Curve Paul Freya once again.
Ooh,
a little twitch there. Now, is this the tyres wearing out? Is this the tyre wear coming into effect as well? Because most of these teams didn't take tyres in this last pit stop.
Yeah, exactly. Most of these teams are on double stints, which is why the stops are as short as they were. So now those tyres are starting to go away. It's on that Apex Racing team BMW. Sim Racing Academy, though, they might just have a chance to. Nope, they're not going to go for it in towards the bus stop, but they are running out of time. They are running out of laps to be able to make this top 10 finish work. Apex Racing team, though, finally that rear end seems stable, coming out of the final corner on the way down towards last source. So they will be a little bit safer now, at least coming through this hairpin. But that Sim Racing Academy car has been very, very quick over the past couple of laps. They just need that door to open just once, and they might be able to make it work.
Speaking of doors opening, Will just walked into the commentary booth, and that was one of the best feelings I've ever had right there, because it was just so nice here. But yeah, the heat is on here between these two teams now, and they're really pushing on and really... The Sim Racing Academy team, they've only got 3 laps remaining here to make a move, and they've got to make it stick as well. So Apex Racing team, they're no mugs. They've got a lot of experience, a lot of World Championship experience in that team as well. So they will be able to cope with the pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 laps to go in this situation. Just 4.5 tenths of a second separate P10 and P11 at this moment in time. It's going to be the closest battle that we have out there on the racetrack. All the battles are seeming to be extending at this stage, all the gaps spreading out except for this one between Apex Racing Team and Sim Racing Academy. Michele Ricci in that Apex Racing Team car versus Yannick Danis, trying to be on the offensive here down in towards Podium. He's actually lost a little bit of time coming through there now. He's just a little bit too squirrely through there, and now the gap is up to around about half a second.
Yep, and it's just showing here as time is running out, as you mentioned. The Sim Racing Academy, they've got to get close enough to be able to make a move. And right now, they're just not quite close enough to make it happen. Although with the way that Ricky's car is moving about on the track, you never know, it might leave them open to an opportunity here. So don't count them out here in this race, but certainly it's going to come down to the end of this one between these two.
It's certainly going to come down to the very, very end, it seems. But Apex Racing Team, over the last lap or so, they've done a very good job at managing the gap all the way back to their fellow BMW M8 GTE machine. But now, the Sim Racing Academy coming out of that final corner, trying to look for the good run. And, well, it's going to have to be the run out of La Source at this point. They only get a couple more opportunities to try this one out. There's actually a car that's ahead of them that might just get themselves involved in this one. We'll have to wait and see. But this one right now, the ball is definitely in Michele Ricci's and Apex Racing's court. But any foot stepping out of line, and that Sim Racing Academy car is there ready and waiting.
Yeah, indeed. So I've got one question, Connery, that I desperately want to ask you. Last year, of course, we saw Pure Racing Team, their victory celebration, throwing Max Benecke up into the air with some of the perceived, and I'm going to have to say the word perceived, drama and controversy here. How much celebration do you think Coanda are going to do on stage? Are they going to keep it muted as we're on to the final lap, or are they going to go balls out?
Yeah, we will just have to wait and see in terms of that one. We are on to the final lap of the race here today for the ADAC Digital GT500 at the 2019 Sim Racing Expo. The closest battle out there on circuit, P10 and P11. That's Michele Ricci versus Yannick Danish. Apex versus Sim Racing Academy down in towards Puon. It's not going to be close enough just yet for Sim Racing Academy, but they've gained so much on this first and start of the second sector here. But since we are on the final lap here, we have that Altus GTE car looking actually to get themselves involved. That Altus car is going to be about for position right at the end here. They might have trouble in terms of the fuel numbers. They're very slow. They're incredibly slow. It might be a 3-horse race here for P number 9, but at some point we'll have to focus our attention back towards the race leader to see them come across the line. Here comes Sim Racing Academy then up towards Blanchimont. This might be their last chance to be able to get P10 in this situation. A big move in towards Blanchimont, a big move down in towards the bus stop perhaps, as they'll go through that very, very fast left-hander and then down in towards the bus stop they will go. Altus Esports also coming under threat from this particular battle here as they get down into there. Then Altus Esports, they have to go down on towards the pit lane. They need a late race splash and dash there, as out of the corner they will come and they'll go to the line there. Still the final lap in full effect here. These guys will actually have one more lap to go here in this situation. That VRS Car and Sim Sports number 81 car hasn't yet come across the line, so that battle will continue here in this situation. But it's been since the start of the race to the finish. It seems there was a bit of drama right at the start with Pure Racing Team Red, but in the end, when all is said and done, it is Joshua Rogers, Mitchell de Jong, VRS Coanda SimSport complete and utter dominance like they did in the World Championship. They've done it here at the Sim Racing Expo for the Digital GT 500 across the line. Your race winners.
Absolutely sensational race from them. Absolutely dominant performance from that VRS Quanta SimSport car, and well, hats off to them if I was wearing a hat, because that is absolutely sensational. Second place, don't forget, SimRC.de Carbon. Great drive from them, and Red Bull Racing Esports rounded out your podium. They got really close to SimRC.de at the end there.
It was looking very, very close indeed. You see a couple of the rest of your runners heading their way across the line right now. Those there, a couple of laps down or more. I'll have to see what the results of that battle between the Apex Racing team and the Sim Racing Academy was, because that one was getting to be very, very close indeed. We actually are lining up a replay of exactly what has happened between them, because I believe they may have made a little bit of contact. The gap is still pretty big between the two. So we'll get that replay lined up in just a couple of moments' time. But it looks like that Apex Racing team will get to the line first, but that order might change depending on what this incident is.
It looks, Connery, like it was a slowdown penalty at the top of Radio. Hopefully we'll get that replay up in a moment, but coming through Air Rouge, everything's fine. Coming up for the first part of Radio, yep, 4 wheels to the left there of the white line on the exit of Radio, and that means that we had to slow down.
Yeah, we're just now getting it up onto the big screens for you now to just describe exactly what happened in that particular battle. The big old slowdown penalty really putting a damper on that particular battle for the final spot. Well, one of the final spots inside the top 10, because we had Altus Esports having to come down in for a late race splash and dash. Big miscalculation on the fuel for them. Gifts a couple of positions behind, but there we go. We see the VRS Commander SimSports car coming it through. There's the race leading and race winning now. AMG Mercedes GT3 VRS Commander SimSports. They're P1 in GTE. They are P1 in GT3s as well. They are a winner of the Manufacturer Cup here in GT3s.
And one positive is that we had all of the teams get through within the incident limit just. We had a couple of teams that got to 60 of the 70 inks, but most of them got through.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see the final race results up on screen for you now. VRS Crown SimSport winning by 19.3 seconds over SimRC.de Crimson. Red Bull Racing Esports come away with a podium position here today, with Race Union Williams Esports with a good run up into P4. Radicals Online, they were battling for podium positions earlier on in the race, but they will have to end up finishing in P5 here today. The number 8 VRS Crown SimSports car finishes in P6, with Williams Esports Chill Blast finishing 7th place. Pure Racing Team Green will finish in P8 with Apex Racing Team in P9, and Sim Racing Academy just getting themselves inside of the top 10. Team Hoisingfeld in P number 11 and Simukip NX Racing in P12. But with all of that done, you can read the rest of the results up on screen for you now, as we'll send it down to the stage where we have an interview with your race winners.
Exactly. All right, then. Thank you guys very much. And I'm here with our winner of the ADAC Digital GT500, powered by Aral Ultimate. And I'm here with Mitchell de Jong from VRS Quanda SimSport 81, who won this race. Congratulations, Mitchell, all the way from California. Well, it did work out, didn't it?
Yeah, it's quite a long trip. You know, it feels great to be here with my team that's just such a great group of people. We're taking part in both the trophy race and this one. It's a lot of preparation, and it feels so good to be able to have a clean race, have it pay off. Paired up with Josh Rogers, who's just a phenomenal driver, put us in a great position, and everything worked out.
So take us through the race. How was it for you? Were there any spectacular moments where you thought, oh God, this is going to be a hot one?
Yeah, well, it was a pretty clean race, fortunately. Josh put in a good lap, put it in second, got the lead off the start, and was able to extend a little bit of gap. So we had about 6 seconds when I took over the car for the second stint. I took over his old tires, so just tried to take my time, get used to the car, driving like that. I did another stint as well, no issues, had a few lap cars, and that was pretty much it. So Josh also had a clean last run, and honestly, there's not much to say, but you know, everyone did their part really well.
And of course, you have your team manager here with you. How important is his role?
Huge, huge. You know, at home, you know, it's a lot easier on your own computers to be able to work everything out. But we had to do it live on a laptop and right in the moment. So great to have him here. Awesome job, Philip.
Exactly, Josh. You made it out of the rig. Well, congratulations once again. You guys decided to race for yourselves. How does it feel to be successful here on this stage inside the Ring Arena?
Well, of course, you know, it's really, really good to be teamed up with Mitchell this time. Obviously, my first time at the SimRacingExpo, and yeah, getting used to all this stuff was interesting. And coming into this, at least after qualifying, I didn't feel too confident. I was making errors here and there everywhere, but thankfully we got through the start okay. I think there was a bit of a mess in Eau Rouge, but yeah, all in all, can't be any happier.
How did you like the setup? I don't think that you have a motion rig at home, do you?
No, definitely not. This is the first time I've been in a motion rig. Obviously, it's very, very different. It does a really, really good job at you know, simulating the motions of the car. You know, when you go over curbs, bumps, all that sort of thing. I guess it probably helps a little bit in the sense too that you're not just relying on the feeling from the wheel, but also, you know, you're getting that feedback through the seat as well, like you would in a real car. So yeah, honestly, they're really, really impressive.
All right, Josh, thank you so much. I think we will make our way up to the desk in just a second. But before that, we do have a highlight video for you to round up this beautiful race.
Thank you so much there. And we see the incident started down Eau Rouge, lap 1, turn 1. It was Pure Racing Team Red, the team that won this last year, who ended up being involved in that incident out at the very start. We had more drama. That's the BMW Works team involved in incidents at the start through Radio as well. And, well, the big story of the day is now the tension between Pure Racing Team as well as Koana SimSports. This is a replay of Sebastian Joe in the Red Bull Racing Esports car. As we can just see, we're going back then. Pit stops, of course, these drivers had to negotiate pit stops and doing a real-life driver change. We saw the BMW guys, the guys who arguably had the most experience. They had the easiest rides, the damage they had. Here is a battle between Pure Racing Team and Red Bull Racing Esports. They make contact down at Le Com, and this costs another one of the Pure Racing Team cars a shot at a podium here. That is a PRT blue car in the 4GT GTE. As you see then, Red Bull Racing Esports had to give up the time, but ironically, Pure Racing Team then came on towards pit road the next time around. Here is the first of 2 incidents between these 2 drivers in the space of 2 laps. That is Pure Racing Team Green and VRS Command and SimSports are number 8. And you were going to say PRT, Pure Racing Team, are going to feel as if they've been absolutely robbed here this afternoon at SimRacingExpo. There is the number 8 BMW M8 GTE of Command SimSports, of course. We saw a moment ago, we had, of course, an online car as well. Here is a battle going on between Red Bull Racing Esports and the Race Union Esports, Williams Esports car. And then a little bit further back in the field, later on, we've got battles going on between Team Huixenveld as well as the Apex Racing team. You had yourself the Sim Racing Academy car in there as well. Team Huixenveld looping their car around down at Pouin as you have a look on board the Sim Racing Academy car. But your winners here, the number 81 team, they won the VRS GTR Racing World Championship and they have won the ADAC Digital GT500, of course, powered by a RAL Ultimate. Let's go back to the stage. Ben Melee.
And not only that, Mitchell de Jong's 2nd victory in the GT500, adding his name to those historic winners both in the real and the virtual world. So fantastic to see. Let's have a quick chat with the rest of the podium. We will have a full podium ceremony at 10:30 this evening when we crown all of our champions, but as they're here and having a nice photo, let's chat to them. Jürgen, first from you, that last stint, watching your teammate do all the work, was it nerve-wracking?
Yes, it really was, but I know that he does a great job and no problem at all.
You had quite a lot of pressure, though, from Red Bull. They were closing you down second by second.
Yeah, I had exactly. Yeah, but it was a hard job to keep the pace up.
And hard work in these motion sims.
Of course, yeah. It's my first time in a motion sim, and yeah, worked out quite well, I guess.
Yeah. So how on earth did you find yourself in this position?
I have no idea. Still, it takes some time to realize that we are in P2, I guess. I think no one believed that it could be possible to finish in P2. So, yeah, gonna have a big party tonight, of course.
Absolutely, because there is some fantastic prize money involved in all of these guys. So if you want beer or drinks, if you're around this area, chat to these guys. They've got a nice little check in their pocket. Melly, you've got Red Bull over there.
Exactly.
They'll
Thank
be
you
drinking
so
Red Bull only.
Say again, Red Bull. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, our Red Bull Racing team managed to close this race on 3rd place. And looking back on the last few laps in this race, you were pretty comfortable on your 3rd place and without, I mean, you did well. There was no issue from your side, so the 3rd place was secure. What goes through one's mind when you're racing the last few maps of a race without being able to push forward because the distance is too high, but also have to keep the distance to the 4th place?
First of all, it was Sepp at the end in the last stint, but I was pretty nervous watching him. But I know how good he is, so I was pretty sure he's gonna get it to the end. The race was pretty good overall. I think we had a crash in the middle part of the race and a penalty, so that thrown us back a little bit. We recovered in the middle stint, and then Sepp at the end with a mega stint closed it for us and got the podium.
Perfect. So 3rd place for you guys, Red Bull Racing, and. Patrick already said you were the one racing the last few laps. What goes through your mind? What happened here on stage inside the motion simulator?
I was just pushing quite hard because I could see the car ahead was like 5-6 seconds, and I managed to get it down a bit. So I was just pushing really hard in case they made a mistake, but they didn't. So respect to them for that. And yeah, I was just pushing. I wasn't really thinking, to be honest. I was right on the limit, just focusing.
And you guys are 3 racers, and you made a team decision to only field 2 of you?
Yeah, some of us we didn't get as much preparation as we'd like, so we decided whoever's fastest just drive the most. If we're fighting for a good position, if not, then we'll drive. But we were fighting for a podium, so decided to put me back in the car for the last stint.
And I mean, you made it onto the
Yeah.
podium, and that's, I think, what counts. So please give it up once more for your first, second, and third place drivers here on stage inside the Ring Arena. And Ben, I think, first of all, thank you guys. Please stick around for a final photo. But before that, we have to close this race.
Hang on. There's so much more racing to come today.
Absolutely.
We are no way near finished. In a couple of moments' time, we've got the local teams racing, the ADAC clubs from around the local area, 35-minute two-driver race from those guys. And then we go into the second of our most serious races, the Sim Racing Trophy from Porsche, semi-finals and finals, and that's separated by what is an intriguing battle, a Nordschleifer race on Raceroom, thanks to Volkswagen.
Absolutely. We have the Benny Leuchter challenge, let's call it that way, beat the Leuchter. And I'm really excited for that one because the record, well, the round record, lap record for this race has been set by Mr. Leuchter himself. And we will see who was able to qualify for that race here on stage. But later, more to that. I think, let's see, the qualification phase is closed. So we will have our 12 participants for the Leuchter Challenge here on stage. And I'm really excited for that one. We do have nice prizes as well. And yes, a lot of things to come. So
stick around. Stick around. That's exactly what you're going to say. Stick around and make sure you're back here in the arena in about 10 minutes' time when we'll get the next race onto our big screens. And if you're on the streams, then you'll have another race coming very, very shortly. Thanks for being here at the Sim Racing Expo 2019, and congratulations to our GT500 podium.
Bitburger 0,0. Wähle deinen Favoriten. Isotonisch, vitaminhaltig und mit alkoholfreier Erfrischung. Bitburger 0,0. Immer ein Bit frischer.
Falcon Tires. Dear dreamers, dear enthusiasts, dear gamers, dear racers, and dear fans, you inspire us. You give us passion. You show us dedication. You support us all the way. And you drive us forward. You have made this race car what it is. Team made.
Hello and welcome to the ADAC 2019 Sim Racing Expo. My name is Melek Melibalgun. This is Ben Constanduros, and we are your hosts for today. The next race is about to start, Ben.
Absolutely. This is a really cool concept. We're going to be bringing a lot of different motor clubs from around the local area here at the Nürburgring, and they've been participating in a championship across the whole of the year. And this race is a standalone showing event to show off just how popular this has been. And I'll tell you, it's been incredibly popular. Seeing the qualifying semi-finals last night in the Esports Lounge, all of the guys really fired up and coming out and thanking the organisers. It was really lovely to see. We've got the finals here, and they're racing on the fearsome Silverstone Grand Prix circuit on the GT4 Cayman car. But it's a 35-minute race with 2 drivers, so 1 pit stop.
Exactly, and we of course need to introduce a representative for the ADAC All-Stars race. So please give it up for Mr. Franz Rudolf Ubach. Mr. Ubach, Head of Board Sports at ADAC Mittelrhein. Herr Ubach, vielen lieben Dank, dass Sie sich die Zeit genommen haben, hier zu uns zu kommen. We're going to switch to German. And of course, I welcomed our guest. Thank you so much for joining us today. And Herr Ubach, bitte erzählen Sie uns doch bitte, was ist die Vision des All-Star Race? What is the vision of the All-Star Race?
Wir wollen mit dieser Veranstaltung Ortsclubs motivieren, wieder jungen Leuten Angebote zu machen, um auch Nachwuchs in die Ortsclubs zu bringen.
Okay, we want to offer local clubs here around the Nürburgring the possibility and the option to engage young people with motorsports, in this case digital motorsports, to make it more lucrative, more interesting for the clubs to engage with younger people.
Nicht nur der Nürburgring oder die Ortsclubs um den Nürburgring herum. Wir haben gesehen, dass wir eine viel größere Zielgruppe erreichen in den Ortsclubs. Wir haben heute aus 5 Regionalclubs, Ortsclubs hier, die besten, die sich hier präsentieren, die wir gleich sehen werden. Und ich bin ganz gespannt. Ich habe gute Hoffnung, dass noch mehrere in Zukunft dazu kommen und wir den Motorsport neu definieren.
Right, so it's not only the local clubs here around the Nürburgring, but out of 5 regions in Germany. And the vision is to redefine motorsports for the youth, pretty much. So, Ben, it is time.
We're going to have a load more questions for you, so stand by. But before we do, let's see some of the teams that are participating in our arena. We also have 12 teams participating in the lounge over the road, which means 24 Cayman GT4 cars on track. Will's got your drivers for here.
Thank you, Malek. Thank you, Ben. Let's get the teams then up onto the stage. And here we have our first team coming out right now. So our first team out there, that was AC Mayen. And our next team out onto stage, it is MSC number 3 coming out onto the stage. And Heinen, let's give them a round of applause. It's Eidenhauer coming out onto the stage. Coming out next on to the stage, it is MSC Eidenhau, number 1, Michael Barrow, Ashim Freyen, and Paul Diedrich in the number 67, Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sports. And let's keep it going then. Our next team coming out onto the stage. It's the third MSC Eidenhau team. This is MSC Eidenhau 2 with Niklas Walter, Noah Dietz, and Paul Diedrich in the number 68 car. Our next team coming out onto stage. Let's give them a big round of applause. This is MSC Eidenhau 1. next team coming out in just one moment's time. Let's continue to show our appreciation. This is going to be Scuderia Augustusburg Ruler. And the drivers here, we've got Leon Harnoff, Nico Kulza, as well as Philip Eckert. Our next team coming out onto the stage, it is MSC Knetskau. The drivers who entered this event, we had Marcel Schramm, Raphael Frey, Sanjo Gorbig, and Christopher Kraus in the number 70 Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Our next team coming out then onto stage right now. It is the number 36 ADAC Zarland car with Yannick Britt and Matthias Bixemer. Our ninth team coming out onto the stage here at SimRacingExpo 2019. Give a round of applause to number 6 car, the AMSC Laden Eder car with Connor Carnick and Max Kroll. There they are, took them a couple of moments, but they're doing the sim racing job, coming down the stairs, and they're heading themselves now onto the stage. Our 10th team to come out onto the stage, the number 28 team, AC Mayan 2, your drivers, Leon Dreiser and Tim Buck. Our 11th team coming out onto the stage, driving in the number 90 AMC Birkenfeld Endurance car. The drivers, Nicholas Bunkhauser and Calvin Rausch. And our 12th and final team coming out onto the stage. They've caught themselves, things in their hands, waving on the air, but they just don't care. It is the Scuderia Augustusburg Brawl 2 car in the number 19. We've got 12 teams running on the stage. We've got 12 teams running in the Esports Lounge just over the road. Let's send it back to the stage to Malik and Ben.
Drivers, take control of your rigs.
All right, Ben, while the drivers settle into the motion simulators here, the DR7s, let's talk a bit about the format that is ahead of us.
This is really cool. So for those of you that don't know, watching on the worldwide stream or indeed in the arena that aren't aware of the format of this particular race, we're using motorsport clubs from regions in Germany, Saarland, for instance, or Adenau. We've got 4 teams from Adenau, which is only a couple of kilometers away from us here and as a part of the Nordschleife. And they are all participating, representing their clubs, and then participating against each other in teams of 2, although they qualified in teams of more than 2. And therefore, this is kind of like, I don't know, this is like county versus county. Club versus club, and an amazing thing that the ADAC here in Germany has put together and has really put the emphasis on the youth in these clubs that have been aging and aging over the years.
Absolutely. Just as Mr. Urbach said, this is the perfect way to connect two worlds from the same universe. I love the same because it's so true. We do have real motorsports athletes here on stage competing in the digital world. And this is really interesting, of course, a good way to engage the youth with the very traditional sports as well.
So before we go back to German,
yes.
The basic format then, 10-minute qualifying, 35-minute race. We're using Assetto Corsa with a GT4 Cayman, and they are racing at the Silverstone Grand Prix track, a favourite of Mark Henrici, so he'll be very happy with that. And there is a little prize pot, 1,500 euros is what they're fighting for.
I was about to ask that, our representative, but exactly, there is a prize pool of 1,500 euros. Ja, a nice bunch of cash, if you ask me. But Mr. Urbach, wir haben hier wirklich zwei Welten, die aufeinandertreffen. Wir haben reale Motorsportler und wir haben eben diese Motorsportler, unsere Athleten, die eben in der digitalen Welt aufeinandertreffen. Was ruft das in Ihnen hervor, dieses Projekt zum Leben erwecken zu sehen hier in der Ring Arena? How does it feel to see this project, the ADAC Allstars, come to life here inside the Ring Arena?
Ich komme aus der alten Motorsportwelt und bin fasziniert. Das, was hier geboten wird, unser lieber Kollege und Freund Mark Henrici kam irgendwann mit dieser Vision. Ich persönlich, aber auch viele meiner Vorstandskollegen haben das unterstützt. Wir fangen mal an, schauen, was sich entwickelt. Was sich entwickelt hat, sehen wir hier. Und ich bin total fasziniert. Und lassen Sie mich vielleicht eins noch sagen, ich wünsche allen Teams viel Spaß und den erhofften Erfolg.
And well, the last message we have to put in front. Mr. Urbach says, well, best of luck to all participating teams, and of course, a lot of fun during the race, because it is a unique situation being here on stage competing inside the Ring Arena. And Mr. Urbach himself said that he himself is from the traditional, from the old motorsports, and that he loves to see this project come to life. A good colleague of his, Mark Henrici, who we already met as one of our race representatives earlier this day, came along with this idea to bring digital motorsports into ADAC, and Mr. Urbach and his colleagues absolutely stood behind that idea and supported this idea. And I mean, seeing this come to life inside the Ring Arena is of course an honor and a beautiful thing and a beautiful sight to see evolvement in motorsports, to see that a tradition is something that has so much tradition goes forward, also appealing the younger youth around us. Ben, I mean, we have a fantastic race ahead of us, and maybe we will find our next professional sim racers at some time, because, I mean, projects like this are also a very key factor when it comes to building up amateurs that can become Pros. Die Amateurförderung steht natürlich bei so einem Projekt ja auch im Vordergrund. Ich meine, wir können ja vielleicht sogar den einen oder anderen Motorsport-Enthusiasten und realen Motorsportler vielleicht sogar später als Profi in der Sim-Racing-Welt sehen.
Das ist natürlich eines unserer Ziele. Wir wollen die jungen Fahrerinnen und Fahrer nicht in der virtuellen Welt verharren lassen, sondern wir wünschen uns irgendwann den Übergang in den realen Sport, sodass wir auch morgen und übermorgen auf der Rennstrecke auch noch spannende Rennen erleben.
And also it works the other way around, Mr. Urbach says. It's not only having real motorsports enthusiasts go into sim racing, but also the other way around. Maybe sim racing can be an entry to traditional and real motorsports. And I mean, we already saw that. Ben, you have experience with that as well, having sim racers compete on the real life track and not doing too bad, right?
Well, yeah, you have many drivers that have come from the sim world and moved and got their opportunities thanks to sim in the real world. One of the very famous ones is Jan Mardenborough from GT Academy. But even before that, a guy called Norbert Mikelic from Hungary, he started racing Clios online before getting his real-life experience, but then you've got many drivers going the other way. Mitchell de Jong was a full-time professional racing driver before making the switch into sim racing. And you know, Nicky Katzberg, when he gets a bit old, you know, I think he might have to just stick to the Sims. But it's fantastic to see, and we saw these guys actually doing their semi-finals last night, so they actually have a bit of experience in these rigs. They're probably the most experienced of all of the finalists that we've seen so far this weekend.
It's going to be an exciting race indeed. But first of all, thank you so much, Mr. Uber, for your time and, of course, for your insight into the ADAC side of things. Big round of applause for Franz Rudolf Uber, please, ladies and gentlemen. And you can stay with us until we go into the race. No need to run away. We have something very special for you guys. You will see a QR code in just a second right behind me. This one you can film with your camera. You can take a picture of it, like activate it with your camera, and you get sent directly to the live timings of the following race.
Cool.
Did it work?
Got it.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So, guys, there is enough time. Get your phones out. There is no app needed. With every QR reader of your choosing, you can read this QR code and will be directly linked to the live timings of the upcoming race.
So
Welcome
cool.
in the 21st century, ladies
So
and gentlemen. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, I saw that last night on the bar in the Esports lounge where these guys are having the semi-finals. On every table, you can click in, so when your family and friends come for the evening to support, everything is so easily accessible. Do you know what? It's even better than real-life motorsport. There's a statement for you. There's a way to get into this All-Stars race.
Maybe this is something real-life motorsports can learn from sim racing. I mean, we're not trying to be the better sports. We're just trying to be a part of it, of course, and help each other. So if there's someone from the real motorsports world listening, this might be a good and valid option for the digitalization of your motorsports world. But
and if you've been wondering and watching our streams over the last couple of days and wondering why we introduce the drivers and then we chat for 10 minutes, it's because they need practice to get involved, to get themselves warmed up in the sims. So we have to give them a bit of practice time. That's happening right now. And then we go into the qualifying and the race procedures. So that is why you're finding us talking, waffling if you like. But now here's some pictures of the actual practice.
Exactly, Ben. I think I was about to say, it is time to start the ADAC All-Stars race. Everyone, please give it up for the voices of the upcoming race. It is Connery and Paul. Boys, take it away.
Thank you very, very much, Melly. And wow, I absolutely love the idea of this sort of racing, getting the teams and racing clubs from in and around Germany. We already have an instant out there up on screen. Of course, this is free practice, so it doesn't really matter all that much. But these small racing clubs, around Germany coming together to compete on stage in a virtual race.
Yeah, absolutely. This is fantastic. I'm looking forward to this race. As we say, we're in free practice. We're here at Silverstone as well, which is rather apt considering that we're British. So at least we know the way around this track. But yeah, it's great that we're getting these clubs all together and being able to compete in this event. So really. It really is looking to be a good event, and I'm looking forward to this and seeing what kind of action we can get from these Porsche Cayman GT4 cars.
Yeah, absolutely. GT4. So not exactly the most powerful cars in the universe, but still will be able to play host to some absolutely fantastic racing here. We do, of course, have the free practice session up on your screen for you now. We see May and Team 1 there taking the, provisional fastest time here in the practice session. Of course, we got a bit of time to work with here to be able to get all the drivers and all the teams used to those sim rigs, as we've been discussing throughout the weekend here. It's acclimatization is the main point.
Yeah, absolutely. It's acclimatizing themselves to the rigs, as we've been mentioning throughout this weekend.
Yeah.
But also it's to acclimatize themselves once again to how these cars feel in the rigs, because of course the Cayman GT4 car, not a lot of downforce on this car, so we're going to see a lot of movement, a lot of sliding, and a lot of rear end kicking. Well, that's what I'm hoping for anyway.
Yeah.
A bit of kicking out the rear, get the tail out to really give us a display. But definitely it's going to be great to see these competitors and to have once again the 12 competitors here out on stage, but also in the Esports Lounge as well. It's a great sort of team event, is this?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just like like we had in the ADAC Digital GT 500 that had just finished before this event started. We have the 12 competitors out there on stage. We have the another 12 competitors inside of the Esports Lounge, just a good couple of 100 meters away from the arena right here. So we have that entire situation going on. It seems like this is the morning and, of course, into the afternoon of just endurance racing here on Saturday at the SimRacingExpo.
Yeah, we're getting all the endurance racing out of the way, really, before we get on to the frenetic racing of sprint racing towards the final few races of today's events. But certainly the action is going to heat up here, and these cars, they're tricky to drive. I have driven these on the sim here on the Set Corsa, so I have had a little bit of experience. Not that much experience of these cars, but it really is a challenge with these ones to get it round and get it round at a good lap time. We're looking at times around about the 2:11, 2:12 mark, although the fastest time is a 2:10.5. We have on our screen here. Just a few issues with what's available in the arena, and a 2:10.5 by Nertal. And there we go, there we get to see them up on the stage screens. But these cars, as I mentioned, not a lot of downforce to them. So the drivers have got to have a lot more input in terms of how they apply the acceleration, how they brake, and managing the weight transfer of the car as well. So and plus with this Silverstone circuit, with the Grand Prix loop, with the Wellington Straight that we're just watching go down now, this is going to be a real challenge for these drivers here.
Yeah, we see May and Team 1 getting themselves up into provisional fastest here in the practice session, and seeming quite widespread actually in terms of the lap times throughout the field. It's close inside the top 3 between May and 1. We've got Natal and we've got Ardenau 3. Which are very, very close for P1, 2, and 3. But everything further down seems to be a little bit more spread out. But we do still have quite a bit of time left in practice here, so we can get everyone up to pace. And then, of course, we'll get the qualifying to set the grid.
Yeah, absolutely. So, as we mentioned, everyone's just getting used to how the cars feel, how the sims feel. Liberal use of the inside of the curbs and the grass there as well from the second place team of Nertal. So definitely these drivers they're getting the practice in and pushing through, trying to get on and get some good lap times in, because they're going to be pushing for. In terms of their, let's say, look at the consistency of the laps here. So definitely these drivers, and again, that's another unique line onto pit road there across the grass. So these drivers definitely pushing the limits, because of course we have got 2 drivers per team. So therefore, these drivers have got to maybe practice their changeover of the drivers into the rigs there. So definitely going to be a bit of a challenge, as we saw with the previous race, how the changeover of drivers. Some teams had perfected that technique, whereas some they were still dealing with the buckles and everything whilst the driver was pulling out of pit road.
Yep, absolutely. And actually, that is going to be getting towards the end of the practice session then. So we will get into the qualifying. We have 8 minutes for these drivers and teams to be able to get their qualifying laps in. They're all just set on the pit lane right now, and soon they'll be heading out there on the circuit to try and get their, first their out laps, and of course then their flying laps in. We see a couple of cars off to the front of the pit lane there. Everyone else will follow in turn. So of course we have another open qualifying session here, so it's a little bit different dynamic as compared to some of the solo qualifying systems that you do see in sim racing. So this is more accurate to how it is in the real world, I suppose, with how most series do their qualifying.
I will say that 8 minutes to do qualifying around here, when you consider the fastest time we had in practice was 2:10. It's not actually that long to get a qualifying session in, so these drivers, they're going to be pushing hard on this outlap, trying to get their tyres up to temperature, tyre pressures up as well, and then be able to push on into the qualifying lap. So definitely these drivers are going to have to get a shift on here and try and get those laps in and try and get as many laps as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe in the case of the early part of this qualifying session, just getting themselves a banker lap in. Of course, we are at the Silverstone circuit here, so a little bit of a home track for us British people up here in the commentary booth. So it's certainly a track that we are very used to, and well, for some German club racing to head to a British track, then that's going to be an interesting one to throw in there. Because I remember last year when we did this particular competition, it was actually on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. So, you know, a little bit of a change of scenery here, I suppose.
Absolutely. So we're just focusing here on Saarland, on their outlap. Everyone on their outlap at the moment. And you can see these drivers having to really work the wheel and to push on to get on through, to get a look at that tyre warming going on down the hanger straight as well. So these drivers, they're trying to get as much pressure, tyre pressures up as well as the temperature up here before they start their first qualifying lap. And they're coming to the end of the lap because, of course, we're on the new Grand Prix layout with the Silverstone wing. So we're going into the first corner, the right left at Abbey.
Yeah, in towards Abbey, pretty clean there on the part of Maven Team 1, heading themselves down into the braking zone for the right-hander there. Just a little bit, tad unstable, but it was just like micro correction needed on the part of the driver coming through there. In through the left he goes, and then coming out on towards the one of the back straights here, and then on the run down towards that sort of Luffield sort of complex down at the end of what was the historic lap, so before the new pit building was put in.
Yeah, absolutely. Into Brooklands then. Tricky corner. You want to try and take as much, get the car up to the left a little bit, and then there's different approaches to Luffield here. You either hug the apex, which is what would happen in right now, or you V it off. So you take an early apex, come out wide, and then V back in to get on the power out of the corner through Woodcut Bend. That's where the old start and finish line used to be, but into Copse Corner. Fantastic corner is this one. The first time I ever went to see a Formula One car was in 1995 here, and we stood on the exit of Copse going into Maggot. So it's an impressive sight to see cars coming through there into Maggots and then Beckett's. And this is one of my favourite complexes of corners here because it starts quite open, but it narrows up, it gets tighter progressively throughout before you head through Chapel onto the hanger straight there.
1995, that was, you saw an F1 car before I was born.
Yes,
there
absolutely.
We go. That makes you feel old. But
Thank you.
on the way, yeah, less said about that one, the better. But there we go, big inside line there coming in towards what is going to be still corner. Coming out of the corner and then down past where is the new pit lane entry as you start to look to get onto the brakes then in towards the final chicane, and then you get to look and see if you can get yourself through Club Corner. Don't track out too wide coming through this final corner of Club, and that is a lap of the Silverstone circuit here for Maven Team 1. What is the lap time as they head their way across the line? Is it even a valid one? It is a valid one. It's a 2 minutes 10 second 0.3.
Yes, that's a good solid start. That one, that's quicker than we had in the warm-up. More times coming in now. Adenauer 2 with 2:11.8, but Adenauer 1 with a 2:11.3. So a little bit off that pole time. Brule with a 2:11.2. So that pole time is actually looking pretty good at the moment here as we've got more drivers coming through. We've only got 2 minutes 50 remaining here, so you're only going to get, maybe 1, maybe 2 laps before the end of qualifying here. So these drivers, they've set some early lap times here. There's not everyone has set a qualifying lap time here, only 8 so far. So these drivers were waiting to see how we get on in this one. But the 12 drivers out on track at the moment. We've got another qualifying lap time coming there, and that is Still, 9/10 of a second between first and second place, though.
Oh.
Mayen 1 versus Brule 1. Oh, it's a lock-up there. That's going to cost a huge amount of time. And that's their lap time. That's their lap wasted there. They've only got one more opportunity here.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll have to head their way across the line. And, well, with about, 2 minutes and 10 seconds in terms of lap time, that will be the start of the final lap there for that 90 Birkenfeld team. So they'll need to get a little bit of a move on. There's a little bit of side-by-side going on here. This is qualifying, boys. This isn't the race. But down in towards Maggots and Beckett, they will go. Let's go. That team that's just ending their way through. They completely and utterly butchered that section, though. So they will have to abort the lap. Here comes Saarland, and then down in towards the exact same section of Maggots and Beckett. They are currently in what is going to be P8 right now for them, but they are 2.7 seconds off of your race leader. They are a couple of tenths of a second behind Nitsko, though, so for P7, so there's still positions to be gained on the cards here for the starting grid for Saarland.
Absolutely. Down towards Stowe Corner. Such a tricky corner to get right because it's a medium speed corner. It's a wide open entry as well, so it's tricky to get your braking marker right through there. Some more lap times coming in. Adenauer 1 with a 2:11.0, so they are getting a little bit closer to your main pole position time, and Netal there with a 2:11.1. So the times are coming in. They're within 1 second there across the line for Saarland. No improvement for them. So at the moment,
Adenauer 3.
Adenauer 3 there. So within half a second, or just over half a second, should I say. So it is coming closer.
Yeah, it is getting closer and closer, but you have to wonder and you have to look at that clock because that clock says 20 seconds left remaining in the session. We're having a look at one of the Brule cars there. That's the Brule Team 1. So that is the car currently in 5th place position on the starting grid. They are they're exactly 1/10 of a second behind the Natal car. So heading their way through that left field corner, looking for the exit. Here we go, checkered flag out there on circuit. So those drivers that are out there, they just need to complete their laps. And if they can't, well, that is going to be it. So Brule, they hit their way across the old start finish straight and in towards Cop's Corner then. Absolutely fantastic corner in any sim, in any car that you decide to take through there. It's an absolutely brilliant corner indeed. And directly afterwards, you have that beautiful flowing section.
Absolutely. I'm going to show my age even more and say I remember when Beckett's used to be just a tight right-hander, but there you go. Well, I think this is a much of an improvement compared to the old Beckett's corner, but through down onto the hangar straight now, underneath the bridge, and of course, scene of that famous incident in Formula 1 where the guy ran on with some placards on the side of the track there, bringing out a safety car. So I think it was back in 2003 was that particular incident. Mayen, though, putting in a faster time, 2 minutes 10.1. They've extended their advantage at the top of your leaderboard here in qualifying. Your final qualifying laps are coming through now, and we're getting to see whether there are improvements here. Across the line we go. Do we see any improvements? Yes, Natal. What a lap time there. 2 minutes 10.0. We talked about this yesterday. The most important time to get the lap time and get a provisional pole is right at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. A brilliant lap time there from the Natal team. Can anyone best them this later on in the session? We're currently having a look to see if there's anyone out there that may be able to get a lap in right in the dire moments of this session, but it doesn't look like anyone is going to be able to. The Bruel Team 2 car will be able to improve, but they are still starting dead last in this sort of situation. We're having a look at the Lan Eder car coming through now, trying to get themselves the lap time set. Coming out of the corner and across the start-finish line. Where are they good enough? Well, they do improve, and they go up into P6 for the starting grid.
Yeah, so it's Natal in pole position ahead of Mayen 1. Then it is Adenauer 1 with Birkenfeld in 4th place. Adenauer 2 ahead of Brule 1 with Mayen 2 and Adenauer 3 7th and 8th place. Knetskau in 9th ahead of Brule 2. And then Lan Eder and Saarland rounding out your 12-car grid here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do apologize for our typical British butchering of all the German names there, but we will just have to work with what we're given in terms of our accents here. So we have a little bit of time before we see the starting grid here.
Not only do we have Brits butchering it, you have a Northern Brit butchering it as well. So I do apologize, everybody. I'm trying my best.
There we go. We will have to just plow on through it. But everyone just waiting down on pit lane right now, ready and waiting to get that gridding process underway here. You can see the drivers just sitting in their rigs, just having that little last chance to have a little bit of a talk to their teammate before they take themselves to the starting grid then. So for this race, we of course do have to have those driver changes come into full effect at some point during this race, as the drivers sit themselves on the grid right now, just waiting for those final preparations to complete.
Absolutely, but what a lap time it was in the end there. 1.5 tenths of a second. 1.5 tenths? Yeah, what was that? 1.5 tenths of a second in pole position there in the end as we're looking down the grid there, as we mentioned. It's a good sized field then for the start of this one, and we're certainly looking forward to this. We've still got about 1 minute and 10 seconds to go before the start of this race, but these drivers are going to have a really tough challenge because Silverstone, of course, is known as an endurance track as well.
Yeah.
You have the World Endurance Championship take place here. You have the British GT Championship take place here. You have the Silverstone 24 Hours take place here. So it's a well-known endurance track. People mainly know it for Formula One, but it does a lot more than just Formula One does this circuit.
Yeah, a lot more. Of course, it's the home to so many British racing series as well. Of course, you have the British touring cars that do turn up here from time to time. You have the British Superbike series as well. We have MotoGP. So much racing goes on here at Silverstone, and well, it's about to play host to some German club racing.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to this race. This should be a really good one, and I think we're all set for the start of it as the lights are going to start lighting up.
Yep, the lights are about to go red, and then they will extinguish to signify the start of this race then. All the red lights showing, just about to get ourselves started here for the All-Star race at the ADAC 2019 Sim Racing Expo. It's a good getaway from the second row there as one of the teams tries to fire their way through. There's contact between first and second place. The pole sitter spins in front of the field. Almost everyone gets collected in that one. There's cars in the gravel. There's cars everywhere.
It's absolute carnage at the start there through turn number 1. We're still going to stay green here though as they come through into the loop for the first time. It's a place where you can get caught out with your braking through the left-hander there, but we've got sideways action there from Leonardo as they go down the field. What a rejoin! Into the wall heavily, around they go, and before you know it, we've lost a couple of cars there at the back. They're waiting patiently to come back onto track, but that wasn't the best rejoin coming on from the side there.
No, that wasn't. Immediately into a 3-wide situation, and the drivers actually on the racing line completely unsighted. They weren't expecting that one at all for the car to come back onto the circuit in such a fashion. But with they're coming towards the halfway point in this lap already, we have Birkenfeld currently in P5. That's where the cameras are focusing right now. Not too far off that P number 4 Adenauer car, but it is the number Team 1 Adenauer car that is leading the field at the moment. They already have a 7/10 of a second advantage over the second place.
Of course, what all that contact has done for us, it's split the field pretty much in half. The halfway point of this field, but you see the pole sitter there, third place. You can see all the scuffing and damage to the front and side of that car, but he's putting on a good effort here in the slipstream, down into Stirl once again. And at the end of the first lap here, we're going to go side by side. Are we? No, they're not for the time being. They're going to hold the positions. Maybe a dive down to the inside through Vale into Club. But no, that's not going to be working here as they come through the right-hander. We've still got side-by-side action further down. Sarland up into 9th place. And Nertal have made it up into 2nd then. So they were able to get the move done through Club Corner. We could see it on the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen. So up to 2nd place for your pole sitter. Not bad considering that they were facing the wrong direction at turn 1.
Yeah, absolutely. So, starting the recovery drive there. There's contact into the corner there. That's Mayan Team 2. And Natal gets punted off towards the outside of the racing circuit. That was a catastrophic missed braking point on the part of the second Mayan team that's put Natal right back down into P6.
Can I say it? That was a Glasgow kiss right there.
Hey.
That was absolutely head-butted off the track there. Leander have actually gone into pit here in this race. So absolute nightmare for a load of drivers. But the ones that have come off worse of this were, of course, the pole sitters. Natal are down to 6th place now in this race. And they're going to be looking ahead at that Mayan 2 car and thinking, right, I'm going to have you, seeing as you had us off there at turn 1.
Yeah, absolutely. So maybe there's a little bit of rivalry between these two teams right now. We do have the Adenauer 3 car also making some progress as well. On board with them as they try to chase down the Mayan 1 car in towards Copse Corner. On the throttle through the middle of the corner all the way to the exit. Not really taking all that much track runoff, to be honest there. We do see people often running onto the curbs there, but at least the drivers deciding not to. But into Maggots and into Beckett's as well. Coming through this fast-flowing section, which is absolutely brilliant, just slowing the car down all the time before you get to Chapel, and then you can 100% throttle all the way down out of Chapel and then into the Hangar Straight, and then you look towards your next braking point in towards Stowe.
Yeah, you can see there the drivers just sitting patiently down the Hangar Straight in towards Stowe on the brakes. You can see the movement on the motion rig as well, as we've got battling behind here. And that's for 5th and 6th place. And Natal are going to make it up into 5th place then. So they've avenged the little contact that happened into turn 3 there on the start of this lap. But we'll come across the line and it's the same order coming into here. So good luck, everybody. Let's hope we don't have round 2 between these two.
Yeah, that would be very, very unfortunate. Natal pushing a little bit wide there, coming through turn 1, but we'll be able to deal with that situation before hitting the brakes there down in towards the right hand there. And Mayan 2 also pushing a little bit wide there. There's a bit of a slide there from, I believe that was one of the Adenauer cars that had a bit of a moment there. Actually gives up the position to Saarland as they head their way through up into P8 here. There's that Saarland car that just made up the position. Is battling ahead of them between the two Mayan cars here. This is Mayan 1 trying to go around the outside, inside of the Mayan 2 car. Inside line for the Mayan 1 car. Mayan 1 get themselves through. Mayan 2 drop back a position here, but Saarland is all over the back of this one as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So don't forget, there is a pit stop in this one, a driver change. 16-lap race, so these drivers, it's going to be short and sharp for each of the drivers, but it's a longer race for these cars as they come through towards Copse Corner once again. And, well, through Copse Corner, and that Mayan 1 car just pulling away from their compatriots there in the 2 car. And heading towards Beckett's, Maggots and then Beckett's. And in fact, that Mayan 2 car coming under pressure from Saarland now in 7th and 8th place. So those two, and also there's the Adenauer 3 car. They're involved in this battle as well. So a 3-way battle for 7th place in your order here.
Yeah, absolutely. Side by side, further behind those Saarland and Adenauer 3. That's Adenauer 3 in that red. Oh, there's a little bit of door rubbing between the two of them. More like a wheel arch rubbing up against the door. There's another bit of a bang down in towards Stowe Corner. Adenauer trying to work their way through in this situation. They will have the outside line here onto the brakes in towards Vale. Can they make this pass complete? Another little bit of contact down in towards the corner. Saarland's really, really defending this one viciously.
Yeah, vicious is one word for it. Aggressive is another word for it as well. Crowding each other there as they go through. And look at that run that Saarland got out of Club Corner in towards the Abbey chicane once again at lap 4 and through up into 7th ahead of the Mayan 2 car. And here's Adenauer 3 as well, trying to make the move. Mayan 2, they missed the braking there. Get them on the cutback. We're going 3 wide into the loop, are we? No, not for the time being, and still these drivers are swapping paint here.
Oh, it's absolutely crazy indeed. Zada now trying to make up positions on all three of these guys at this moment in time. Zarland still holding strong in the front of this trio. They look to try to break away here, but here comes Arda now with the draft. Not going to be in a position to be able to challenge down in towards the left and in towards the right then of Luffield. Just follow nose to tail coming through here. Maybe try and get an angle off the corner using an alternate line. It looks like everyone's using the exact same line coming through there instead of the V'ing off the angle. Coming up through Woodcut now. Ardenauer looking very, very aggressive coming through here. They have the draft. Will they try to make it side by side in towards Kopp's corner? The defensive moves all over the place there from Zarland in towards Kopp's, and they're still in the same order.
Yeah, don't believe in the two-move rule there, does the Zarland car. But look at this side-by-side then. Adenauer 3 in Maggots, around the outside of Maggots into Beckett's. That's a brave move, is that one. But through they go, up into 7th place now to the head of that little gaggle of cars then. But of course, the 4.1 seconds behind the Mayhem 1 car. This is because, of course, of all the issues that they'd had with the racing in terms of the instance on lap 1. You know, we saw that big instant going down the Wellington Straight, and that's what has affected them here in this race. But through Stowe they go once again, heading down towards through the Vale into Club. And Sauerland just having to be patient and wait behind as we look forward though. Natal, the pole sitters for this race, in 5th place at the moment, but they're looking busy. They look like they want a position here.
They have a little bit of damage to the front end of that car as well, which might just be affecting them, but they're still looking to make some progress further inside of that top 5 in this race. Looks the big to the down towards the inside there. A lot of space given by the Netscout car. But now they still have the position in towards the left-hand, coming up on towards the Wellington Straight. Then it's going to have to be Nayatal still behind here. But if they can get a good run down the Wellington Straight here, they have a big, big opportunity maybe into Brooklands.
Yeah, they're certainly trying. Looking to the inside, not going to be there for the time being at Brooklands, so they're going to have to hang behind here. Maybe look for the alternative line through Luffield, the Netsgal car hooking that inside line. They do not want to give an opportunity or even slightly leave the door ajar, because I have a funny feeling that Natal car would make sure they get their foot in there and really force their way through.
Yeah. I mean, forcing their way through is pretty much what these guys have been doing throughout almost the entirety of this race. So I don't think we'll see a change in terms of the theme here today. Nayatal, though, big run on that Scout car, and they let them through pretty much in towards Maggots and Beckett's. The easiest position of their life gain there by the Nayatal team. Will the same be the case, though, for the Mayan 1 team, though? Because Netscout, they just, they opened the door, welcomed Nayatal through. You know, they even closed it behind them as well. They're polite people.
Yeah, they didn't hold the door open for others, though. They just went, no, we'll go through. That's fine. But yeah, that's up to 4th place now. They've got 4.5 seconds, call it, to catch up in front of them. So these drivers now, they've got to get the head down. They need to basically do qualifying laps now for the rest of this race to catch up to that front 3 to try and get a podium position here.
Yeah, absolutely. It needs to be 100% focus here today on the part of those teams that are just on the outside of getting themselves inside of the top 5. And, well, it's going to be very, very close for Mayan to be able to get themselves inside of that one. You have the Netscout car that's still around about 0.3 of a second ahead of them right now, and well, open the door and welcome Nayatal through, but it doesn't seem like they're doing the same here towards Mayan. We'll have to see if that's still the case, if Mayan gets a very obvious opportunity to head their way by. Perhaps it will be this time in towards Brooklands, because the draft effect in these cars is quite pronounced. I would say you're able to keep yourself very, very close to the cars in front coming down these straights, and Mayan will be abusing that fact all the way down the Wellington Straight then. Do they go for the dive down the inside of Brooklands? They're certainly angling for a little look, but obviously not confident enough on the brakes to go from that far back.
Yeah, it was just, as you mentioned, just that little bit too far back there and not able to make the move, but they look dangerous, they look like they want that position, but they've just fallen back just a little bit by the looks of things just on screen here. And, well, they certainly are keeping the pressure on, but half a second in these cars does seem a little bit of a larger gap than maybe some others. Although look at that run through Cops. We've cut away to your race leader there, just as the Mayhem 1 car was going by, and they've made it through. Then you just see the tail end of that one. So Mayhem 1 moving ahead of Netscout up into 5th place in this race. So a great run through Cop's corner. Maybe they wanted that little bit of a gap there because they knew they could get the run out the corner. But this one isn't done yet down the Hangar Straight.
Yeah, Netscout looking to try and maybe work their way through an opportunity once though, but not going to happen there. Still a couple of too many car lengths that Mayhem has been able to pull out here and able to make that position secure. That is your race leader currently. That's the Team 1 ADAC car, who is absolutely just the class of the field right now, it has to be said. 2.3 seconds ahead of ADAC number 2. So the ADAC teams, the local teams to the circuit, really doing very well here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, their compatriots in number 3 is down in 7th place, but they've just done a personal best lap time there to be able to try and catch up. So you know, the battle in here, they're all trying to just close on up that gap in front of them. So you never know what's going to happen here towards the end of this race. And of course, we've got the driver changes as well to take into account. So when they come in for their pit stops, well, they'll be round about now, really, that they're going to be coming in to make those driver changes here in this race. As you mentioned, 16 laps. We'll go through the left and then the right at Luffield. That's more of the V formation around the corner there, just running it out a little bit wide and then cutting back in for the exit of the corner.
Yeah, absolutely. You have a couple of options coming into that that Luffield corner. Have a look at number 3. That's Birkenfeld trying to close in on your top 2 ADAC cars, but not really making any inroads at this stage, at least from the couple of times that I've seen them post their lap times coming through. So hopefully for Birkenfeld's sake that they're able to have a little bit of a second wind in terms of the second half of this race. Perhaps maybe even getting a fresh driver behind the wheel of that car might pay dividends for them. Having a look back to P4 though, because there seems to be a very good battle. Natal, this seems like they're involved in pretty much everything that's been going on early on in this race, and coming towards the halfway point now, it's Netscout that's currently still locked onto the back of them. So Mayhem made it look easy to get past Netscout, but Netscout not letting them get back, letting them get away.
Yeah, that was easy for you to say.
But, you know, I struggled with the English there, not the German.
But you know, really, you know, you look at that as we've got a car onto pit road there. I believe that's the ADAC number 3 car. Yes, it is. So they're onto pit road. So they're deciding to pull the trigger here at the end of lap 7 onto the start of lap 8. So we're going to see driver changes happening at this point here as through go this battle here for 4th place. And you look at that lap time difference there, 0.8 of a second faster on the last lap there for Mayhem 1. So this the 5th place car is certainly putting in a big effort here and a big concerted push here as we see the driver change there for the ADAC 3 car.
Yeah, absolutely. So driver changes in progress there. ADAC 3 just getting themselves all strapped in to their sim rig, ready to go racing once again once that entire process has been complete. We do have a good couple of cars on the pit lane. We have the Bruel 1 car and we have the Larander car that's also deciding to get their pit stop service done and get that fresh driver behind the wheel of the car. But now we're briefly on board with the Mayhem 1 car as they still are trying to chase down the Natal car, but it's still around about 0.5 of a second the gap.
Yeah, it's saying sort of similar, but we saw how the run out of this corner, Cop's corner, can work. If you can hook this up absolutely spot on, you can get a really good run out there heading in towards Maggots, but it's not happening on this occasion. But they did close up there. They're just a 0.3 of a second between the two of them. So, well, looking, just getting in the mirrors there, trying to get the attention of the car in front, because you never know really that, you know, these drivers, they they're pushing hard, pushing to the limit, but they don't want to go over that limit, especially when they're in a solid 4th and 5th place for the time being. And 4.6 behind the 3rd place. Here goes the move down to the inside of Stowe corner. A little bit of rubbing between the two of them, but Mayhem won. Nice move into Stowe corner, and they're through. They're holding on to position for the time being. We've got a pit stop for the Adenauer 2 car. So we're going to see them making their driver change at the halfway point of the race. But the start of lap 9, this one isn't over yet.
Yeah, we have a good couple of others coming down onto the pit line. The Netscow car, we've also got the Saarland machine deciding that now is a good time to pit. We have the Bruel 2 car as well, deciding to pit at lap 9 of this event, but we have the Adenauer 1 car that has stayed out. We've had Birkenfeld, Min 1, Natal. They have not decided to come down onto the pit lane yet to get their driver change done. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen the pit stop service going on for one of the Adenauer cars. I believe that is given the red on the front of their car that's currently on their screen. So making sure they're all strapped in, making sure those the straps are tight enough, headphones are on, the seat and wheel are adjusted to the driver's liking, and then you can get off and away.
Yep, that's what they'll be making sure. Of course, you've got the pit stop to finish as well. Don't forget about that. So if you could get all that done before the pit stop is finished, which is what is look like is happening here today, then it's not too much of a panic like we saw in the race just before this, where we saw drivers getting a little bit panicky in that shorter final pit stop in that one. But this race, look at this. Adenauer 1 through Copse Corner. I would imagine that they're going to be looking at making their pit stop this time by, in fact, the driver moving into position now, getting ready to take over here in this one. Through Beckett's they go. You can see it's a warm day here, that's for sure. It's short and t-shirts weather. That's appropriate for today's weather conditions, and it's giving us a little wave there, and obviously enjoying himself there at the front of the field. But into Stowe once again, and this will be his final time through here before he changes over to his new teammate.
Yeah, it looks like his teammate is sort of getting ready to get behind the wheel of that car, so it might just be the case they dive down towards the lane. Yes, it is. So your race leader coming down in to get their mandatory pit stop service here with the driver change. So you can see him slowing down to the pit lane speed limit. Make sure that pit limiter is on there already, as they did in the digital GT500. Unbuckling the belts, coming down the pit lane. That's just so they can get things done even quicker when it comes to stopping in their pit box. And soon we'll see the Adenauer car just come to a stop and then actually get their driver change process underway. You can see, there we go, quickly out and then hopefully quickly in as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking to help his teammate get into that car then. We see the rest of the runners who haven't made their pit stop on pit road right now. So that's the Mayhem 1, the Adenauer 1, the Natal car, the Birkenfeld car, and the Mayhem 2 car, all on pit road. We'll look at the Adenauer 2 car on screen on the right-hand side, because that's the first of the cars, or we were looking at them, they were the first of the cars that had made a pit stop. But we've got a battle here, Saarland versus Netscow right now for 8th and 9th place. I don't suspect that they'll be in that order for very long.
Yeah, I don't suspect either, because they're about, less than 0.2 of a second apart. And here comes the Saarland car then on the Netscow car around the outside here, coming into the braking zone. They've gotten the pass complete there. They're able to slow it down for the corner. It doesn't seem like they've been able to just enough, so Netscow can perhaps come back, coming on the way down towards the Vale chicane then, but not going to be close enough for Netscow to reply in that situation. So that is a good position gained there by Saarland. We have the rest of the pitters coming in right about now. We have Mayan 1 down on the pit lane, just coming out of that pit lane, as the pit stops have pretty much all cycled through now, with the exception of Mayan 10, as Lander is still down on the pit lane. Or if they come down in a second time?
Yeah, that's the second time. I think they've pretty much parked it by the looks of things here. They're not moving yet, so unfortunately they're out of this race. So all the pit stops have taken place here on lap 10 of this one. Adenauer 1 and 2. For my OCD, that's very nice, because they are in first and second place here.
There was a car that just went right across the front of our screen. I have to wonder which one that one was. It was a very, very split second that there seemed to be a car out of control, but there we go. We'll just move past that one. Ardenau 3 then. Natal is on the cards for them. 0.2 of a second is the gap as they head their way through Woodcut and across, of course, the old start-finish line then. Here at the Silverstone circuit, angling towards the inside of Copse Corner. Natal has to go defensive, returns back to the racing line. I'm sure these guys don't really know the FIA rules, but the thing is Natal pushes very wide through Copse Corner, and now Ardenau can take the battle here down towards Magnussen. He's completely and utterly clear. What a critical error there for Natal.
There's pretty wide, and then there's completely going off track, and that's exactly what that one was there. So a nice simple move in the end there for Ardenau 3. And they are moving up through your field. They've got their sights set on that battle in front because they want to get a podium to make it an Ardenau 1-2-3 right now. They've done a pretty good job in a recovery drive here as the 5th place car as well to catch up that gap that they lost out at the start of the race.
Yeah, there were a lot of teams involved in that big old smash at the start of the race that put a few of the cars down the field, but that Ardenau 3 car, certainly one of them, and has done very, very well in terms of the recovery drive here today. We have them currently sitting around about 1.4 seconds behind your P4 sitter right now. That's the Million Team 1 car. So they're going to have to be, it's going to be a bit of a while before they're able to catch up in this situation. But now we actually have around about 1 second gap between Ardenau 1 and Ardenau 2 here. So it might just be like a home rivalry here for the battle for the first place position.
Well, they always say that the person you want to beat the most is your teammates, and that's what we could potentially be seeing here. But look at this now. This is a 3-way battle for 3rd place in your race here, and a good run through the loop onto the Wellington Straight for that Mayhem 1 car. 4th place for them, and they're going to be fighting on down towards Brooklands. Once again, on the brakes. You can make the move down the inside there. If you hold it out around the outside, you've got the inside for Luffield, but that job is done, and Mayhem 1 up into 3rd place. Birkenfeld down to 4th, but Adenauer 3, they are right up there with them now, putting the pressure on that Birkenfeld car. They could lose another position here, Conor.
Here comes Ardenau. Perhaps where do they decide to make the move? When do they decide to make the move in towards Copse Corner? Of course, it's not going to be available for them. They actually missed the apex coming through there. Big wide line towards the outside of the track there. That will compromise them just a little bit here on the way in towards Magnussen Beckett's here for the 11th time in this event for these guys. Ardenau are still keeping themselves in contention. A big hit of the curb there for Birkenfeld. Really compromises their line through what is supposed to be a very flowing section indeed. And again, they make an error towards the end of the section. Here comes Ardenau then. Driver's right-hand side, our left-hand side as we're looking at it coming down the hangar straight away then. It's going to be Ardenau up the position for now. Can they complete it on the brakes in towards Stoke Corner? They can pass. It's complete. There is the cutback move here for Birkenfeld. They'll get the run, but they won't be able to do anything with it.
No, it's a good, nice, taking advantage of the error there and able to make it through. But look at this battle for the lead now. It's the 1 and 2 cars from Ardenau to try and get it. Look at the concentration on their face there, biting the lip, really putting the pressure on here on their compatriots from the same club here. They're wanting a bit of one-upmanship down the inside. They're leaving space. They obviously don't want to end up starting a little bit of a rivalry here, but looking to try and get the exit out of the loop here, try and get in the power earlier to carry that speed down the Wellington Straight. And in that slipstream now, the question is, if you defend the inside, you leave the outside open, which means that you get the inside for Luffield. But if you defend the outside, you leave the inside open. But there they go, around the outside then. Will they be able to complete the move? Ardenau 2, what a move to hold it around the outside of Brooklands. Great respectful driving between the two of them. But it's the Ardenau 2 car, or is it the 1 car? Because the 1 car showing is staying ahead.
Yeah, the 1 car successfully defends the move there from their teammates. So this is going to be a very close one for the last couple of laps here in towards Copse Corner then. Ardenau 2 has been particularly strong coming through this Magenta-Beckett section. They need to execute once again if they're going to have a chance of getting past their Team 1 competitors into the Magenta-Beckett section, then the fast and flowing section that it is. We have a battle a little bit further back as well. That's the Adenauer 3 car. That's 0.2 of a second away from making it an Adenauer P1, P2, and P3 as well. So this will be absolutely huge for the Adenauer team.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be a utter display of domination here at Silverstone. So, yeah, they're hoping to get a great result for them here and for the home audience as well. Into Stoke Corner once again. Lap 12 at the moment. We're about to start lap 13. So time is starting to run out here. We've got 4 laps going to be remaining in this race. And, well, moves made further down as well as that Netscow car battling with the Brule number 9th place team in towards the Vale and then Club Corner. No move happening there for the time being between those two. So plenty of action throughout your field there. It's not just at the front where you've got the battling, it's also further down your order here in 8th and 9th place.
Yep, absolutely. That was a huge amount of time gained there by the Brule car. They're in the 211s, whereas the Netscow car is in the 213. So it looks like the ultimate advantage is here with the Brule 1 car. They're forced to go around the outside at the right-hander, but they're not anywhere close enough to be able to make that one work. A big old wide line, very big wide lines coming through. We just had news that the Adenauer 3 car has been able to get past the Mayon 1 car to get up into P3. So it's Adenauer P1, P2, P3. We still have this battle for P8, though, going on between Netscow and the Brule 1 car. It's going to have to be the outside line here, at least for Brooklyn's. A big old outbreaking move through there. Is Brule able to complete it? That was a beautiful move.
Yeah, fantastic. So as I say, it's a tough corner to defend because it's either the inside or the outside. Whatever you do, you're going to be under pressure there around that corner, and that's great work there from the Brule car to be able to make that move through. But as we mentioned, the Adenauer 3 already pulled out a 1.2 second gap between them and the 4th place Mayon 1 car. So definitely the pressure that they put on has worked. They were quicker and they've made it past. And we've got battle still. Saarland versus Neertal. And if one team's going to be disappointed, it's going to be that Neertal car.
Yeah.
It's qualifying on pole position and running down in 6th place at the moment.
They've been up and down the field like a yo-yo, though. They've been involved in pretty much everything there is to be involved in here today. But Saarland making, trying to make sure that Natal's on the sort of the downstroke of the yo-yo here towards the end of the race. Saarland then down towards the inside at the Vale chicane. A bit of door barging, bit of contact in the middle of the corner. But that's Saarland all the way through.
I thought that was a little bit of a late turn in there from the Neertal car, trying to make it make the block there, but it was too late. That Saarland car was already alongside, and they had made that move through. So up to 6th place for the Saarland car in this race. But everything's sort of just gapped out a little bit now. Everything's just calmed down here with 3 laps remaining in this race. But it's been a really entertaining race so far as this one. There may be one more twist in the tail. Well, that's what we hope anyway.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe, we'll get to see ourselves a little bit of a battle here for the end of the race. But I have to say, though, absolute dominance from the Adenauer team. Just Team 1, Team 2, and Team 3 all on the podium, just locking everyone else out of the equation there. It's an absolutely brilliant thing for them. And, of course, they're going to be really popular in the venue because they are, of course, basically the home team for all intents and purposes with how far Adenauer is away from the circuit. It's not too far away at all. So those guys will definitely be happy with their performance here today. But they do still have a couple of laps to hold on here. So it's not completely and utterly done. We can't sing their praises too much just yet.
No, absolutely not. It's not the end of the race. The great Murray Walker used to say to finish first you must finish.
Yeah.
And, well, it's not over at all. And, there's still plenty of opportunities. We've seen how mistakes can happen around this circuit. Silverstone is not an easy track to run laps around. and these drivers certainly have been pushing the limits of adhesion and also the track limits as well, I must say. They've been pushing as well.
Yeah, they've been pushing each other. They've been pushing track limits. It's been a very aggressive race. It has to be said. Speaking of track limits, Birkenfeld taking some liberties on the exit there of Stoke Corner, I believe. But in towards Vale, then they are about 7.3 seconds behind Megan. They are 1.6 seconds ahead of Zarland. But meanwhile, we have an interesting issue inside of the top three. That Adenauer 3 car setting a personal best time. They're still 3.6 seconds off of the second team, though. But meanwhile, the second team is currently 9/10 of a second away from the leading one.
That Adenauer car caught up a huge chunk of time there, over a second on that last lap. We're on the penultimate lap here, so it may be a little bit too late. But they are certainly pushing on, and they're trying to get involved in this battle for the lead. And as you mentioned, the Adenauer 2 car, 9/10 of a second behind. They're keeping the pressure on here. They're wanting enough a shot at the race lead before this one's over.
Yeah, absolutely. But the thing is, the gap does extend a little bit there, coming through left field corner, around about 1 second, starting to dip back down once again. So it would have to be basically qualifying type laps here coming out from the Adenauer 2 team to be able to challenge their teammates on the final lap of the race. There's a bit of bragging rights inside the team to be played for here.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to get that one-upmanship over over your team and mate and your compatriot. So definitely they're wanting to get this one done and dusted here at the front here. Of course, in the arena here at the ADAC 2019 Sim Racing Expo with the ADAC Digital All-Star Race powered by RL Ultimate. So great to have great partners here with this race, as well as we've got the battle here between the Brule and Nertal, and the Nertal have just fallen off throughout the second half of this race here, and Brule really pushing on, and we've got Zarland as well, have just made a move on Birkenfeld, so changes happening towards the end. I said there was going to be some twists in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. We see the Brule car trying to work their way through on the Natal car, then outside, big wide line being taken there through Stoke Corner, looking for the traction, looking for the speed off the corner to be able to challenge down in towards the Vale chicane. Here comes Brule, big move down towards the inside line for the Vale chicane. They clip the first apex. Is there contact in the middle of the corner? Maybe, maybe not. Big old battling here through the second apex and coming up through Club Corner. They're coming across the line. This will be the final lap for them. 0.3 of a second separate them, even less than that.
Yeah, absolutely. As I noted that the third place car was 1.4 seconds faster than second place. So that one isn't. Well, it is. It's going to be close towards the end.
Yeah.
It's just maybe a lap too long here for them here. But yeah, still battling going on here. Further down your order in 7th and 8th, trying everything they can, the Brule team, trying to get that cut back, but it doesn't really work through the loop there if you run out too wide because you're too far away, and the other car lost control, dipped a wheel into the grass, lost control, have they gone off into the barriers? It looks like that. There's a cloud of dust there in the background, and all of a sudden that Nertal car, nightmare race to them, down to 9th place now.
It is an absolute nightmare. The last lap, and they find themselves in the barriers here at the Silverstone circuit, and that is so disappointing from what is a team that has been involved in pretty much every single battle you can think of here today. It all ends in tears and inside a barrier here in the ADAC Digital All-Star Race. But it's going to be the Adenauer team, the Adenauer 1, Adenauer 2, Adenauer 3. They are very, very close together. They're all in one shot as well. 8.5 of a second separates Adenauer 1 and Adenauer 2. But it's going to be too little, too late, just as you described it here, Paul, for Adenauer 2 to be able to do anything. But it's an absolutely fantastic performance then from the home team to the Nürburgring in towards the Vale chicane for the final time, and coming up through Club Corner, then final corner of the racetrack. Adenauer 1 will win here the ADAC Digital All-Star Race. Adenauer 2 P2, Adenauer 3 P3. It's a podium lockout for Adenauer.
And quite rightly, the crowd show their appreciation for them. What a result for them then. 1, 2, and 3. Mayhem in 4th place. Saarland are going to come across the line in 5th, with Birkenfeld currently in 6th place across the line now. Brule 1. Well, they're a bit off a little bit down in 7th, with the Netsgala team in 8th. And we've got a bit of a gap between them and the Natal car in 9th place. Mayhem 2 are in 10th place ahead of Brule 2 in 11th. Of course, the Lander car went into the pits and has not finished. But a very, very happy team right there. First, second, and third for them. Across the line go the Mayhem 2 car, with the Brule 2 car, the last car to cross the line there. But what a result for them, and there's a very happy man behind the wheel of the Adenauer 1 car.
Yeah, absolutely, and you have every single reason to be happy. Checkered flag out there on circuit. Everyone has come across the line to finish the race here today, but it was basically the Adenauer show out there, Paul.
Absolutely. I mean, we had that instant in turn number 1. We had the instant going down the Wellington Straight at the start of this race. So those guys getting caught up and having to work through that Adenauer 3 car, having to work their way through the field to get that podium position in the end. Great drive from them to give us those results.
Yeah, absolutely. The results up on screen for you now. Adenauer P1, 2, 3. We have Mayhem in P4. Saarland found themselves in P5, with Birkenfeld ending up finishing in P6 here. Brule Team 1 finishes 7th, with Netsgau in P8. Natal in P9, with Mayhem 2, Brule 2, and Lander finishing off the 12 car finishing results here today. An absolutely brilliant race indeed. That's about time, all that we have time for here in the commentary booth. I've been Connie Maddock, that's been Paul Smith, and we're sending it down to Mele on stage, who has your race winner interview.
There we go. Thank you, Connery, and thank you, Paul, for this fantastic commentary on the ADAC All-Stars race. And of course, I'm not alone on stage. I'm here with our winners. Adenauer 1 took the first place here at the All-Stars. Big round of applause for that. Our local, your home turf champions. Michael, how does it feel to take home this win?
Yeah, it feels amazing. I mean, Paul is a really good start, was driving a really good start, and after pit stop, it was a bit tricky with Noah pushing from behind. But at the end, we could manage it to hold position on P1, and it's amazing to win a race like this.
Perfect. I mean, you guys have real-life experience on the track. You're real motorsport athletes. From what corner of the racing world do you come from?
Not from car racing, but from motorcycle racing.
Yeah.
Motocross, to be exactly.
Okay, that's very interesting. And still, you managed to take home the first place here at the ADAC All-Stars race. Could this might be your gateway into car racing?
Yeah, we will see. I'm actually driving also out a saloon, so with some victories, and we will have a look in which direction it's going to be.
Okay, so perfect. I mean, with the ADAC All-Stars, we have a format that brings together the real motorsports world with sim racing. Do you have any experience with sim racing, or was this your first time?
I do have experience with sim racing. I've got a sim rig at home, but I don't have that much time to play it because my hobby is pretty time intensive, but seems to be enough.
Yeah, it was enough for your colleagues at least. I mean, you guys from Adenauer took home not only the first spot, you got also second and third. So we have Adenauer 1 on the first place, Adenauer 2 on the second, and Adenauer 3 on the third. Did you know that you guys have so many sim racing pros within your ranks?
I don't want to say that we know it. We also got, after the qualifier yesterday, a good feeling that we could go under the top 5 with all 3 teams. That it's in the end a complete podium was not to expect. So, but it's absolutely great to have so much good drivers in the team.
That sounds very lovely, and I see Ben is already waiting for us, so we will make our way very carefully, Mr. Cameraman, towards the desk. I will guide you, or do you want to walk behind us? That's much more secure, exactly, because safety comes first, right, Ben? I mean, one of the most popular sayings in the racing world is, slow and steady wins the race.
Yeah, tortoise and hare. Let's get all of the drivers who have participated in that final into the middle of the stage so we can get some photography. It's a real community spirit here. It's so lovely to feel. And Adenauer, 1, 2, 3, domination, and they're only a couple of kilometers away. So you may have to say it in German because they probably don't understand English. But guys, come
Los,
come
Freunde,
over.
kommt mal hier alle an den Tisch bei uns bei.
We'll get everyone in front behind us. So
Yeah,
we'll come
perfect.
round.
For
There we
the
go.
perfect picture, and
Yeah,
I think
and then we'll get out the picture.
Exactly. I was about to say, let's leave the celebration up to our winners. Of course, the podium for Adenauer with team 1, 2, 3 for the first, second, and third place.
Yeah.
And of course, please give it up once more for all our contenders here on stage, for our challengers. They did a fantastic job. Let's hear it for all our motorsports enthusiasts here in the Ring Arena. And yes, Ben.
So we're going to have a quick break.
Exactly.
And then we're going to step it up a gear, a serious gear, because we're going to have the semi-finals of the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy, and that means the very, very best pro sim drivers in the world fighting it out for just 12 spots in our final later this evening. So it's really hotting up.
Absolutely. I mean, yesterday we already had the group stages, we had the last chance race, and now we have our semi-finalists, and only 6 of each semi-final will make it into the grand finale
Absolutely.
for the Porsche trophy.
And you know what? There are 25 fantastic iRacing specialists here. So how are we going to get them down to just 12? Well, we're going to do it in a various racing format. I don't even know what car or track yet, so join us in a few moments' time when we'll be able to tell you exactly what the competition is using, which car and which track, and who is in which semi-final. Because again, you don't want to be racing the likes of Josh Rogers and Mitchell de Jong in your group, do you?
Exactly. I'm so happy that I don't need to compete against those stars, to be honest.
I've seen her this morning. It's not good.
Oh, come on. I did better than you.
Right, come on. Let's let these guys have their photos.
All right, guys, thank you so much for joining us. And as said, do not go anywhere. We will have here in the venue a DJ break. We will play some lovely live music. And of course, you guys at home will tune back in just a second when we kick off the main show. Let's call it that way. Because not only our stream will be watching, but also it will be on linear TV as well in Germany. And of course, all our other streams. And of course, languages we provide the content in. At this point, thank you so much to all our commentators in all the languages we have.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see you in a few
Spanish,
moments' time.
English, German. Thank you so much.
5 minutes until we kick events back off here at the 2019 ADAC Sim Racing Expo. We're getting ready to put 24 drivers into 12 in the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy at the legendary iRacing Virtual We welcome you back to Sim Racing Expo 2019. We're down to the semi-finals of the showcase event of this event, and it is the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy semi-finals. And let's hand it over to your stage to Mele and Ben.
Thank you so much, Will, our awesome voice of God. And of course, a warm welcome to all of you here in the Ring Arena. Thank you for joining us here at the ADAC 2019 Sim Racing Expo. My name is Melek Melibalgun, and this is my fantastic co-host, Ben Constanduros. And today is going to be one hell of a ride.
We've got a next couple of hours. We've got the very best sim racing drivers from around the world on this stage competing for the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy, the biggest prize in esports and the biggest prize right here this weekend. So please, all of you guys at the top of the arena, come down. There are a couple of seats left down here, and fill yourselves, settle in. There's a bar on the right-hand corner with 0% Bitburger, and please join us in the next couple of hours for some serious entertainment.
Ganz genau, meine Damen und Herren. Kommen Sie gerne runter hier in den Innenring unserer Arena. Hier sind noch ein paar Plätze frei. Machen Sie es sich gemütlich. Es wird auf jeden Fall ein toller Abend. And yes, today is gonna be fantastic. And I mean, we're inside the Ring Arena. We're under the beautiful lights on a beautiful stage right next to the Nürburgring. And the Nordschleife, of course, one of the most fearsome tracks in the world.
Absolutely, and it is fantastic to be here in the Nürburgring Boulevard. We have 25 of the biggest brands in sim racing exhibiting over the next couple of days. So if you are local and watching online, make yourself down to the Nürburgring and come and enjoy everything that there is to offer in the Boulevard. Blancpain weekend is out on the Nürburgring GP circuit, and there's track days happening on the Nordschleife as per usual. So much going on, so much to enjoy. And for the first time, we're in the arena.
Absolutely. I mean, look at this stunning stage with our beautiful GR7 motion simulators. We're going to have some big competitions here on stage, and we already saw a few good races happen here and find their champions and winners. I mean, we had the GT Masters Esports Championship. We had the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Deutschland. We had the Porsche Last Chance Race, the last chance to qualify for the semis here at the Porsche Trophy. And I mean, we had the huge R-Factor reveal and many more.
So
GT
for the first
500,
time, we've got 4 platforms rather than 3 platforms. So we revealed our Factor 2's Nürburgring late last night and their Porsche as well. They've recently announced. And for the first time, we've had 6 competitions over the 4 that we had last time. So much action going on, still some champions to crown. But let's have a look at what happened yesterday in the ADAC GT Masters race.
Thank you very much, and what a race it was then in the ADAC GT Masters, and we saw the action right at the start. Everybody missing the first turn there, Connery, but we saw plenty of action involving that man, Andre Santos, didn't we?
Yeah, absolutely. Andre Santos, one of the highest placed Audis coming into this race, and we see Kunze also finding it out with Moritz Lohner as well in the early portions of the race, but the main battle was between these two. Look at that door rubbing on the way down towards the Mercedes Arena between Hasse and Brzezinski.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a real barnstorming battle between the two of them, and then Santos got involved as well. That was the little mistake that cost Brzezinski the chance there for the lead, and that allowed Santos through into the lead of that one. But the action wasn't over there. More door banging with Marshall, but in the end there, it was Hasse who won ahead of Brzezinski.
And what a race it was. And it found its champion in Florian Hasse, who managed to grab the trophy in this race. And yes, I mean, Ben, that wasn't the only one that we had yesterday.
Well, no, this was the first, this was the second of their 4-round championship. Really cool. They have 4 races at 4 racetracks around the country, alongside the ADAC GT Masters. This was the second round here at SimRacingExpo. Andre Santos had won the first round, but could only manage third position in the second round. Florian Hassan now looking good at the top of the championship standings, but they're still halfway through, so they've got 2 more races at Hockenheim and Sachsenring alongside GT Masters, and as you guys at home, you can still qualify. There are 4 wildcard places per race to get involved.
Absolutely.
Next up, though,
is the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Deutschland, and here's the highlight video for you guys.
Thank you very much. The Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Deutschland started off just like this. You can see the entire field storming their way down towards turn number 1 for the first time in the event. And, well, it was all about Nujok's right at the front of the field. But the thing is, early on, we had issues right at the back. Scholl having a bit of an incident there that put him towards the back of the field. But then we saw this battle just outside the top 10 here, Paul, right in the middle of the race.
Yeah, and absolutely. Those drivers getting involved early on, giving us a good show. We saw this big moment for Heckenfeld through the Schumacher S. Well held there, but lost him the chance of getting that 5th place.
Yep, absolutely, and Kohler also got himself involved in a good couple of battles there as well. Hasse, he did very well in the GT Masters, did very well here in the Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland here today. There's Niels Nujoks coming across the line to win the event, the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Deutschland.
The Porsche Esports Carrera Cup. And I mean, the Carrera Cup is such a prestigious name, celebrating, well, the traditional Carrera Cup, the 30th edition in history. And now we do have the digital version as well. This was the very, very first race of its kind, and it's not going to be the last one.
Yeah, first time for Germany to host a Carrera Cup esports event. We see already in other regions around the world, but the Carrera Cup is, as you said, a name from 30 years of traditional motorsport. So fantastic to see Porsche in Germany introducing that. And they have their first champion in Niels Nujoks, who I think is standing over there ready to manage his Red Bull esports team. So fantastic to have a first winner, a really great event, and showing Porsche's commitment to esports across the board.
And we're not done just yet, because we do have another highlight video for you guys. So let's have a look at the ADAC GT500.
It was crazy from the very start. We saw a Pure Racing team having a crash with Williams Esports at the very start of this GT Digital 500, but from then on, Connery, we had a lot of drama early, a bit of a lull in the middle, and then a lot of action late.
Yeah, absolutely. You see the Works BMW at the end of that shot. Unfortunately for Nicky Katzberg and co, they were very behind in this race. You can see this, the duel between Pure Racing Team and Red Bull Racing Esports. That was a big, big feature inside the first half of this race. They simply weren't able to get by.
Pure Racing Team had the positioning given back to them after an incident down at Le Con, as we'd see Apex Racing Team and Sim Racing Academy. It was VRS Commander Sim Sports, so he claimed the victory in their number 81 car. They were able to get themselves victory after 500 kilometers of racing.
The ADAC Digital GT500 powered by Aral Ultimate, and yes, that was one hell of a race.
And it has names like Bernd Schneider, Kevin Estra, Mirko Bertolotti, when it was, and of course, Mark Henrici. I forgot Mark Henrici.
The first winner of the race series back then, when it was still held on the track outside in the real world.
And the founder of SimRacingExpo. But then it turned into a virtual race. And Mitch de Jong has now got his second victory in that particular title, if you like. We've had it shared between different teams each year, but it was VRS Coranda who won it early on the morning. We'll see those drivers again participating on their own for this Porsche Sim Racing Trophy coming up in just a few moments' time.
Exactly.
Stick with us. It's not far away now.
Exactly. See you later.
Coffee, anyone?
Bitburger 0,0. Wähle deinen Favoriten. Isotonisch, vitaminhaltig und mit alkoholfreier Erfrischung. Bitburger 0,0. Immer ein Bit frischer.
Falcon Tires.
And we are almost there, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, it is the second day of the ADAC 2019 Sim Racing Expo here at the Nürburgring, in the middle of the lovely Ring Arena on this wonderful stage. And for us, this beautiful audience. And Ben, it has been so awesome so far. I mean, we already had 1.5 days full of races, but we're not done just yet.
Absolutely. So 19 different countries are represented by over 200 drivers participating in the various different races that we've got, 6 different competitions across the 2 days, 25 different exhibitions up in the boulevard. It just grows every year, doesn't it?
It is pretty much the biggest sim racing expo of the world, and I'm really excited to be a part of it. We're really excited to be a part of it. And of course, a vital part is race control at this very point. We do have professionals at every station.
Yeah, this is really cool, actually. Race control, we have representatives from DTM, from the DMSB, and Stefan Stopper is the race director. So a lot of the online races, you wouldn't have a race director, but here we have a professional race director with Jan Seifert as a driver's steward, and they are scrolling through every single accident. So we saw quite a few in the GT500, and I can assure you, all the drivers here, every single one was looked at in minute detail to see if there was any wrongdoing, and then he decided yes or no, a penalty should be applied.
Absolutely, almost like in the real world.
Absolutely,
and of course,
in the real world.
We already mentioned the beautiful stage setup we have right here. We have the DR7 motion rig.
Yeah, so quickly, let's go and have a look at it.
Ben is running.
We need to go and have a look at it. Come closer, come closer, come closer. So, 7-point actuator, 7-point movement from these hydraulic rams. It's got a Fanatec direct drive steering wheel and pedal set. And it is bespokely made here at Nürburgring for the Esports Lounge. And a 5-point harness as well, so the drivers are really snug and tight in.
Absolutely. I'm back here. Hi. You are so enthusiastic about the rigs. I just wanted to give you a second on your own. And I mean, we have a lot of things ahead of us still. We have the semifinals of the Porsche Trophy, and then we do have something very, very special. We have the Beat the Leuchter competition.
Yeah, absolutely. The only competition where you could have qualified here on site. You had to set a time. The top 12 have been selected to come and race on Race Room, but on the Nordschleife in a TCR car. That is going to be chaotic. Make sure you stay with us and join us. And I feel like the energy is a bit calm in here. We've got a huge crowd here. So make yourselves known to the world, everyone. Are you excited for this evening's action? Yes, absolutely.
Perfect. I mean, after the Leuchter Challenge, let's call it that way, we do have our big final of the Porsche Trophy, which I'm absolutely looking forward to. And I've heard a few cheers here from the audience while I mentioned that name. I think, who else is here for the Porsche Trophy? Give it up for the Porsche Trophy, guys. Yes.
And this is the only trophy that has been participated in every single year of SimRacingExpo. Used to be the ADAC Sim Racing Trophy, a sprint race, individual drivers, and then Porsche got involved with it to back and recognized how important it was. And for the last 3 years, it's been known as the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy. So that's where the 36 best sim racers arrived here yesterday. They've been whittled now down to 24. We have 2 semi-finals coming up to find 12 drivers, and that will be the last race of the evening's action.
And we're going to start it right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will get the green flag here.
Oh my word! There. Oh my word! Multiple drivers involved.
Late onto the brakes there for Mike Sloner. The winner of the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy is Pure Racing Team.
It is almost time to start the semi-finals here of the Porsche Trophy. Ben, I'm excited. Are you excited?
Absolutely.
That's going to be a big one, ladies and gentlemen. And I mean, we do have 2 semi-finals, obviously, ahead of us.
Yeah.
And culminating in the grand finale after the Leuchter Challenge. And I mean, only the best 6 drivers of each semi-final get the chance to compete in the grand finale of the Porsche Trophy. And it's going to be, take us through the format real quick.
Yeah, we've got about 30 seconds. So we are participating in the Porsche 911 RSR. That's the GTE car at Spa-Francorchamps. Qualifying is just one single Super Pole lap, and the race will be an 8-lap race, obviously fixed setup, so they cannot change anything on their setup. And we've got the best sim racers in the world participating in semi-final A, and if you don't recognize them, then you'll see more of them in semi-final B.
Exactly, and it's time to, well, welcome here on stage a very special guest of ours. So please give it up for a Porsche representative for the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy, Sebastian Schmalz. Sebastian, thank you so much for joining us here on stage. Here's your microphone. So this is going to be a very exciting one, and we've been looking forward to this race all weekend.
Yes, all weekend, definitely. Yeah, it's great to be here, see this big stage audience, so very exciting.
Yeah, we're going to introduce the drivers in just a second, Ben.
But for Porsche, this must be incredibly exciting to see how this event has scaled up year on year, and the place that we're now in, this amazing arena, absolutely rammed full of people.
Exactly. I think it started like something of a LAN party for sim racers, and now we have this amazing arena. We have the great expo outside. We have a big community from all over the world. We have amazing sim racers, great competition. So that shows how I think the sport itself has grown and is recognized.
Yeah, I mean, we do have a full audience in front of us, and of course, a lot of people on the ranks dropping by only for this happening of the weekend. And I mean, we do have a traditional race outside happening at the same time, but still the people decide to come in here. How does it make you feel?
Yeah, it makes me feel proud, and I think it shows that we are right to take this serious and realize it's a sport. It's not child's play. It's sim racing. It's motorsport, and we're happy to have this competition here.
We're going to get some more questions to you in just a few moments, but we need to learn who are our first group of finalists, the first 12 drivers in semi-final A who have progressed from the qualifying yesterday morning. So let's find out who our 12 drivers from semi-final A are.
Thank you very much, Ben. And let's start welcoming drivers onto the stage. First of all, he was a part of the winning team earlier on in the GT500, representing VRS Coranda Sim Sports. It is Josh Rogers. Our second driver is a part of the Apex Racing team. He comes from France, driving in the number 19, Antoine Higelard. This third driver was a big name in 2018. He's looking to get his team, Pure Racing team, back up into podiums. Welcome onto stage in the number 2, Max Vennig. Our fourth driver in this first group is one of 2 Williams Esports drivers participating in semi-final A. Driving in the number 20 machine, it's Moritz Lohner. It's a big part of the VRS Coranda Sim Sports contingent. Driving in the number 16 car from the Netherlands. Welcome onto the stage, the third of our 4 Coranda Sim Sports drivers in this race. He is in the 007 Sir James Bond, and welcome onto stage, Jeremy Bootaloo. He has raced in the Indianapolis 500 6 times. He is the 4th Coranda Sim Sports driver in this race. Welcome onto the stage, from America, Sage. Our 8th driver. He is a part of the Biela Racing Team Euronics. He is from Germany, driving in the number 93 machine. Welcome onto stage, Lucas Jesta. Our 9th driver, the 2nd Williams Esports driver in this semi-final. He hails also from Germany. Give him a round of applause to Lauren Heinrich. Our 10th driver. He's been in sim racing since 2015. He drives in the 110. He is a part of Short Range Sport Esports. Welcome onto stage, Christopher Danby. Driving in the Treble 6 car. He is a part of the Porsche Ball by Sorg Esports car. Give him a big round of applause from Germany, Sebastian Dunkel. And last but very not least, driving for Team Huitzenveld. He has been in sim racing since 2011. Give him a round of applause in the 35, Jan Tentowski. There are our 12 drivers for semi-final A. Let's head it back to the stage with Sebastian, Ben, and Mele.
Drivers, to your sims.
All right, all right, all right. It's about to get serious, Ben.
I mixed it up.
You mix it up. I like the other one better, to be honest. But we'll find a way. We'll find a way. And Sebastian, I mean, isn't it amazing that we have so many different nationalities competing here on stage, live at the Nürburgring for the Sim Racing Trophy?
Exactly, that's what makes it exciting, that we have people from local heroes, we have people coming from the US, from Australia even. That's mind-blowing to see that it's become this kind of big thing.
We already mentioned it in the opening, 19 nations participating all across the globe, from Australia to California to Japan, and of course Germany. We had Norway. Oh, we had, as said, 19 nations compete within over 200 races. And I mean, Sebastian, since I have you here already from Porsche, tell us, what is Porsche's vision for sim racing?
Well, our vision is, or our mission is actually to make sim racing become recognized as a serious form of motorsport. We believe in that. I think many other companies have seen the potential as well and recognize the talent of sim racers. And yeah, it's something that's about time to become recognized.
I mean, it dates back to 2017 when you guys decided to first participate and back this particular competition, removing the ADAC from the title and adding Porsche. That was in its very early days, really, of recognizing sim racing.
Well, it's a first step for us, and obviously the passion that's put into this kind of event, we see from the community, the engagement that really showed us, okay, we should get involved here to like grassroots support in a way, and then take it to the next level.
I mean, Porsche is a very traditional company. It is a well-known brand across the world. What happened inside, within the walls of Porsche, when you guys, when someone had the idea to get involved into esports and especially sim racing?
Well, I have to be honest. I mean, some people have some misconceptions about what it is. They think, okay, it's child's play in a garage somewhere or in a basement. So we had to educate people what it really is, what it means, and how close it is to real-world motorsport, the level of skill you need, the training, the precision in driving. So once you tell that story and show also these kinds of events to people, you get people on board. And so at Porsche, I think everybody's now really behind it. Even the board is behind it and thinks, yes, that's right. Let's support this.
I mean, you guys have been involved for a couple of years already, and last year in December, we had the Porsche Sim Racing Summit in Leipzig. Yeah. Tell us a bit about it.
Oh, that was a great event. So it's actually, here we lent our name, our brand name. That's one step. But in Leipzig, we actually did the whole event ourselves. We had you there and we had Ben there. It was great. But you really understand what's behind it all, right? There's a lot of technology involved, IT, but also event organization, broadcast production, race marshals, very important, the race direction, the drivers, not to forget. So many of them are here today as well, competing again. And just seeing them, like their dedication and preparation, how serious they take their sport, that's amazing.
And why is it important for Porsche to understand so deeply the industry?
Well, motorsport has always been a part of our brand. It's not just for prestige, but it's a shared passion we have with many people in the world driving fast cars. And I think many of the sim races, that's the way to start this kind of passion. You don't start with a GT3 car on a Nürburgring, but you start with some like this. Maybe you start with a PlayStation and you graduate to a simulator, and then one day you think, okay, I maybe take a real car, but maybe I stay in the basement and train really hard. So it's this passion we want to share.
And you do not only put up competitions and shows, you also had workshops. What was the takeaway of those workshops?
I can't tell too much of it, but for us it's important to understand like the view of the community and of the involved stakeholders, like the teams, the drivers, but also the organizers, the publishers, developers like iRacing, understand their perspective and not come in as like we are the big brand, we are Porsche, we know everything, and we make this big now. No, that doesn't work. So we really understand, want to listen to people, and I think the main desire is to being taken serious and to be understood as race drivers, and that's the first step we did. Like, we have to see that.
And that's kind of mirrored in that advert that we just saw. Like, the first two times you've shown it this weekend, I've gone, who is that guy? I recognize that guy in there.
Come on, Ben.
Of course, it's Maximilian,
Yes.
starring in one of your adverts.
Yeah, that shows how far it goes. It's not only we talking about it, we take it serious, but it really shows the dedication, a high-valued production for the new race car, and to involve someone like Max, who represents this community in this case. So it's about all of you actually being part of what motorsport for Porsche means. And this car, I mean, it's being we have inspired by people who race this car out on the track, but many more people drive it on the sim.
Absolutely.
Right.
I mean, we do have the semifinals of the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy take place in just a few minutes, but let's jump ahead. Let's go to the final, have a look on the winner. What does the winner take away?
Oh yeah, this year we have something special. So the winner takes away a very high valuable watch from Porsche Design. So something to really be proud of, I think. And to keep, and someday maybe give to your childs and grandchilds. So that's a big prize. And also a race taxi drive with a 911 GT3 on the Nürburgring tomorrow. So something to look forward for, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Right away.
Awesome.
So no time to hesitate. You have to go on the track, and it's a roller coaster ride.
Absolutely.
Just to let you know at home and also in the arena, just to pause for 1 second, we obviously introduced our drivers onto the stage. They are now getting used to their particular rig, making sure they're set up properly and getting a couple of feeler laps in before we go into qualifying. So you're not missing anything.
Absolutely.
Once we get qualifying underway, we'll throw to our commentators and cover the whole qualifying Super Pole and then race.
Absolutely. But what is next? What will happen in the future of Porsche Sim Racing?
Well,
in the near future. Let's start there.
Oh, the near future is easy, right?
The near future is easy. I think important to say is that we have something going on at the Frankfurt Car Show in 2 weeks, or maybe 3 weeks. But we take esports and sim racing to our booth, and it's the most important car show in the world. It's a Porsche booth, and you have simulators, you have sim racers on stage, showing to the automotive world what sim racing is all about. So that's what I'm excited for.
Yeah.
And the audience can participate as well?
Yeah, we'll give people the chance to actually jump into those simulators, because I think not many people have the chance to do that. SimExpo is, I mean, it's for many people, but not the mainstream, let's say that. So people going to Frankfurt Motor Show, really going to our stage, they can sit and see what sim racing is all about.
And talking about platforms and rigs, you've got the most exceptional show up there. You've got a full-size car made into a simulator. It's incredible.
I can't believe it's there. It's every time. We have it the third time here, but it's amazing. See that real car, real race car, and you can sit in it, and it feels like driving a real car, obviously, and it's, yeah.
Ben, can you handle this? I need to check something outside. I'll be back in just
have
a
a
few
play.
minutes. No, that's fantastic. I mean, in between the breaks, you're all invited to stroll through the expo, of course, and have a look yourself. And Sebastian, we're not there just yet. I mean, you already talked about the new future, but what can we expect from Porsche Sim Racing in the next time? What are your plans?
Well, one of the plans we have is we launched this year our first own race series, the Porsche Esports Super Cup, run with iRacing. 40 of the best drivers, many of them here today as well, compete in that series. We will have the final on the 28th of September. First Porsche Esports champion, and there's some serious prize money involved, $100,000. So that's also, I think,
Where
a step.
can I sign up?
No.
Too late.
You and
Sorry.
I are a long way behind.
No. All right.
Yeah, and we will continue the next season next year, obviously, and make it bigger and talk more about it. And I think it's make it part of the Porsche Motorsport family. That's
So it's not just a one-hit wonder you do for a couple of years. You're planning here.
We're in it for real, and we want to stay.
Okay, that's a statement, I would say.
And if you look at Porsche completely as a family, the way that they're moving forward both in motorsport, moving now into Formula E as well. There really is this kind of vision for the future across everything that's going on there.
Yeah, what can I say? Yes. I mean, we obviously look at what motorsport, which direction it takes. So, and we see electric cars. We have the first electric Porsche coming out in next week. It will be presented, the Taycan, and Formula E is one part of that journey. We learned from that for our street cars, obviously, and we want to be part of the exciting future of motorsport. We probably won't stop with the real engines, let's say that, the noise you have here in the Nürburgring. It's something that people love as well. But we embrace what Formula E does, trying to innovate, make motorsport different, come to the big cities. So it's going to be an interesting journey.
So let's get back to the grassroots. You mentioned that you're taking care of them. That is a very important, vital part of your strategy. And let's talk a bit about the talent pool.
Well, the talent pool, that's something we saw yesterday in the Esports Carrera Cup. So we have drivers who are taken under our wings to grow them into real race drivers. So they have a chance to get a cockpit sponsored for the Carrera Cup. Yeah, and I think in principle, sim racers have the chance to become part of that as well.
Yeah, is there a possibility for a crossover?
In the future, maybe. Yeah. I won't say no, I won't say yes at the moment. That's a bigger motorsport discussion to have.
I'm trying to get those announcements here out of Sebastian, sorry. But yes, Sebastian, this is a very exciting journey that is lying ahead of us. We already had a couple good years, and I think there is more to come. We're not done just yet, we're just starting. And I mean, how important is it to grow organically for you guys?
That's at the core of our vision, that we really have to take the community with us. And again, don't come like, here's a big $1 million event and it's a big show, but then it's gone again. We want to be continuously in the market, want to offer platforms for people to grow themselves, to become professionals. Many of them are maybe 17 or 18, they're not there yet. So we don't want to overwhelm the community with something that's too big. So that's why we want to start on grassroots and offer this way to grow for the whole community.
Absolutely. I mean, we're about to jump into a first semi-final. And of course, we're going to see a second semi-final because the semi-final is, I mean,
well,
two
it'd be
parts,
weird if
obviously.
you only had one, as Sebastian and I established earlier on today. If you only have one semi-final, how?
It doesn't work.
Make sense,
no,
right?
no,
It doesn't make sense.
make sense. No, but they will be competed back to back. And for everyone that's tuning in right now, thank you so much for joining us here on site. Of course, there's still empty seats to all the people standing around. Do not be shy. It's just us. Come join us. We're gonna have a good time, guys. You don't need to stand on your feet. There are a lot of seats waiting for you. And of course, to everyone at home, thank you so much for joining us on TV, via stream. We have different languages, so this is going to be big.
And we are finally ready to have a look at the qualifying session for this first semi-final. A one-lap shootout around Spa-Francorchamps, followed by an 8-lap race. Over here to commentators, Will and Paul.
Thank you very much, Ben. Thank you, Sebastian. Thank you, Mele. And well, welcome back then to Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. A few hours ago, this track created the biggest drama of the weekend so far. But I'll say one thing. Over the next two semi-finals that we're going to have in the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy, we are going to see fireworks. We're going to see some great racing. But we might also see tempers playing a little bit, Paul.
Well, yeah, I mean, these drivers have been duking it out all weekend, really, on Friday and Saturday for sure. So these drivers are giving it absolutely everything for these semi-finals because they'll be desperate to make it into the final of this event. So make sure that you stick around and join us for this one because you will not want to miss it. And of course, a super pole, only one lap to set your qualifying time. You make a mistake, which is so easy around here as well, that will be it. You'll be stuck in the back.
We're having a look at Max Backham working himself now down towards Ravage in the DRS Commander Sim Sports car. So I did a couple of bits of notes whilst they were talking on stage. Over this semi-final, we've got ourselves 4 Commander Sim Sports drivers, 2 Williams Esports drivers. Overall in the semi-finals, we have 7 VRS Commander Sim Sports drivers, 3 Pure Racing Team drivers, 2 Red Bull Racing drivers, and a Drive X and a Partry.
Yeah, we've got quite a selection, a real smorgasbord of drivers from different teams, and yes, it is notable about the accumulation of drivers from VRS Quantum Sim Sport and Pure Racing Team there. But teams like this, Sebastian Dunkel, he could be a dark horse for this event here today. You know, he's due some really good results, and getting into the semi-finals not being easy.
It's not been. Of course, we saw earlier on today a team getting themselves a great podium finish in SimRC.de, which is actually probably one of the best results they've ever had. They've had podiums before, but to say they've beaten the likes of Pure Racing Team, the likes of Red Bull Racing Esports, a marquee event and a marquee results here, this is giving you the sponsorship money coming in.
Yeah, and this, getting the exposure here to really get your name out there as a team, getting in events like this will really boost your ability to be able to bring in that sponsorship money, which can then improve your performances. You can use it on equipment. You can encourage other drivers to join your team as well to boost your chances of improving overall. So definitely these drivers representing their teams, yes, it's an individual championship this, but they're representing those teams. Those teams want to do well here.
We're on board right now with Max Venig in the Pure Racing Team number 2 car. Now, Max, of course, in the finals of this event last year, was a part of the winning team in last year's Digital 500. So for Max Venig, Pure Racing Team, of course, had a nightmare this morning. I say absolute nightmare. They had one of their cars involved in an incident about 200 yards after the start line in the GT500. Then we saw ourselves issues with one of their other cars in Red Bull Racing Esports, and then a third incident, basically meaning Pure Racing Team were out of the picture earlier on today. This is their chance and their necessity now to bounce back.
Yeah, if there ever is an opportunity to be able to bounce back, you want to do it as quickly as possible. You want to get those bad results just out of your mind, and you want to be able to come back here and really show in this competition how well you're doing. We're looking at Max Venig now through Stavolo, and it's important to get your run out of here, to get your run through Paul Freyer, the curve of Paul Freyer there. Don't run too wide or you will invalidate your lap round there through track limits. And we're heading towards Blanchimont, one of the trickiest corners for track limits throughout this circuit. So we're expecting the first few lap times and the other lap times coming through very shortly. Runs a bit wide there, does Max. Does he incur a penalty? I don't think he has, because he is carrying on his lap. We'll have to wait and see. He's missed his apex there as well. I think this is a bad lap.
It is, and this is the pressure of Super Pole qualifying. You get one shot and one opportunity. I'm not going to sing the rest of the song, but you get one chance and one chance only to get a lap time in. We can see them. The times up on your screen on the left-hand side. Jeremy Bootsaloop currently has provisional pole position by 2 tenths per second, but Lon Heinrich in the Williams Esports car moves himself up to provisional pole. Lucas Jedstack in the Beta Racing Team We Run It in 3rd place right now. Dambit in 4th, and Moritz Lohner rounds at your top 5. Now, Paul, 6 drivers will qualify for our final. A little bit later on, the showpiece of the SimRacingExpo 2019. The other 6 drivers, well, unfortunately, it's game over and some Bitburg and Nona alcohol for them.
Absolutely, and well, there you go. 10 lap times on the board, and it's just about a second between them here in qualifying. It's 1 lap qualifying only, so even though we saw Max Venig not complete that lap last time, he's still getting some practice in, a little bit of cheeky practice in here. You might as well do what you can to get as much benefit as possible.
Yeah, every second in the car is vital. There is Joshua Rogers. Now, has he just waited for everyone else to go out and do their lap to see what the benchmark is going to be, then set himself out on himself? He's in the number 92 VRS car in a Sim Sports car. And the only sad part of this semi-final is the fact that and Rogers stops out on track. So could this be Rogers for Carolina Simmersports and Venig for Pure Racing Team not qualifying and starting from the rear?
This is huge. This is going to be an interesting race then that we've got coming up here, because these drivers, they're going to have it. And here we go with your starting grid.
Lauren Heinrich, pole position, 2 minutes 15.79 seconds. Jeremy Booterloop, second place. Luca Chestak in third. Christopher Dambitz in fourth. Moritz Lohner, fifth. Sage Karam in sixth. Rest of those results up on your screen. We are getting ready to go racing. It is a standing start here, of course, and the lights are out. We are underway for semi-final A as the cars head down into La Source for the first time. 8 laps around this racetrack, and we got drama already early, Paul.
Yeah, that was Jeremy Bootloop getting collected there in the 7 car, so a little bit of contact into La Source. They're heading on down to Eau Rouge for the first time. Great start from the Williams Esports driver up at the front. That's Lauren Heinrich, isn't it, who's up at the front there. The Euronics car in second place.
And at the rear of the field, you've got Coanda versus Pure Racing Team. At this stage, they've got to find a way of getting up into a qualifying position. And that is Rogers around the outside of the Team Hoixenveld car. Max Venig moving up from P12 to P11 right now. The sad thing is, Paul, we're not going to care about much of this racing out front. It's all going to be P7, P6 and back.
Yeah, absolutely, but there's a gap between 6th and 7th place at the moment. Sebastian Dunkel seems to be having a queue of cars behind him here, and that's going to be crucial here. If they lose the slipstream early on in this race, it's going to be pretty much impossible to get up there to get that top 6.
Rogers is up into 9th place already, but he needs to find a way of getting closer. He's going to go down the inside of the number 19 Apex Racing Team car of Antoine Higelar into the final chicane for the first time. Sticks it and holds it around the outside. That gives him the inside line into Stavolo 1. They come now into that first Stavolo and then curve a Paul Frere. But you're completely right, Paul. If that gap gets up above 2 seconds between P6 and P7, it's going to be very, very hard to then catch back up.
Antoine is not giving up this battle here either. He's right on the tailpipe, but look at that. Max Venig now down the inside of Jan Sentowski, so up to 9th place for Venig, and he's looking to maybe make a move into the bus stop chicane. He's getting a little bit defensive on Sentowski. Here's the other VRS Quantum Sim Sport car as well, getting involved, having to take avoiding action on the exit of the bus stop chicane. Across the line though, Backham, he's really struggling in this one. He's struggled to get anywhere in this one.
The pressure is potentially getting onto Mac Backham right now. It looks as though at the rear of the field he's going to have some issues, but there on the left-hand side of your screen we see Lauren Heinrich lead, and then Lucas Chestak in second place, Moritz Lohner in third. We said it yesterday, Paul, we say it again. If you're inside the top 6, it's all about just staying inside the top 6. There are no additional prizes for winning or even getting a podium in this race.
Dunkel versus Rogers, and Rogers around the outside. That is crucial for Josh Rogers. He needed to do that as quickly as possible. You look at up to 11th to 7th in the first lap and a quarter, and he's now got his sights set on his teammate Jeremy Bootloop. This is where the team dynamic now goes out the window. It's every person for themselves in this race.
Carolina Simsports has said so many times there are no team orders at that team, but right now there could be some fireworks. Sage Karam is in 5th place. In 6th place is Jeremy Booterloop, and 7th it is Josh Rogers. And of course, only the top 6 will qualify for our finals. We're getting towards the end of lap number 2 of 8 here in semi-final number 1. Max Venig has got himself up to 9th place, but then he's kind of hit a bit of a wall right now.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is the problem. If you get stuck behind a car, that means you're not progressing forward, you're not running your natural lines, you're not running your natural pace, and he's, well, as you mentioned, hit that wall of not being able to get forward and progress forward. Look at the using all of the runoff there to get through Blanchimont as quickly as possible. But you can see that Josh Rogers is catching up ever so slightly on his teammates. We're going too wide in towards the bus stop chicane, but Jan Sentowski not able to make the move. Boot loop making the move on his teammate Sage Karam now.
And that is to stay in this race. So Sage Karam now is in the catbird seat. Of course, Sage knows a lot. As you see, he's going to push a little bit deep there. And they're still going at it for 5th, 6th, and 7th place on track. I was about to say, Sage Karam knows what it's like to be in the drop zone, of course, having to run at bump day in the 2019 Indianapolis 500. But Rogers is now looking to the outside of the number 7 car. Let's see what happens as they come down into Le Calme. Hopefully we'll get a nice tight angle into the corner. There we are. And it's going to be going round the outside for Josh Rogers, inside line for the second part of the corner. A bit of a wiggle there, and Sebastian Dunkel is still there in the mix if these two come together.
I tell you what, we've seen that move work before. Rogers aggressive to attack there to get down, get in front, cut in front of his teammates. And now Jeremy Bootloop is out of the final here. Josh Rogers is in, but he's in that crucial 6th spot. One little mistake in this race and he could end up losing out.
Yep, and Jeremy Bootloop's now on the outside looking in. Sebastian Dunkel running in 8th place on track. It's Lauren Heinrich who leads away. Well, there's 2 Williams Esports drivers right now in podium positions. And whilst they said, on one hand, a podium means absolutely nothing, it does in terms of messing with the psyche of other drivers heading into the final.
Absolutely, you get in their heads, you really give yourself that real boost going into the final there, because if you win this race here, you're going in with such momentum into that final, and it's going to be a great show. Venig, again, getting onto the back of Dunkel here, still in 9th place. Venig running really wide there at Blanchimont, trying to carry the speed, ends up losing some ground there to Sebastian. So at the moment, battling it out for 8th and 9th. That is not where these two people want to be in this race.
Yeah, I was going to say, Max Venig taking some tips there from his one-time only teammate, Max Verstappen, at Blanchimont. Of course, Pure Racing Team worked with Team Redline. It was Max Verstappen, Max Venig, Max Benecke, and Lando Norris. Bootaloop then is back up into 6th place. And now Sage Karam is on the outside looking in. But whilst we've got the still battling going on between the commander drivers in 6th and 7th, what it's doing is if Venig finds a way of getting past Dunkel, it's giving him the opportunity to still attack in the second part of this race.
Oh, well, we've got 2 by 2 here. It's like the arc going down into Le Calme. And Karam trying around the outside. He's seen it work before. He gets the inside here. Now carry it around the outside here, Sage. Oh, just not able to hold it around the outside of Malmedy. So he does fall in behind his teammate in 7th. Still Venig cannot get past Dunkel, but Dunkel locks up a brake. That's allowed Venig to get his nose in there on the inside of Rivage, but he's on the outside of Jackie X corner.
Yep, through Jackie X corner, Max Venig remains in 9th place. We've been talking about it quite a lot over the last few hours, over how 2018's SimRacingExpo was basically the crowning moment for Pure Racing Team, but it's all going wrong for them in 2019 as Sebastian Dunkel and Venig there always coming together through the Fong chicane. You see also behind the flashing lights there. Well, it's Matt Backham, of course he's flashing his lights.
Absolutely, but Antoine Higelin now on the back of Max Venig is putting the pressure on there in the Apex Racing Team car. Here comes the VRS Quanta SimSport car though, and well, this is the opportunity to move up a position, but Antoine is not going to let Mac through that easy, and holding on his position into Blanchimont. Once again, they all run wide on the exit of the corner, so no advantage gained because they all took the same line.
No, but I do suspect, of course, we have got live race control for the entire weekend. If it becomes a habit and you gain an advantage, then we might see some form of time penalties or disqualifications. We almost need to give a penalty to Matt Backham for flashing his lights pretty much non-stop for the last 4 laps now. But we're going back on board that VRS Carrera SimSports car. On Matt Backham, he's in 11th place. He's got himself Antoine Higelard in the Apex Racing team just ahead. And well, Apex for another team, he's had a bit of issues there. What's going on?
A slowdown penalty, yeah. So ran wide over the inside of the curb at Radion there. So ended up losing a bunch of time, moves into the back of the field, and that's pretty much going to be Antoine's day done with that one mistake. But it just shows how easy it is to make that mistake there at Radion. We've still got battling here, boot loop as well as Venig battling away with Matt Backham now. So Backham, now that he's got clear of Antoine Higelard, is able to put the pressure on Venig, and there's a locked tyre from Venig. And look what that's allowed Sebastian Dunkel to do.
Start putting away, get a bit of clean air, and of course now for Sebastian Dunkel, he can go from looking in his rear view mirror to thinking about closing the gap ahead and maybe finding a way of forcing a mistake of the 2 Carrera drivers who are ahead of him on track to make it into the finals. Max Venig still runs in that 9th place on track in the number 2 Pure Racing Team cars. They work through the Farnley chicane underneath the Vodafone Bridge once again. And well, the drivers who are currently going to make it into our final a little bit later. And actually, here's the slowdown penalty first from the Apex Racing Team car. You're just going to see all 4 of the top. Well, that was a big slowdown there. I mean, that was nowhere near close.
He caught the inside curb through the right part of Radion there, and that just seemed to unsettle the car, push it wide through into the left part. So easy to make that mistake there, but still back to live pictures now. Backham all over the back of Venig, and these 2 drivers, they know that time is running out here because we've only got 3 laps remaining now in this race, and really the opportunities are becoming less and less for them, and desperation will start coming into play.
Yep, at the front of the field, you've got yourself the Williams Esports, to say 2 of their drivers looking as though they'll progress. On the bubble right now, it is Sage Karam. On the outside looking in is Jeremy Booterloop. So let's go through your top 6 drivers then who will be racing later. Lauren Heinrich in 1st place, Lucas Jestak in 2nd, Moritz Lohner in 3rd, Christian Dambeat in 4th. Then in 5th place, it's Josh Rogers. And P number 6, well, it keeps on changing. Jeremy Bootlib is back past Sage Karam.
Yeah, Bootlib got a great run through Rouge and Rivage and Rivage through Radion. But, well, that's crucial now. Venig has finally made his way past Sebastian Dunkel. So finally, he's taken up to lap 6 to make it past there. It's a little bit late for that move because you can see the gap in front of him now. And, well, time will tell. They're hoping now, this bunch of cars here, that there's a big incident further up the field.
This is all the pressure of the semi-finals for the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy. Of course, we had ourselves Super Pole. 1 lap and 1 opportunity to set your qualifying time. It's a short race of 8 laps. And what Porsche are essentially doing here are testing a lot of different elements about racecraft. Can you drive under pressure to set a qualifying time? Have you got the racecraft to not make a mistake? And have you got the racecraft to make overtakes cleanly and efficiently, claim efficiently if you need to?
Yeah, that's it. It's a true test here of what we've had throughout today and throughout yesterday as well, with the qualifiers coming into the semi-finals here. A wide line taken from Dunkel there. Backham looking to the outside of the bus stop chicane, not making the move stick for the time being, and in fact Dunkel gets a better exit out of the bus stop chicane. We've started the penultimate lap here of this race, and well, that gap is still quite big in front of Venig to Sage Karam and et al. The rest of the top 6 then. So Karam needs to make a move on his teammate Jeremy Bootloop, but right now he's in that draft. I would actually hazard to say you don't want to make the move on this lap. You want to do it on the last lap.
you've been watching too much Monday Night Skippies and Sunday Night Prime Time, because that's exactly right. But Sage Karam is going for the move around the outside into Leclerc once again. And of course, the risk of doing it on the last lap as well, you only have that one opportunity. At least now, for Sage, he's got the opportunity to both try and have a go, but now he has an idea of what to do better next lap.
Oh, well, so he's trying everything. He's run wide there. That could be crucial for Sage. It's a big error, is that one. It loses him a little bit of time there, but can he get back onto the back of his teammate? But Boot Loop seems to have made a little bit of a runaway there, and that is crucial here. Sage, he needs to do everything he can in the second half of this lap here to try and get to his teammate. Use the draft, use the slipstream to pull up.
1 1/3 laps remaining in this event. I started crossing off some drivers who are likely to make it into the final a little bit later on. I don't want to jinx any of the drivers, but I've got 4.5 crosses next to some names right now of people who are definitely likely going to make it through later on. Lauren Heinrich, of course, leading the way. We haven't shown you him at all, but he's got a second advantage over the Beta Racing Team Uranix car of Lucas Jestak, and of course the second Williams Esports driver on Moritz Lohner running in third place. There is your top three. So they come down. One more lap to go here at Circuit Spa-Francorchamps, but of course the big moment is going to be up the hill after the Kemmel straightaway. It's going to be the battle. Who's going to get through to our final later on? Will it be Backham? Will it be Boot Loop? Or will they crash?
Well, it'd be Sage Karam, actually.
Yeah, Sage Karam, that's the one.
But I tell you what, the gap there between Karam and Boot Loop, it's kind of close enough, but it's not close enough, really, I don't feel, as they come through Eau Rouge and Radion. And yeah, that gap, it's quite large, is that one. I don't think the draft is going to be strong enough here for Sage to do the move up the Kemmel Straights. He's going to have to look somewhere else if he can get close enough. We've still got battling going on. You might as well go for pride and get as many positions, because they're going to go 3 wide into Les Combes here. And contact into the back of Max Vennig. And well, I think that just about sums up the weekend for Pure Racing Team as a warning for car 16.
Yeah, there is a warning for the number 16 car. That time it was Sebastian Dunkel who made the contact with Max Vennig and the Pure Racing Team car. So it goes from bad to worse for Pure Racing Team. We're going to get a replay of that one up hopefully shortly. But unfortunately for Pure Racing Team, that weekend continues to be a negative one. They've got 2 drivers in the semi-final B coming up shortly here at the ADAC SimRacingExpo 2019. But let's take it back to the front now of your field. And the car 666 has had the issue. That is, of course,
Dunkel.
Yeah, Dunkel for causing a collision down at Les Combes. But we need to go back to your race leader, they're into Blanchimont for the final time. Williams Esports have had one of those years when they've been quietly being consistently good. Into the bus stop and out of the bus stop for the final time. It's going to be a win for Williams Esports and Lauren Heinrich here. It's going to be a double podium for Williams Esports because Moritz Lohner comes home in third place, but Beta Racing Team Euronics, Lucas Jestak comes home in second place here. It is a podium without Commander Sim Sports, a podium without Pure Racing Team. Who would have thought that heading into our semi-finals, Paul?
That was absolutely fantastic and well worthy of the applause that the crowd in the arena here gave us. Let's have a look at the replay of that incident that happened up at Les Combes. It was Dunkel who got involved here, got into the back of the Pure Racing Team car, and that caught up Matt Backham in that one as well, and that allowed Jan Santowski to move ahead there. So unfortunate incident happened. We'll look at this one again, and it's Dunkel just under braking, gets caught out because, of course, that Venig car is going to take a title line, needs to slow down a little bit more, and that means that they all three have that incident, and, well, Dunkel ended up with a drive-through penalty for that incident.
I did say there was going to be drama. There was drama here in semi-final number 1. We had drivers who weren't able to navigate Super Pole, as we've got our race results up on your screen. Lauren Heinrich, Williams Esports, victory by 0.6 of a second over Lucas Jestak, and then Moritz Lohner 3rd, Josh Rogers 4th, Dan Bitts in 5th, and Jeremy Boostloop in 6th as we head it back to the stage.
Thank you so much, Paul and Will. A big round of applause for our awesome commentators that led us through the first semi-finals of the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy. And yes, we're almost ready to jump into the second semi-final. Of course, we have to clear the rigs first. We get back to making everything pretty for our next set of drivers, of course. But what a race, Ben. What a race.
Well, there were people like Josh Rogers right at the tail of the field, starting down in 12th. They needed to get into the top 6, and only 8 laps to do it. But impressive to see Josh qualifying as well. Jeremy Bootloop on the bubble, but managing to get through. Sage Karam, sadly, not qualifying. Another VRS driver out. And it just sort of sets us up. But I think one of the biggest shocks, and I'm sure looking around here, the biggest shock is Max Venig finishing last in that race. Problems with contact, and he will not go through into the final. But ladies and gentlemen, in the audience here, a big round of applause to our drivers, and if the drivers could clear the stage, what a race, what a semi-final one.
All right, as said, we're getting the stage ready for our next set of drivers. And I mean, we have some of our, well, how about, let's say, stars, let's say, top favorites of the race not make it into the grand finale, and this mixes everything up. This opens it up back for everyone else.
Well, that is it. There are now opportunities for others to shine with people who are out of the way. But take, for instance, Lauren Hendrick, right? Williams Esports driver, he was out on corner 2 of our GT500 race, and he's just gone and won the semi-final A. So that is particularly good for him. Real good feeling. Doesn't matter that he's won. He'll have to qualify in the final to set his grid position for that final race. So actually the order 1 to 6 doesn't matter at all. It's all thrown in the bin now, but at least those 6 are through, and we're about to find out who the next 6 are. The stage is clear, and we can get our drivers on stage.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. So it is time to introduce our second set of races for a second semi-final of the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy. And here they are. Back to you, Will.
Thank you very much, Melly and Ben. Let's get then your next set of drivers onto the stage. First of all, he is a part of Race Union Esports, driving in the number 187 car. Welcome onto the stage, Florian Bowden. Our second driver, he is a part of the Red Bull Racing Esports organization. Give him a big hand. He is Sebastian Joe. Apologies there. Max Benecke, second up onto stage for Pure Racing Team, winning this event, of course, last year. And now we welcome onto the stage the Red Bull Racing Esports driver in the number 22 car of Sebastian Joe. Coming up next onto the stage, he is one of 3 Koana SimSports drivers in this race from the United Kingdom. Welcome the number 81 of David Williams. Our next driver, he is the only remaining Simicube NX Racing driver in this competition, driving in the number 10 car. Give a round of applause to Jack Sedgwick. Our next driver, he is part of Coanda SimSports. He is the former Red Bull Rallycross driver. He is from the USA. Welcome, Mitchell de Jong. And coming up next now, onto the stage, he is from Pure Racing Team. They are desperate for a good result here. He's jogging onto the stage from Germany, the number 18 of Mark Elkerman. Our next driver represents DriveX Esports, driving in the number 4 car from Spain. Give him a hand. It is Sauber Talent. We move on to our third Coanda SimSports driver in this second semi-final. He hails from France. Give a round of applause to number 33 of Ricardo Castrolado. One of a couple of Red Bull Racing Esports drivers in this event, driving the famous number 27. Give him a round of applause. It is from Germany, Patrick Holtzmann. Next up, Williams Esports had such a great run in semi-final A. Now they've got another driver in the number 3 machine. Give him up, it's Alexander Voss. And coming up next onto the stage from Germany, representing RaceSpotTV Online, in the number 69 machine, welcome onto stage, Angelo Michel. And let's hand it back to your stage.
Drivers, to your rigs.
All right, this is the second semi-final about to start. The first one already produced 6 winners. They make it to the grand finale.
Didn't win anything.
I mean, they won the entry to the grand finale.
Yeah, I suppose it's true.
So,
otherwise known as qualifying.
In my books, they already won. That was the first step of taking home the trophy, Ben. Am I correct?
You are, well, yes.
But of course, we can call them qualifiers as well. I mean, yeah, this race is going to be a tough one.
Maximilian Beneke, I hope he's calmed down from this morning, because having exited the GT500 at turn 2, he was frustrated when I interviewed him. He was frustrated when we saw him in the lounge afterwards. And he needs to reset his brain and approach this race like it's a brand new day.
And I mean, the mindset is so important when it comes to competition, no matter what competition, if it's traditional sports, if it's esports, if it's sports in general. As soon as it comes down to bringing your A game in that very time span, you have to show what you got, you have to be full focused, and pushing aside things that happened earlier the day, or maybe the day before, or maybe like 5 minutes before when you have to show up. That is a key factor for athletes, isn't it?
Taking a quick look at Mitchell de Jong in his rig. Obviously, success earlier on in the GT500 race will give him confidence, as you said, to feel good about coming into this one, but a brand new rig to adjust. All these rigs are as absolutely similar as possible, but there are slight nuances in every single pedal, in every single bit of mechanics, and these drivers feel those nuances. So this next couple of moments, this practice session, is for them to basically get used to the new surroundings that they're in a very short space of time.
Absolutely. It's not only about the technical things, about the simulator, about the motion simulators themselves, but also the lighting is different. The positioning on stage is different. The surrounding is different. And of course, things that can catch your eye. Of course, we have the monitors, the screens. covering most of the side of our athletes, but still being on a different position that you have before could be a changer for your game.
Yeah, and just a quick look at Sebastian Job there in the same rig that he did the GT500 race in, so he'll enjoy that, the fact that he's in the same position, and just adjusting his belts and steering wheel, and they'll now sit in those rigs and get themselves comfortable. Of course, a different car, the GTE Porsche RSR for this one. Again, at Spa, again, a single lap qualifying followed by an 8-lap race. And that single lap qualifying, that, as we saw in semi-final A, is super high pressure. You don't have very much time to get that lap. Well, you only have one lap, and if you make a mistake, it's in the bin, it's the back of the grid.
Absolutely. I mean, Ben, maybe you can take us through the different types of qualifying for a race like this. Here we do have the single pole format for the qualifier, but maybe for our audience that just joined us and are not too familiar with sim racing, what other options do we have?
Well, you could have a time qualifying session of 10, 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and allow the drivers to set multiple laps. It's multiple opportunities, which means it's lower risk, really. You can push harder, knowing that you've got another opportunity if you make a mistake on that particular lap. This one, if they make a mistake, it's the back of the grid, and then, like we saw from Josh Rogers, you've got to fight your way through. There's the opportunity for contact with other drivers. What I would like as a driver is to be in the top 6 and to have nobody around me, have a nice, quiet 8 laps. Because really, it's not very important where if you win or come 6th. It's important you get through into the final coming up later this evening.
And of course, this puts a lot more pressure on your shoulders because you have to be on point. And who else that is on point, we're going to hand over in just a second because the qualifier is ready. I'm excited for the second semi-final of the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy, and I think our commentators are ready to take over. So please give it up for the voices of this race, Paul and Will.
Thank you so much on the stage. I tell you what, I'm envious. We are envious of you with a nice air conditioning outside in what is now the RaceSpotTV sweatbox up here. But we've got a fantastic view of the crowd and the 12 drivers who are going to be doing Super Pole once again. And I completely agree with what Ben said a couple of moments ago, Paul. It really is easier for the drivers to have 5-10 minutes, do a lap, like we see, for example, in the Porsche Esports Super Cup. The pressure is mounting on them because of this Super Pole format.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant to see these drivers pushing and being pushed to the limit here in this particular event. And you're seeing some people even bow down to that pressure as well. So we saw in that last one, Max Venig and Josh Rogers both did not set a qualifying time. So it just goes to show what happens here. One little mistake, you run wide over track limits, and iRacing will automatically nullify your qualifying time.
And I will say one thing for Pure Racing Team. We had a last chance race yesterday. This is their last chance to get some silverware at SimRacingExpo 2019, and they're gonna have to get Max Benecke or, of course, Mark Elkerman through. And the mindset shifts all of a sudden. If you're in a situation where your teammates have dropped out the event, for example, Alexander Voss in the Williams, he's going to be on cloud 9 right now because he had 2 teammates in podium positions last race.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great spot to have. But it also puts pressure on you not to be the one to miss out on the race as well. So definitely these drivers, there's a lot of pressure, internal and external pressure put on them here. But these are, as we've kept on saying, some of the best sim racers in the world here at this event. And, well, if anybody will be able to handle that pressure, it's these 12 drivers right here.
In this race, we've got 3 drivers from Commander Sim Sports. We've got ourselves 2 drivers from Red Bull Racing Esports, as well as a couple of drivers from Pure Racing Team. An Inex Racing driver. We've got a DriveX Esports driver. We've got a driver from Team Wrenchboard Online, as well as Race Union. They are looking to join Josh Rogers, Moritz Lohner, Jeremy Bouteloup, Lucas Jetstack, Lauren Heinrich, and Christopher Dambex in the final, which will be taking place a little bit later on here in the Nürburgring Arena at 2019 Sim Racing Expo. The drivers are now on their one and only lap on tracks, and now it's time to see which drivers have the mettle to take on Circuit Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get ready. In fact, no, we're just switching over to qualifying now. So that was the last part of practice there. We obviously thought we were in qualifying there, but we weren't. But now we are, and this is where the pressure ramps up. Now all those drivers, I'm looking down at the stage here, looking at them all. Some drivers jumping out straight away here in qualifying, whereas one or two just waiting patiently in pit road, waiting. Now, for me personally, I don't want to know what the other results are in the qualifying here. I want to just get out there straight away, get my lap time in, and then worry about the race afterwards. Whereas a couple of people may want to just hang back a little bit, see those times come up so that they know what they're aiming at here.
Yeah, so you've got the two options, go out early or do what Josh Rogers did when he attempted to qualify. He did what Commanders strategies quite often, let everyone else go out on track, know what your benchmark is, and then go and set your lap. Well, the Rogers approach will cross that off. It didn't work in semi-final A. Semi-final B, however, well, we've got most of the drivers already on track. There is Sebastian Job in the Red Bull Racing Esports team car. And, well, for Seb, he's got a lot of weight on his shoulders. Of course, Red Bull Racing Esports are well represented in sim racing these days. But we've got two drivers from Red Bull Racing Esports. Him and Patrick Holtzman, they're both going to be told, you need to qualify.
Yeah, that's it. The pressure is really on these two here to put those laps in. And Holtzman, well, this is a man that we saw in the Porsche Esports Super Cup have a really good time around here. Okay, he may have lost out on the last lap of that particular race, but he's shown that he has form around this track, and he's certainly one to keep an eye on in this race, is Patrick Holtzman. But there are others as well that, well, basically everyone wants to keep an eye on in this one. Normally, I'd say one or two drivers, but everyone is important in this one.
There is no such thing as a slow driver of the 24 that we've got, of course, in our semi-finals. They are all world-class drivers, and it was really interesting hearing Sebastian from Porsche talking to Mele and Ben earlier on. And some of the things he was saying, I picked up on in particular. For example, the fact that actually what sim racing does, it gives younger drivers the opportunity to actually show what they're worth before they'd normally be allowed to go and jump into a real-life Porsche RSR.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great way to learn the basics, really, and to see how you handle pressure situations, how you handle the stressful environment of a race. Say you're mid-pack in a race there. How do you handle those different cars all trying to jostle for position with you? But we'll look at Max Benecke then. This is the person that's got all the eyes on him now. This is where we will see what will happen. Will he be able to pull out a qualifying time that puts him to the front of the field, because he wants to make his life as easy as possible?
Max Benecke, like many of the drivers that you see on stage, of course runs in the Porsche Esports Super Cup, which is on RaceSpotTV, and of course catch it on all the Porsche's social media outlets as well. They've got 2 races remaining in there. Benecke is still in the hunt for the championship, as well as Mitchell de Jong, who is of course on stage as a part of this race, and Josh Rogers, who is currently leading the championship. But we're going to get about 20 seconds of hurried activity in just one moment's time, Paul, when those times start to come in on the left-hand side of our screen.
Yeah, this is where we start earning our money now, being able to rattle off driver names for provisional pole. And well, we can see Max Benecke here coming through Curve Paul Freya towards the end of the lap. I can also see on another monitor that we have that Mark Elkerman is heading towards the end of his only lap time. I nearly said first lap time then. His only lap time. I've fallen into the habits, absolutely. So we'll be starting seeing those times coming up on screen then. So Mark Elkerman is going to come across that timing line. It's a 2:15.7 for him. So that's a benchmark for everyone else to work off of here. Here comes Max Benecke now through. Holtzman's the fastest at the moment, 2:14.9. Benecke across the line, 2:14.3. Fantastic one, but Sebastian Job with a 2:14.2. Brilliant lap time from the Englishman. And well, Alexander Voss, what will he do? 2:14.7. That's put him into 4th place. Angela Michael as well for RaceSport Online. He's put himself in 6th place. We are waiting on one more lap time here. And do you know what? He's late to start the lap time. It says it's 5:13, but actually, I think that's his out lap.
Yeah, I think so as well. That's Jack Sedgwick there in the Simulcube Inex racing car. But what a qualifying lap by the number 22 machine, the English driver of Sebastian Job. Also, just 4/100ths of a second separating Sebastian Job in that Red Bull Racing Esports car, the Englishman in the number 22 machine, and Max Benecke, the winner of the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy 2018, qualifying in provisional 2nd place in that Pure Racing Team car.
Yeah, you look at how close those two are there in qualifying. But this is true pressure now. You know what your target is here to be able to set a qualifying time in this event now. And so Jack Sedgwick going down into Rivage once again. And he'll be pushing as hard as he can to extract all of the lap time out of this car, because you need to make sure that you get yourself as far up the grid as possible. And well, Sedgwick now heading towards Pouon. All eyes are on him. Both of us are just staring intently at the screen here, because this is where we decide who is the final driver to set a lap time on your grid here and where he falls in to that grid.
And it's worth noting that after having several non-qualifiers last time around, we have all of our drivers who have set a qualifying time for race number 2. Now, there is a little bit of separation. 2 seconds between our fastest driver, Sebastian Job, and your slowest driver of David Williams. But what that does show, Paul, is that they've learned some lessons, people in their semi-final Group B, and they've realised that actually you need to get the qualifying time in. It's not worth it being too aggressive and then starting from the rear.
And we know how good a driver David Williams is in terms of battling through packs, so it's not the end of the world for him, but it's just made his life a heck of a lot harder. But here we go, Cedric then, through the bus stop chicane, a little bit untidy on the exit there, and across the line in a 2:15. So that puts him right there in 6th place, right in the middle of the field.
Right in the middle. He's on the bubble for the time being. So all of our 12 drivers have now qualified. Sebastian Job, pole position, 2 minutes 14.271. Front row of the grid alongside him will be Pure Racing Team's Max Benecke. 3rd place will be the Carana Sim Sports car of Mitchell de Jong. And 4th place, continuing a good semi-final round here, is Alexander Voss in Williams Esports. You can see the remainder of those qualifying times coming up now along the bottom of your screen. As again, standing starts here and 8 laps in the Porsche 911 RSR for semi-final B for the Porsche Esports Trophy 2019, and we are almost set to go racing. We've got 11 of the 12 drivers now up on our field. All 12 drivers have gridded. That means we're under starting orders for semi-final B lights will go on top of the R-Racing gantry, lights will go out, we go underway for 8 laps, and immediately a good start by Sebastian Job. Max Benecke has got a commander car alongside him, and a wiggle for Benecke going wide for Sebastian Job into Air Rouge for the first time.
Yeah, but everyone's been able to make it through there. No contact into turn number 1, so that's crucial here as you look at them fly past the camera there. We normally usually see huge train of cars. Not in this race. Big instant for Bodin there at the back and through Radion, and that's going to be the end of the race for him and a Coanda car as well.
That will be David Williams, I believe, who's going to be out at the front of the field, though, for the race lead. Here comes Max Benecke round the outside and to the race lead over Red Bull Racing Esports driver Sebastian Job. Commander car off there in 3rd place. That's Mitchell de Jong going wide at Malmedy. Now Patrick Holtzman is looking down to his inside into Rivage, which is the outside with the Jackie X corner, and de Jong is falling back right now.
Yeah, he's got bullied out the way here as de Jong, and he's having to go defensive here now on the RaceSpot Online driver as they go into Pouat for the first time here, and now's not the time to go rallycross driving, Mitchell. You've got a race to finish here in the top 6 to get into the final, but well, Tefania, we'll have to see what the order of play is before by the end of this lap, just so we can see what's happening there. A drive-through penalty for car 33, pushing another car, and well, straight away the marshals, the stewards, are on point there,
and they have to be quick, of course, because of the fact this is only a short race of 8 laps. So basically, you can say it is game over. It's actually Ricardo Castro-Ledo in the number 33 Coanda Sim Sports car will have to do a drive-through penalty, and well, that's one Coanda car out. But at the front of the field, I think Max Benecke, as we see the replay of Florian Bodin there, and yeah, down through Radion, gets a little bit of a punch from Ricardo Castro-Ledo. But at the front of your field, Paul, to go back to that, I think Max Benecke thought, I don't want to be in the pack. I want to lead this race from the front.
Yeah, he does, and well, he wants to assert his dominance here. He wants to show that I am on point here. I am the person that is going to take the most advantage of this as he goes through into the Radion exit there. And well, we're looking at Michael now, Angelo Michael, in the slipstream of the Red Bull car of Patrick Holtzman. Looking to the inside, you don't need to make any desperate moves here. You're in 4th place right now, and well, car 69 and car 10 must change positions. So that's Muffa race control directive. So obviously not happy with some of the overtaking that's happening here in this race.
Yeah, and that's Jack Sedgwick in the number 10 car there. Number 69 is Angela Michel in the Team RaceSport Online car.
Oh, wow.
And the thing is, yeah, as he drops back to allow him through, that takes him out of contention. So Team RaceSport Online, by virtue of having to swap positions, are now on the outside looking in. Sebastian Job on board of him in the Red Bull Racing Esports car. 0.3 of a second, the gap between himself and Max Benecke. Benecke, as I said, won this event last year. Sebastian Job qualified on pole position, but behind is now Mark Elkman on the bubble. 2 Pure Racing Team cars right now are through to the final.
But Salva Talons here is putting the pressure on Elkman here, so this one isn't going to be over, not yet by a long shot. There's a car just behind Talons as well, not too far behind, so you've got 3 cars together here. That's David Williams, started from the back of the grid there, and he's in 8th place, looking at potential top 6 down the inside into the bus stop chicane by Talons. Not able to get it down the inside there. Trying to hold it around the outside, using a little bit of the runoff, but stays behind, so not unfairly gaining a position there. That's crucial. That means the stewards, they'll be happy with that. Onto the brakes again, into La Source there. What a dive by Talons, and this is going to bring David Williams into this battle now.
Yep, 6th, 7th, and 8th places is heating up. We go on board with David Williams in the Coanda Sim Sports car. Look how close it is. between the Pure Racing Team car and the car just ahead, the DriveX car, now up in 6th place on track. Salva Talent has got that position for the time being, but it's still close between himself and Mark Elkerman. As ahead, we've got ourselves Sebastian Job back to the race lead. Well, normally we'll be shouting about that. It's not important as this 6th, 7th and 8th battle right now.
Yeah, it's a different style of race here. We're going to be focusing a lot now on this battle here. 3 cars all together, all battling it out for that final qualification spot into the final, should I say, of this Porsche Sim Racing Trophy. And at the moment, it is Salva Talent who's got one hand on it, but it's a long way to go yet. 4.5 laps to hold on to it, and we've seen what the slipstream up the Kemmel Straight does for somebody.
Yep, we're not quite at halfway distance in semi-final B. Salva Talent right now in 6th place. He is on the bubble. Mark Elkerman is currently on the outside, looking in the Pure Racing Team car. But what David Williams kind of showed there when those two started fighting was, well, you guys go side by side again. I'm going to be right there and ready to capitalize. And this is actually what David Williams is a master at.
Yeah, absolutely. Just being able to work his way through packs. He is a master at it, as you mentioned there. Coming into Blanchimont there. Look at how Elkerman closes up under the slipstream. They both run wide over the track limits now on the brakes in towards the bus stop chicane at the end of the lap. But right now, Elkerman doesn't need to panic too much at the moment. It's not absolutely desperate yet, but we're at the halfway point, almost at the halfway point, should I say. We're on to lap 4 now, so these drivers, they are going to be really starting thinking now about the end of this race. The front 5, they've got that bit of a breakaway there. As long as they keep it clean and keep it safe, they don't need to do anything.
You're reading my mind exactly there. Your top 5, they are safe, and they've got about a 2-second gap. We're going to see confirmation as it switches over. Yeah, there's about 3 seconds between P5 and P6 as Mark Elkerman going to look back down over P number 6 is actually for the race lead. Beneke goes back to the point, but Mark Elkerman on the outside then of the DriveX Scalpers cars. They work in towards and out of the Lacombe complex through Malmedy once again. Elkerman back up into 6th place. And what a lot of these drivers often do in a kind of last chance situation like this, they're working out the weak points of the drivers. But Salva Talent almost seems like going around the outside into Jackie Ick's corner.
Yeah, you don't really see that many moves being made around the outside in Jackie Ick's corner, but I tell you what, if one driver is going to do it, it's Salva right here for that DriveX Esports car. But round Pouin they go once again, and well, this battle is not going to be over, and David Williams is just sat there waiting, patiently waiting to strike. Ever the opportunist is David Williams, and but he will need to start thinking about moving forward into the second half of this race here, because he is putting the pressure on in front, but he's making Salva Talent look behind as well as in front of him.
Ricardo Castroledo is out of this event. Well, he's 2 laps down, so for all intents and purposes is out. Florian Bowden in the Race Union car, 22 seconds back. So it'll be an absolute miracle for the Race Union car to get into a qualifying place. On the outside into the bus stop chicane comes Salva Talent in the DriveX Esports car. You can just see, I wish you could see the face there on Paul as they worked into the bus stop chicane. That was getting close to squeaky bum moment time as into La Source they come once again. And Salva Talent putting a lot of pressure on as they've now come down the hill towards Air Rouge. Radion again looking from the rear of Mark Elkerman in that Pure Racing Team car as they come down in towards Air Rouge, the left-hander, then up the hill through Radion. Actually, as a consequence of all that, Salva Talent has fallen back over the car now.
That's what happens when you get too close to the car in front. You have to just back out of it. Here comes Williams. He's seeing his opportunity come up here. Can he get the job done here to the outside of Lacombe? No, not this time. But I tell you what, Talons now is feeling this pressure, and Elkerman, he wants these two to start fighting so he could try and just focus on pulling away from them, but at the moment, they're still all together here on lap 5.
Well, there's also the drivers running in 9th and 10th place. For example, Jack Sedgwick in the Inex racing car. That would love for these three to come together because there's a chance that he can get back into a qualifying position. We see the moves and shakers in our event so far. Up 4 places for Mark Elkerman, up 4 places for Sauer Talent, up 4 places for David Williams. Patrick Holtzman has gained 2 places, but De Jong, of course, he had lost 2 places after what is a pretty scruffy half a lap by his standards.
Yeah, he won't be happy with that at all, and he'll want to forget about that if he does qualify for the final. I will never call somebody who's qualified until they cross that white line. Across the finish line, but yeah, it is still very close between these two. And look at that, Sebastian Job, your leader, also with the fastest lap in this race. So Talons again, I just think he's getting maybe a little bit too close at crucial points where he needs to be making moves. But look at that, round the outside of the bus stop. He'll have the inside for the next part. Brilliant move there on the brakes. Great stuff. But this does put him under pressure now from Elkerman in towards La Source.
Yeah, that was all clean, all legal there into the bus stop chicane, as that does give Mark Elkerman, who should have a good run up the top of the hill, but they are very close. The lights are flashing in Mark Elkerman's Pure Racing Team car. Of course, you don't want to get a slowdown penalty with only 3 laps to go. It was a little bit close, but both drivers are okay. Let's go on board with Mark Elkerman, and let's see, is he going to get the opportunity? He's going to have to go around the long way in towards Lecom once again. Elkerman, this is a great battle between DriveX Esports as well as Pure Racing Team for the final qualification spot in this second semi-final. David Williams has got a primetime view of it in 8th place in the Commander SimSports car, and Williams almost running there into the rear of the Pure Racing Team car, who just locked up completely into Rivage.
Yeah, well, I think he got put off by Talons as well, going a little bit hot into Rivage. So definitely those two there trying to push on and trying hard to make it make the moves and make the pressure count here as we're going up towards the final chicane. Once again, the Talons is just pulled away just that little bit from Elkerman for the time being. We've got 3 laps remaining. Here's the replay of the move that got Talons in front, and it was a locked brake by Elkerman there. He snatched the brake on the inside wheel. That allows Talons through, and all of a sudden, Elkerman is running out of time here because we're on lap 6. There's only going to be 2 more laps at this white stripe.
And under normal circumstances, Elkerman, if you lock up into that corner, can just roll off the brake a little bit and settle the car down. But when you've got a car on the outside, you're not allowed to do that. And it was a great moment there of putting a driver into a position where they didn't want to be. So Sauber Talent in the DriveX Esports car looking to try and get that 6th and final spot. But with 2 laps remaining in this event, there's still a long way to go. As we see on the left-hand side of your screen, a wee smile there by Sebastian Job. Of course, he has been having battles with Max Benecke all race long. It doesn't matter what happens if you finish 1st or 6th. As Ben said earlier, you take the results, tear him up and throw him away, but we have got a battle anyway for the race lead. Job is on the inside of Max Benecke as they come down into Lecom once again. I don't like this. They've got themselves a big advantage over Patrick Holtzman. There is no need to be pushing this hard.
These two need to keep it squeaky clean as well, because you could easily get a drive-through penalty here in this race, as we've seen with Castrolado earlier on lap 1. So these drivers, yeah, they may be wanting to switch places. If I'm Seb Job, I've led the majority of the race. I don't need to prove myself by going back ahead of Max Benecke. So really, he's got to be carry on, just push on, hold right behind Beneke just to say, hey, look, I'm be keeping here all the way through this race, and you're not that much quicker than me.
And again, we talked about the fact that even though this is a single driver competition, a lot of these big teams have driver coaches. We see Max Beneke on the left side of your screen. Even though he's been in the lead of this race quite a bit here today, still haven't seen a smile on his face over the course of this Saturday at SimRacingExpo. You can see he is laser focused right now as they come into Blanchimont for the penultimate time in this race. I think Job has actually just dropped back a little bit right now. He's remembered. But as I was going to say, Paul, a lot of these teams normally will have driver coaches, spotters, all of these things. They don't here. They are pretty much running alone in these motion regs.
Absolutely. We've got a battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. But really, these three, they don't need to battle as we start the final lap here. It's the battle behind, actually, because it has closed up a little bit, although it's not completely done as that one. 6th place is still quite a close battle as we look there. Seb Job on screen, trying his hardest, going through Radion once again, up the hill, up the Camel Straight. And Beneke going very defensive there, straight away to the right-hand side of the track. And Job is trying his best. Hold it around the outside, Willie. Will we have a little bit of shenanigans on this last lap? They still keep it clean. Job falls in behind for the time being through Malmedy. But, well, Beneke feeling the need to still keep on going defensive.
Yeah, and we saw 2 wheels almost on the grass for the Red Bull Racing Esports car of Sebastian Job, and they stay side by side on the exit of Ravage into Jackie Ick's corner. I can almost see something going wrong as you see Max Beneke in the Pure Racing Team car almost hitting the tyre barrier on the exit of the Jackie Ick's corner, and that's an incident between Pure Racing Team and Coanda Sim Sports once again here at SimRacingExpo. This is between Mark Elkman, who is in the Pure Racing Team car, and he gets tagged there by, that's David Williams in the Coanda Sim Sports car. We'll talk about that one briefly after the race because we have got to get your race victor, and it looks like, unless it's going to be a late lunge by Sebastian Job, it is going to be a victory for Pure Racing Team. You got Max Beneke on the right-hand side of your screen. They run it nicely through Blanchimont into the bus stop chicane for the final time. Sebastian Job isn't going to go for the move in the final corner. That means finally a smile from Max Beneke. Finally, you see some emotion. He's happy again. Max Beneke wins semi-final B over Sebastian Job. And I'll say one thing, even though there are no prizes for this semi-final, I'm sure Max Beneke needed that result to get himself back his mojo. Silver Talons qualifies. Car number 12, a 15-second time penalty from the incident we saw a little bit earlier on. So we are going to just have to review the result in one moment's time. But wow, Max Beneke, he gets himself the victory here as there is a replay of the number 18 Pure Racing Team car, Mark Elkerman, and well, PRT and Coanda Sim Sports, another incident as let's get your top 5. Max Beneke, Pure Racing Team winning by a third of a second over Sebastian Job. Red Bull Racing Esports in 2nd and 3rd place here. Holtzman in 3rd, Alexandra Voss in 4th place, and Mitchell de Jong rounds out your top 5. Salva Talent does qualify. He gets a 6th and final qualification place. Mark Elkerman misses out for Pure Racing Team. Jack Cedric in 8th place. 9th place is Angela Michelle, and Florian Bowden rounds out your top 10 with David Williams with that penalty and Ricardo Castrolado in the final position. So It's good news for Pure Racing Team on one hand. Defending champion Max Benecke is qualified for our final. However, there is only one Pure Racing Team driver remaining in this event. We've got ourselves our 12 drivers. Let's hand it back to the stage in just 1 moment's time. Ben, Melly, what a second semi-final we have just had.
Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much, Paul and Will. Please give it up for our commentators for this semi-final, ladies and gentlemen. They've did a fantastic job for this second semis, and as Will already stated, what a race.
Yeah, Will needs to go and have a long lie down and calm down, I think, because he's still got to preserve some energy for the final coming up in just around an hour's time. Make sure you join us on the streams or here in the stadium for that final. And we've got some entertainment before as well with the Volkswagen Beat the Lechner Golf GTI Challenge as well.
Yes, that's going to be a fun one. Benjamin Leuchter already set the record, but yes, we will be back after a short commercial break. So please don't go anywhere. See you later.
Falcon Tires.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the commercial break. Thank you for sticking around, and I promise you, we won't let you down because we still have some amazing things for you guys in store. And of course, the big finale for the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy is actually waiting for us in the wings. But before that, we of course have the Benjamin Leuchter Challenge and of course, something very, very amazing for you guys now.
It's going to be real entertainment, that Benjamin Leuchter Challenge. The Nordschleife. They're going to have to take on 3 laps in a TCR car. That is super, super hard to do. So stick around, make sure you join us for that before we crown our champion in Porsche Sim Trophy. However, you may have noticed we've got some guests on our stage, and it's fantastic to welcome Thomas Jägermeister from Fanatec and Dom Doohan, the brains behind various things, including Team Redline and our Factor 2. Gentlemen, lovely to have you.
Exactly. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
joining us here on stage.
Hi, it's been a while that somebody called me Jägermeister, but it happened before.
I was about to say, I found it really funny. I wanted to leave it up to you, but of course, Thomas Jägermeister. But Jägermeister isn't too bad either.
It's all the same.
But yes, CEO and founder of Fanatec, and that's exactly what we are going to talk about today in this very short Fanatec presentation. Thank you so much for joining us here on stage and bringing all the knowledge you brought us with you. We're gonna, we have some questions.
We have some questions.
We're gonna ask them.
I'm not taking any responsibility for these questions, by the way. I've just been handed
I saw
them.
you writing them out
That's
back.
fine.
Come on.
We'll do it live. I mean, that's one of my most favorite things to do.
Wing it.
Exactly. And
Yeah, we do it natural.
yeah, there we go. That's all been planned and rehearsed multiple times, definitely. But yes, of course, Thomas, we're here for one thing, for sim racing. Please tell us, and of course the audience and our audience at home, what does sim racing mean to you? In one sentence.
Well, that's a nice way to start, isn't it?
Yeah.
So let me think. That would be, I would say, it's motorsport minus the risk of getting broke or getting killed.
That's true, actually. But
unless you have a wife which is not happy with having you a racing simulator in the living room.
But yes,
Dom, your ideas of what sim racing means to you? You're the grandfather of sim racing, aren't you?
Grandfather? That's
Of sim racing.
That's
Wow.
nasty. But yeah, no, I mean, for me, sim racing is it's a new avenue into motorsport. It is a way that your kind of everyday guy can get involved with racing. We all love racing, and yeah, it's just as rich with the thrills and spills as real motorsport. So yeah.
I mean, Thomas, back in the day, you put your heart into hardware, especially for sim racing, and now Fanatec is one of the leading brands of the industry. And what made you focus on this? What made you focus on sim racing hardware?
Well, in the beginning, we made steering wheels. We also made game pads and flight sticks and keyboards and even a mouse, the headshot controller, a trackball, whatever. Some crazy stuff. But we decided that it's really better to focus on something. And when I had to pick something, I thought, okay, well, the racing games, they were one of the first video games ever. And there will always be racing games, and the best way to play a racing game is certainly with a steering wheel. So, well, that was as simple as that. And I said, okay, well, let's go all in for sim racing. This is we did this many years ago, and I say, okay, we're gonna stay there and focus only on sim racing, and that was a good decision. Yeah.
And you say a long time ago. How long are we talking? How long has Fanatec been around, making steering wheels of obviously now varying different levels of technology?
You know, if I look in the mirror, I still think that I'm a young guy, but apparently I'm not. Yeah? So if I'm looking back into 22 years of business now, and so we've been around for quite a while. We started in '97, where there was really not much on the market. Certainly. It's nowhere near even close to what we have now, and yeah, so I was quite happy to participate on that, and maybe we contributed a little bit and made things better, and yeah, and now since a couple of years, finally everything was really going up fast like crazy. I mean, that's finally we're there where sim racing always should have been. Yeah.
Okay, that's some words I would say. And what is your main takeaway from the past couple of years? You said it has skyrocketed pretty much. What have you learned in that time, especially when it comes to sim racing?
What have I learned?
He's learned so much from me in that time and before. All these life lessons. It's been good, hasn't it, Thomas?
I was going to say, Dom, though, you're kind of responsible for this growth as well. You're in part with Team Redline and with R Factor 2, helped sim racing become what it is today.
Well, thank you, Ben. How much do I owe you for that kind of compliment? But no, certainly we've been in the forefront of sim racing for many years, and we've just seen it grow. And there are definitely certain kind of key moments, I think, within the last 20 years. For instance, when we saw kind of Max get involved. We saw this real crossover between real racing and sim racing, and I think what he did was bring the word sim racing to kind of like the forefront and F1 journalists, and I think that really helped.
All right. And Don, what do you expect from the future of sim racing?
Do you know what? It's so difficult to see the trajectory of sim racing at the moment because it's moving so quickly, but certainly I think there's going to be a lot more kind of huge competitions. I think at the moment sim racing is a bit fragmented because it's growing so quickly, but I think all of this will come together. You're going to have huge competitions, you're going to have big teams linking with small teams, and you're just going to see a massive explosion in terms of the hardware market, and I think the amount of people just interested in it. It's merging motorsport with esports, and I think we're in a unique position there.
And is that sim to real crossover important for a company like Fanatec? Do you listen and work with real drivers to make sure your wheels give exact feedback from what they would expect in a real world situation?
Well, there's one big difference between playing FIFA or playing Counter-Strike. I mean, if you play FIFA, then you're not really necessarily be a good football player. If you play Counter-Strike, then you're not necessarily be a good terrorist? No, whatever. But if you are a good
anti-terrorist,
cut it. But if you are a good sim racer, that actually can help you in real life as well, and that's the only esport I know of where this transfer is possible, where you learn in the sim and it actually makes you faster in real life. And I think this is something really special, and a lot of people notice that, especially the race drivers, and that's why this is going to be a long-term success, because it's going to be probably part of training, just like we are also quite good in the driving school business, and driving in a simulator in Germany will become sooner or later a standard as well to get a driving license. So it just makes sense.
Like it is in planes already.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard that you actually have released a new officially licensed Porsche wheel. Yeah. Can you tell us more about that product?
Well, we already showed that last year, so we're now finally in a position that we are very short to...
We were there, Melly. We were there in December last year when it was launched.
But our audience wasn't.
This is true.
But now it will only take maybe another 2 or 3 years, then we've actually launched it. No, just kidding. We're going to launch it this year for sure. It's a replica of the Cup steering wheel, which is a quite popular wheel. And it's at a very high level with magnetic shifter pedals, which are not even featured in the real car. So in some respect, and the nice little metal badge, which is
of course beautiful,
very important,
better than on the real one. But other than that, it's very close, and this is exactly where we want to drive it. It make it look and feel exactly as the real car, so you will notice not any difference.
So they are really similar to what is built into a real Porsche.
Absolutely. I mean, you could especially wheel rim has the same quality. You could put it into a car and just drive.
And presumably, what's important not only is the feedback you get from turning the wheel, but also turning the knobs, pressing the buttons, the feel of how they depress and press and how they click around. It's so important for racing drivers in the real world, and therefore important for you.
Well, what can I say? Yes.
All right. I'm not doing a very good job of asking questions, am I, with a yes/no answer?
I mean, you're stating the obvious, Ben, and you just need confirmation from the CEO of Fanatec. That's absolutely fine. And I mean, this is one of many licensed products to come?
Well, if you look at our booth closely, then there's one more steering wheel, which has a little logo on it.
Yes, the Team Redline Elite Special.
Oh, nice.
Well, that will probably take another 5 years to develop.
Okay.
But come on, don't.
I don't want to cry just here.
That's fine. We don't want to get you guys into trouble or into fight, but...
Just before we go to that last question, because that really is the end question.
Yeah.
So we've got 2 minutes left. I just wanted to quickly ask Dom, last night we saw R Factor 2 here for the first time. Was that a success? Watching it, it looked spectacular to see the Nordschleife replicated in such a, well, I described it as brutal way on these simulators.
Yeah, it's massive for us. We've been trying to build that, or trying to license the track for some time, and thank you so much for Nürburgring for letting us do it. But then there's the question of building it. It took us over a year to build. We've got one of the most detailed laser scans. It's the 2018 laser scan, and even recreating that graffiti. I mean, you wouldn't believe the amount of graffiti we had to remove for the age barrier on the game. But anyway, where am I going with this? It's a stunning track, an awesome recreation of one of the best tracks in the world, if not the best. And I just can't wait to see like 60 cars driving around here in a massive online environment.
That's definitely something to look forward to. But before...
Ladies and gentlemen, Melly has got one very important question.
Very important
that you
question.
need to listen to right now.
Exactly, because it involves cold drinks. So we've heard that there are some cold drinks waiting for us by Fanatec.
Well, actually, there's
Where?
it's just one word which is important for Germans, and I now have to say it in German. Freibier. Yeah. So Freibier,
Das
free
mögen wir.
beer. Over at the
applause.
At least
okay,
one
guy is coming.
listening.
One
Exactly.
guy is coming. And so we have it at the booth right now. Yeah, just have a beer and with us and enjoy it. Enjoy the great show. I think it's been fantastic again. What has been made and. Yeah, and let's celebrate it a little bit.
Thank you. That sounds lovely, guys. You've heard it outside at the Fanatec booth. There's Freibier waiting for us. So, before we jump right into the next product, first of all, I wanted to say thank you for joining us here on stage. Thomas Jackermeier, CEO and founder of Fanatec, and Dom Duen, founder of Team Redline and CDO of Studio 397, behind R Factor 2, of course. And guys, it is almost time. Thank you so much. Big round of applause. And you can go and get those beers ready for our audience. Thank you so much.
Get the beers ready for us.
All right. So, Ben, this is going to be fantastic. There's something waiting for us. But before we jump straight into our next segment, let's talk about what happened today. Take us through. What did we see this morning? It's been a long day, and it's not over just yet.
No, so we've had the GT500 race, the endurance race. We will crown all of our podiums at the end of tonight's proceedings. So we'll find out who's on the podium for the GT500. Clue, Josh Rogers and Mitch de Jong won that one. We've also, yesterday, had the Porsche Carrera Cup Germany race. Niels Naujok's winning that one, and he's already he's still around, probably in the Fanatec booth. I think that's where a lot of people have gone to the Fanatec booth to get a nice, refreshing
I mean, you can't
beer.
drop such an announcement and not expect people to go. I mean, so... Ben, thank you so much for this quick overview. And as said, we're not done just yet. The Leuchter Challenge is waiting for us. Beat the Leuchter. And I mean, besides that, we have a teeny tiny grand finale to compete. But before we head into all of this, we're going to take a little break because we all need refreshments, of course. And thank you so much for being with us. See you in just a bit.
Falcon tires.
Hi, my name is Benny Leuchter and I'm driver in the SLR Team Volkswagen in WTCR. This year's run on the Nürburgring Nordschleife I won. You can try to beat me now on the big final in the Ring Arena.
And we are back. And you've heard it yourself. This is our audience's chance to beat Benjamin Leuchter.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic to have this opportunity. People who have been attending the expo have been heading to the BRM watch shop up until 4 o'clock today to try and be in the top 12, to have a chance to come onto this stage and to join in. And of course, with 200 sim racers at the expo competing, this class of field is going to be quite high. I'm sure there's a lot of people who we've already seen joining us again.
Absolutely, and we do have a very special guest that we're going to welcome here on stage. So please give it up for a representative of Volkswagen, Arne Sohnemann. Arne, thank you so much for joining us here on stage. And you brought me a gift. Is that mine?
Obviously, it's a gift, but unfortunately, it's not for you.
Oh no, that's really, well, sad, for me at least. Because this is indeed a gift, as you already stated. But before we talk about this beauty, let's talk about the Volkswagen Beat the Leuchter with Golf GTI TCR.
Yes.
What are we expecting from this, Arne?
I think we are expecting a lot of good racing right now, actually, in a few minutes. And what is really special about this, I think you all know this competition will be held on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, where Benny Leuchter already told. Benny Leuchter won this race in the WTCR. It's a FIA World Touring Car Championship. And I think it's really tough for the guys to go out and have 3 hot laps on the Nordschleife.
And is this basically a celebration for Benny, who has worked and driven so many laps around the Nordschleife over the years, to kind of go, well, mate, you won the World Championship race here?
Yeah, for us it was a stunner. I mean, we had some troubles in the beginning of the season, especially Benny and our other drivers. But to win the first home soil race in front of his crowd within the 24 hours race, it was just amazing for him and for all the team.
Absolutely, and now we're about to welcome our challengers here on stage. So please give it up for drivers.
They qualified here at the Nürburgring in the Race Room Lounge, and now they have the chance to beat the pro, beat the Leuchter from over 200 down to 12. Let's give them a big round of applause as the drivers enter the stage.
Drivers, to your rigs.
Perfect. While the drivers settle in, get familiar with the situation, I mean, you don't get too often the chance to play on a stage like this, right? I mean...
Yeah, I mean, as Ben already stated, we've seen a lot of pro sim racers already here on the stage. But what we wanted to try is to give, even though the other people who are coming to the expo, the opportunity to qualify for the main stage. And probably the sim racers got the lucky punch in the end, but there's one or two I think that is not regular pro sim racer. So I'm very excited.
I saw a couple of guys just wearing regular T-shirts. So we, of course, as you already said, have a lot of jerseys, team jerseys here on stage.
Yeah.
But I mean, and as already stated before, you don't get too often the chance to play to drive on a stage like this.
This is the first time here at SimRacingExpo that you have this opportunity.
Yes, obviously, this is the first time that you have the opportunity to qualify in the weekend of the race, and for us, for Volkswagen Motorsport and Volkswagen, it's great to be in the prime time just before the big final.
Absolutely, the big finale is waiting for us, but it's not just time for it just yet. We, of course, have the Leuchter Challenge at first, and one of the prizes we already saw, and this is, well, all of our competitors here on stage got this little beauty to take away from.
They will get this after the race because they qualified among about, I don't know, 250 people that tried. But we have a main prize, which is really special, I think. And well, I thought Benny would already mention in his short video message, but he will not. So
we do have a VIP VLN weekend with Benny Leuchter and a Nordschleife taxi ride with him.
Yes, with him.
The Benny himself.
Yes, I mean, I had the chance to go with him on the Nordschleife already, but in a road car, and this was already amazing. But I can imagine that being next to him on his favorite racetrack in the world, I mean, it's the best racetrack in the world, we all know, but he won here and he will take the winner of this event to a fast lap.
Yeah,
so
to the lap of his life, I guess.
And this is a guy who knows pretty much blind with where every corner is and how fast to go around these corners. So if you've never been around the Nordschleife and you're sitting next to him, it's a hugely scary experience, whatever car you're in. It's absolutely amazing opportunity.
What is your favorite part of the Nordschleife? I
My
like the
favorite
carousel.
part?
I really like the
I did
carousel.
one lap
Yeah.
in Alfa Romeo 4C. And my favorite part was the co-driver sitting beside me, pushing my foot to the floor because I was going too slowly. It was that bad.
I'm sure that will not happen in this taxi ride with Benny.
No.
I don't think either. But yes, let's talk about the format that we just got about to see. So the qualifier will be, again, a one-lap Super Pole.
Yeah, I mean, it's an 8.5-minute lap, so you can't do anything more than that because it's going to get quite tricky. So one opportunity, one lap to get your grid position, and then I think a 3-lap race is a full-length TCR race, right?
Yeah.
It is. In the WTCR, we were racing 3 laps on the Nordschleife, including the Grand Prix course, which is about 25 kilometers, and so it took about half an hour.
Yeah.
Not that much, but we had rain conditions in the race, so the time Benny set was really astonishing. And yeah, we will see how it's going, but it will be 3 laps.
3 laps, but I mean, the challenge is, again, beat the Leuchter. So you said it, Benny set a time within not ideal conditions. Our race drivers here on site will experience perfect driving conditions, obviously. But do you still think that some of these guys will get close to Benny's time?
To be honest, we already had 1 or 2 that hit this time because of these good circumstances. And Benny's time was not his qualifying time, but it was the fastest race lap. So there's already always someone behind you or in front of you. And he took 9 minutes and 4 seconds about this.
Nice.
So we
I'll
will
note
be very close to this.
9 minutes.
So tell us,
and
why
4.
is Volkswagen getting involved? This is kind of, for me, this is one of the first forays for Volkswagen to get involved in sim racing.
Yeah, actually, we're really interested in sim racing, and we see the potential that sim racing has. It is as my successor, who was in front of me on stage, already said, it's gonna rocket shipped, and we as Volkswagen, we are very happy to have the cars that we are already driving in the moment, actual on the racetrack with the drivers, to have in the race to show these cars to all the people that are not that can't come to the events by themselves. But this platform, e-racing or sim racing, is a worldwide platform, and we can show our cars, what we have, to the people all over the world, and the people can experience the cars by themselves, which is amazing, and you cannot afford to do it normally.
No, you normally can't, indeed. And I mean, let's talk about sim racing as a component for your professional drivers to prepare for tracks, because you guys at Volkswagen use sim racing as a vital part of your training of your pro drivers.
Yes, especially Benny is really keen of doing sim racing, but we have a simulator in our headquarters which is slightly different to these gaming simulators, because we can have a lot of technical details out of this. We have always engineers sitting next to him, and especially for Benny, who is even though he's already 30, he is a rookie in the WTCR.
Already
and there are
30, he
a
didn't
lot
say
of,
that.
There are a lot of racetracks he didn't race before, like upcoming Ningbo in China, or there's Suzuka, he was not there. And this is one really crucial thing, that he can learn the track already before going to the track. And due to these good simulations, the tracks are really, really realistic.
That sounds perfect, if you ask me. Please give it up once more for a representative of Volkswagen Motorsport, Arne Sonemann. Thank you so much for joining us here on stage. And guys, it is served, so it's over into the qualification and over to our commentators. Connery and Paul, take it away.
Thank you very much, Melly. And yes, we are here for the Beat the Leuchter by VW GTI challenge. And well, what a fantastic circuit we are taking part in this competition around the Nordschleife here at the Nürburgring. And as we mentioned there, the World Touring Car, World TCR Championship, should I say, they run around this circuit. One lap qualifying coming up, Connery. So this is the opportunity for these drivers to set that one qualifying lap time. Now, normally we would say that qualifying is absolutely everything. It's not everything around here, just because the pure challenge around this track.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, it's widely regarded as the most challenging racetrack that you could ever go to. Of course, it is the longest racetrack that you could ever get in the world as well. So, and it has such a story behind it as well. We see, of course, the Irish driver of Murphy heading out there. He's actually going to go out into the barriers into turn one. So that's not exactly the most ideal start there for the Irishman, but we'll just put that one aside just for now. But Benny Leuchter, one of the stars, one of the absolute experts at this racetrack. These guys up against him.
Yeah, Martin Peterman then we are looking at on screen at the moment, and well, he's managed to make it past turn one, so that's an improvement for what we saw from Eamon Murphy. Of course, Eamon Murphy, who we saw yesterday competing in the Race Room Championship, the ADAC GT Master Esports Championship. So we saw him racing yesterday, so it's good to see him participating in this. But Martin Peterman then on the Grand Prix circuit through the Michael Schumacher S right now. And these touring cars, the back end of these cars is going to be very light. It's going to be very bouncy and sketchy for a few of these drivers, but they've had plenty of practice trying to beat that time and to get qualified for this challenge. And well, you can see the back end just coming out just that little bit, even though it is a front wheel drive car. It's this VW Golf GTI.
Yeah, absolutely, and it comes with its own intricacies as well. Front-wheel drive, you are going to be very, very understeery coming off the corner on throttle, so you just have to wait just a little bit longer to make sure that you're going to make the exit of the corner once you put on the loud pedal, so that you're able to continue on your race. But with Peterman here, finally, he's done with the GP circuit now. He heads on to the Nordschleife here in towards the left-hander, so this is where things start, and will continue to get tricky for a long, long time.
Yeah, so it's a fantastic venue as this, and one of the most iconic circuits around the world. A true driver's challenge is this, and Peterman, He's there in the Rob Huff car, and well, he's certainly going to be pushing all the way. Now, this touring car will be able to cope with the curbs a little bit better than some GT cars around here. So you'll be able to be seeing these drivers pushing, but he's missed his apex there through the right-hander as we're heading towards the Flugplatz here on this qualifying lap. And already Sector 1, 2 minutes 32 seconds. That just shows how long the sectors are here, Connery, around this circuit. As we mentioned, about an 8.5 minute lap in these TCR cars.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's going to take a while for them to get around the racing circuit. But despite that one error for Martin Pieterman, he seems to be going fairly well here as he's going onto this very, very long throttle section into the left-hander, just down the hill slightly. And then you get on the brakes for the right there, I believe. Oh, no, he's gone off there, down in towards that. I believe there was Arnberg there, up over the curb, into the grass, almost into the gravel as well, trying to recover that car. He does do so, but he's lost a lot of time as a result of that mistake.
Done a good job not to end up in the barriers there, to be honest, because you can get so easily, once you get onto that grass on the outside in towards Arnberg, then that's it. You're just a passenger through there. But now up into Adenauer Forest for this time, and that's what happens when you clip the curb there. Around he goes. He's spun front and back off of the walls there. And as I mentioned, that back end, it skips about here, hit the curbs at the wrong part of the circuit. That's going to fire you off of the track there.
Yeah, absolutely. You step a foot out of line here on the Nordschleife. You're going over, well, at least a very little curb at some parts of the racetrack, but for most of it, you do have these grass edges. If you just dip 2 tires into that, that is just going to send you into the barrier. Big moment there for Hill, and a big moment continues on as he hits the barrier. Down at one on the left hand as he will return to the racing circuit, but that's the second driver now having a big error on the green hell.
Are we going to have a driver set qualifying time at this rate? Every time we seem to focus on a driver, they seem to go off here. But, well, here's Martin now coming through the left-hander. And, well, he's a little bit behind the others here. Across and up over the rise here. This car should stay well and truly planted, and it does, through the right-hander. Really fast double apex right-hander now, and you're picking up the speed. And this, of course, is heading towards Arnberg here on the lap, and heading down now, just flat out. It's just, in these cars, it's so long to hold it flat out, but we move our attention now to Jens Fiedler. Going through the right-hander here uphill. It's a steep uphill section is that. You come through into the left here, carry a lot of speed, but then you've got to slow it down for a long sweeping right-hander, and it's important to get the speed out of this right-hander here because you're carrying that speed all the way up the steep hill, up the steep incline towards the carousel.
Yeah, absolutely. It's basically for this part of the lap and onwards, it's all uphill. He passed the bottom point of the racetrack just a good 20 or 30 seconds ago, so it's going to have to be a bit of a hill climb here for Fiedler as he heads up through again a very, very long on-throttle section. Just these very, very fast apexes that he just has to negotiate, and then you're going to look for the next braking zone in just a couple of moments' time. But right now, this just gives you a little bit of time to relax. Here we go, up towards the left once again, on the brakes. Finally there, big amount of curb there on the inside, trying to hold that car together. You just seem sneaking towards that outside, but more importantly, you didn't get any tires into the grass on that outside.
Yeah, absolutely. So really having to brake hard. You can hear the brakes working hard. You can hear the tires working hard as well here. Go through the right-hander, and here we go into the carousel then. For the first time, the first opportunity that we get to see these TCR cars running through around the carousel there. Important to keep on the concrete there, because if you go out onto the top apron, it just spits you out wide into the barrier, but he manages to keep it down there in the cambered section. And now, well, we're coming through to the second half of the lap, and this is where it gets a bit more technical, a bit more twisting and turning. It's almost like a roller coaster is this next section.
This section always kills me whenever I try to drive it. It's you know, it's the of course it's the back end of the lap, so you know it's going to be where the drivers are perhaps least familiar with how it goes if they're always, having problems earlier on in the lap. So Fiedler still looking very, very strong here, coming through this section. A big amount of oversteer coming off the corner there, which is a little bit weird to say with a front-wheel drive car, but it can and does happen. But then down in towards the left once again. Still no mistakes just yet. Slight missed apex there, but the thing is you have over 100 of them at this racetrack, so one missed apex isn't really going to help you, really going to hurt you all that much here.
169 apexes to be precise there as we're heading on.
Do you count the double apexes though?
Well, that's a question. Yeah, that's true. 169 corners anyway, as we look back now at Marcel Weber, the German, running through. And he's only just on the start of the lap here, so he's not going to get this qualifying time in here. But as we move back forward to Zenfels.
They start before the timing line, so I believe they will be able to get the lap in here. As Zenfels currently he's done a 3 minutes 15.1 in sector 1. That's 5 minutes 9 seconds 0.6 for sector 2. So right now he is coming up towards the end of the lap here. We see Jens Fiedler here coming up towards the mini carousel. Then the same sort of deal as the main carousel. Just dip yourself into that concrete on that inside. Use the camber to carry you around, and then you start to think about that very, very long on throttle section of the Docking Ho just coming up in a couple of moments' time.
I always remember watching a video, and it was Tom Coronel did a video, and he shows him coming down the Dottinger Ho here, and he literally holds his leg down on the throttle over the bumps just so he doesn't come off of full throttle all the way down the Dottinger Ho here. But this is the opportunity just to relax. This is what the drivers do. They've got through the main part. Relax a little bit and prepare yourself for the final few corners here. You can see the S coming up here towards the end. You'll want to be hitting the brakes now. The car will get a little bit loose. More braking going on here in towards the end of the lap here, and Bastian is doing a really sterling job here. Just misses the wall there on the right-hand side and is going to come across the line. This is going to be a benchmark for the rest of them, and it's a 9 minutes 8.967. Currently your fastest time there.
Yeah, absolutely. So Zenfels setting the pace here. In the single lap qualifying. Fiedler not able to best that lap time, not by a long shot there. 12.3 seconds behind your current provisional pole sitter. We have Kramer there, 20 seconds back from your race, from your qualifying leader. We have Pederman coming across to set the lap time as well, but remember, he's 33 seconds behind the fastest qualifying time. He had that very big incident though.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at Alexandre Ferramont as well coming through. Now, this is one of my favorite sections. Purple. And this is going to be a good lap time. We've also had Kirchhoff make a lap time in 5th place at the moment, but this is going to be the chance for Vermont to really get the opportunity to get pole position around here through the Beloff S here, up over the curbs. You can almost get away with it, but you don't want to do it every lap here as it comes in now through this right-hander. Get the car slowed down a little bit more through the left in towards the Kleiner Carousel once again, and Vermont, what's he going to do here lap time wise? We've got about another minute or so, a minute and a bit to wait here. Just to wait and see what his lap time is here as he comes through on towards the Dottinger Ho, and it's important to carry as much speed as possible on the exit of this corner now down the straight, and you could just see that vast expanse of asphalt right down in front of you. There's just no deviation there on screen at the moment, Conor.
Yeah, absolutely. He was purple in Sector 1 by 1.1 seconds. He was purple in Sector 2 by 5 seconds, so 6 seconds up at the end of Sector 2 there. So Vermont, he might even fall foul to the qualifying ending here, depending on where he actually is on track. While that clock goes to 0, 13 seconds remaining. Bautgam gets himself across the line up into P2, so a front row start for now for Brautgam, and that is the qualifying ending. So that lap that the driver was on, that was purple, it was absolutely perfect. won't count. The time has ended before he even gets across the
Bastian
line.
Zannefeld's then dominant in qualifying ahead to Broutigam in P number 2. Over 11 seconds behind your pole sitter. But now the drivers are there to prepare for the start of this race. Air temperature 19 degrees Celsius, 30 degrees track temperature, 3 kilometers an hour winds, and it's just nice and sunny for these drivers. So they're not going to be work too hard. It's not going to be raining for them. So at least they've got a little bit of relaxation with that. Whereas the WTCR drivers, they did have to deal with mixed conditions, as was mentioned earlier on. But that countdown timer, counting down here, is important to get a good start here. 24-minute race. Then here, red lights are on. Green lights on, away we go then from your front run. It's a good start then from your pole sitter, but there we go. Broutigam is putting the pressure on, and your race lead in towards turn number 1. They're all squabbling. It's almost going 3 wide into turn number 1. Hit the brakes, cold tyres, don't forget that. As in deep goes one of your drivers into the tyre wall, through the chicane, and all of a sudden you're going to be seeing that it's Baltus who's dropped down to the back of your field, but it's still Zannefelds who's leading this one from pole position. Did come under pressure from Broutigam. There's a car flying through the picture there, and I believe that's going to be Kirchhoff down there. So down to 10th place, down to 11th place now for him, down to 12th now because Baltus makes it past. So a disastrous start for a couple of your drivers, but still, Vermont and Peterman, they are battling it out at the moment for 5th and 6th places here. But what a start from Zannefelds, but it's only 0.2 of a second between your 1st and 2nd place.
Yeah, absolutely. So close run thing right at the front of the field. We're riding on board with your race leader, the rear view of Bastian Zannefelds. You see Broutigam there right in the, basically right on the back of his rear bumper, especially so coming through that section. Down towards the inside goes Broutigam then coming through the right-hander, simply not able to find a line coming through there, has to drop back by around about half a second there. He's completely and utterly butchered that corner. Meanwhile, we do have P3 getting a piece of the pie as well. This is Hillett on the way up in towards the NGK chicane. Does he decide to go for the move? That one's going to be a no there. Big amount of curb on the inside there as he tries to head his way through towards the end of the GP circuit and finally onto the Nordschleife.
Vermont with forceful move there into the NGK chicane. That's moved him up into 4th place now in this race ahead of Kramer. And as we head on to the Nordschleife now in this Beat the Pro challenge with the VW Golf GTI TCR car. Absolutely wonderful vehicle here on Race Room as we're heading through the left and the right, and Vermont and Hillard now. That's the battle we're looking at here for 3rd place at the moment. The front two just staying ahead. A missed apex there from Hillard, and that's going to allow Vermont down the inside. A little bit of door banging there, and Vermont is going to end up in the wall there. Loses 1 place, loses 2 places here. Will he lose any more? No, he's going to cycle in further down in 6th place there, Connery.
Yeah, absolutely. A big moment there for Vermont. That was the driver that was on that brilliant qualifying lap right at the end of the Q session, but simply wasn't able to get to the line in time to secure himself perhaps pole position if things were any different. So now, after that incident, he has been put behind your race leader by about 7 seconds. But I think if there's one driver that we have to look at throughout the rest of this race, it will be that driver of Vermont because of his pacing qualifying that he wasn't able to prove.
Yeah, that was a little bit disappointing for him to miss out on qualifying there. Running wide there, 2nd place man Broutigam, and that's going to cost him a little bit of time. Couple of tenths lost there in the battle for your lead. So down to 7/10 of a second between your two leaders. There was a look further back on screen. Vermont, there you go, he's trying to recover now, and he's got to pass Peterman once again. And we're going to change to the lead. There must have been a mistake for Zannefelds, and he's around in the barriers. Absolute nightmare for your pole sitter. We've got another car into the one side of that car now, and from bad to worse for Zannefelds. This is going to be him down pretty much to the back of your field.
Yeah, it is the back of the field for Zannefelds. So your pole position sitter, your race leader for the first quarter of this lap, gets cycled all the way to the back. Broughtigam has been gifted the race lead here. He has about a 5.5 second gap over Kramer. We have a little bit of battling here back for P3 out there on circuit. This is on board with Vermont, who's benefited hugely out of that. He was just P6 just a couple of moments ago, and now he is up into the podium spot.
Look at that queue of traffic behind him though, as we're heading on through into one of the most frustrating parts of the course very shortly, and it's a very slow left, and you go through a right, but you're breaking through this right into the left here. You got to get the front of the car hooked in for the second part of that corner to get the nice run out there through the right-hander again, but Vermont is visibly pulling away from Peterman and Weber and Hillard behind them, so little gap pulling out between them, but the lead now is 6, almost 7 seconds at your front of your field. But although that gap is coming down just a little bit on our live time in there, in the top left of your screen, as now we're looking on board. Weber, the German, trying to put the pressure on here on Peterman. Peterman taking a wide line, missing the apex there. That's going to compromise him on the exit now. And this is the perfect point for Peterman, for Weber, sorry, to be in right now. He's in the slipstream, uphill. It's a very, very difficult, strenuous uphill section for these cars because, yes, they do have a lot of power compared to the road-going car, but still this hill is extremely steep here, Connery, and they are struggling to get to the top speed of these vehicles.
Yeah, absolutely. Just bouncing off the rev limiter, perhaps coming down through the end of some of these high-speed sections. Weber still very much in contention here when it comes to Peterman. We do have Alexander Vermont. He is tracking down the driver that's currently in second place right now. That is Kramer. So that is potentially a big issue there for Kramer, because look at him. He's just riding on his back bumper all the way through the right hand. There is the Frenchman. He's really making a statement of authority at this stage. He just wants to move Kramer out the way. Down towards the inside of the carousel, then shoves Kramer up onto the top of the racetrack there, and that is Vermont through.
Oh, as we've got a bit of rally crossing going on behind between the two of them, Weber and Peterman. They're bumping doors, they're banging. This is proper touring car racing right here. This is what I absolutely love. But these drivers, they're battling it tooth and nail, and what an opportunity it is to be on this main stage here in the arena here at the ADAC 2019 SimRacingExpo. I hope you're all enjoying it. It's certainly been a great event to cover here on the English commentary as we're going through a big moment for the third car in that queue of traffic. That's Hillard there, but able to keep it going, Connery. So a little bit of luck needed in that one, but certainly it worked out as Baltus now. One of those cars. Well, Baltus, this is the thing. Baltus here went straight on at turn number 1 at the start of the race. He's now in 7th place.
Oh, that's Prinzig there coming under threat from the car of Murphy behind in that number 33 car. So that is possibly a big issue for him. He needs to deal with this pressure now from behind, but also not lose track of the car ahead if he wants to do well in this race here today. So we'll definitely keep an eye on this battle. I am very conscious of that lead gap coming down at this moment in time. Here comes even Murphy then, very deep on the brakes, coming up towards the compression. He almost snuck his way down the inside there of Prinzig. You see how far on the back he goes. He gets a little bit too much curb, almost gets spat out towards that Armco barrier. And as everyone knows, if you ruin an Armco barrier at the Nordschleife, you have to pay for it.
Yeah, it lost him a position there. Prinzig has dropped down. He's backwards into the wall there. Absolute nightmare. It's him and Murphy who's in the wall, actually. So big drama. There's Prinzig. That's Prinzig there in the background as well of that shot. So big drama between him and Murphy and Prinzig. But we're going to look forward then towards Peterman and Hillard now as they're heading on to the Dottinger Hohe for the first time here in this race. Your leader is Broughtigam, ahead by 6 seconds ahead of Vermont. And then we're looking at this one. Marcus Kramer ahead of Weber. Peterman and Hillard as well. The slipstream coming into effect down the Dottinger Hohe. 2 by 2 here with these Volkswagen Golf GTIs. Absolutely on the limiter here, Connery, and these drivers, well, I've seen in the past from personal experience what happens when you go too wide through this section. Let's hope that they don't repeat what I did.
Was it in the WTCR where there was like literally 4 or 5 bits of contact between two drivers going down the Dartling Hill? That was absolutely crazy. I have no idea why a penalty was given for that, by the way.
Yeah,
but, you know, that is a topic for another time. But right now, these guys heading their way across the line to complete the first lap of the Nürburgring Nordschleife layout here. We have Broutigam, current race leader, by around about 9 seconds. And I did spot that gap come down to around about 6 seconds at one point. So Vermont is still making gains here. He has about 15 minutes to work with if he wants to try and get towards your race leader. And of course, that big prize of being taken for a lap around the Nürburgring Nordschleife by our pro here today. So there we go. Hillert heading his way through then on what is going to be the car of Petermann as he tries to get through, squeezes his way through on there. So that's the German ahead, and now he can look to try and make any further progress in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love a taxi ride around the Nordschleife with Benny Leuchter, but unfortunately we have to work on this on this one. So yeah, as Jens Fielder, not been a good race for him. The German down in 10th place has been basically, these guys at the back of the field have had multiple issues really in this race. Is looking to the inside is Fielder now, not able to make the move, but Baltas ahead. He's certainly playing a good defensive drive. Your lead is down to about 6.6 seconds, so it's not coming down that much so far, as we've got 13 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in this race, Conrad.
Yeah, absolutely. So Jens Fielder currently in P10 at this moment in time. A solid top 10 finish. Yeah, it might be something to take home here, but it's definitely not the big old prize for coming first place here. Speaking of first place, that is your battle for P1. Broutigam currently P1 with Vermont in P2 for the Frenchman. Remember, Vermont had to start basically right at the back of the field because of his failed qualifying effort, and now there's only 7 seconds standing between him and that prize.
Now, you see, the problem is Broutigam doesn't want to commit a mistake here, doesn't want to lose any time, doesn't want to end up in a wall in this race, because he could end up in serious trouble and losing that lead. And there's a lot of pressure on here, because that is it's a considerable prize that they're going to be getting here, a heck of an opportunity. Not that many people get the chance to get a taxi ride around the ring, especially not by somebody who's won a World TCR race around here as well. So definitely will be something to enjoy. But Petermann now starting to try and put the pressure back on Hillard in front, but as they're heading towards Flugplatz once again, up over the rise, through the right-hander, and well, it's just flat out all the way through here. Try and use the slipstream of the car in front, and that's what's happening here. But Vermont has pulled out a good gap ahead of Weber, and then this queue of traffic, Kramer, Hillard, and Petermann is close action as well. Kirchhoff, Zenefels, of course, the pole sitter, now finds himself in 8th place in this race.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for Petermann. He had an absolutely brilliant one-lap pace there in qualifying, but unfortunately hasn't really been able to carry that on into the race pace here today. Still, a 6th place finish would be very, very good to take home. Of course, we have this driver in P4 as well. We have Kramer, who is currently around about, I would say, about 2 seconds behind Weber for your final podium spot. So he's working at it on his own battle of trying to get onto that podium. Meanwhile, Vermont has lost a lot of time here. He's lost around about 5 or 6 seconds to your race leader. Not exactly sure what has happened there, but he must have stepped the foot out of line somewhere and had a bit of an issue, but not one that's too catastrophic.
Yeah, but the thing is, that's brought Weber back in towards a chance of getting 2nd place in this race. Broutigam, of course, does mean that he's got 12.5 second lead over Alexandre Fremont at the front of your field. And Broutigam right now, all has to do is just make sure that he stays on the track, which is, quite frankly, a lot easier said than done around this circuit. We're coming up to the 10-minute mark remaining in this race here in the Beat the Leuchter VW TCR Challenge. And, well, certainly Broutigam doing a very good job at the front of your field. Not really putting a foot wrong there at the front, but we've still got this battling down. 4th, 5th, and 6th place. Well, the 6th place just dropped back a little bit in this race, but Weber as well in 3rd place. Not that far away from these battling cars.
Not too far away at all, and he could potentially just use a little bit of slipstream, especially on these flat-out sections, to draw him back into contention here in terms of this battle for positions a little bit inside of that top 5. So we'll just have to wait and see how this one turns out. As you can see, little bits of graffiti out there on circuit, and of course with Race Room, that is absolutely accurate to where the graffitis are, at least in the real world side of things. That attention to detail is very important.
Absolutely, at that point in time.
At that point in time, because new ones get added.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yes, we're heading up the hill once again. Look at that how close that gap has got now. Hillart putting the pressure on Kramer in 3rd, 4th place. A big switch there into the barrier. It's so easily done at that left-hander. You need to brake, and that car just broke away. And now coming under pressure is Kramer from Peterman. In the 5th place now for Kramer as they're heading in towards the carousel in the next corner, the left-hander. We saw what a dive can happen into the carousel here on the last lap, or previous lap here in this race, but right now not in a position to make it is Peterman, as that car just jumps up. You see, you've got to watch that tarmac, the flat level at the bottom of the carousel, because it can unsettle the car there. You want to keep it right on that concrete section.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to be pinpoint accurate coming through the carousel. Otherwise, you're just going to lose a whole bunch of time. Peterman now right on the back of Kramer, and he is in a prime position right now when it comes to that a very long straightaway of Dockenhoe to be able to get the draft pass complete. But since that bit of the track is so long, in some series that we do tend to commentate here, Paul, with me and you, it's sometimes the case that you can get a draft pass on the Dockenhoe, the other car can just tuck in and then just draft pass right back past you.
Yeah, absolutely. We've commentated some absolute classics here at the Nordschleife and Broughton. Into that section right there where the car jumps over the compression, when it compresses back down, you don't want to be hitting the brakes while the car is in the air, because when you land, the car can just spit out to the side there. But doing a very good job now through the Beloff S once again. My favourite part of the track for myself whenever I drive around here. Through the right-hander, 13.1 seconds ahead of Alexandre Vremont, who has managed to pull back ahead a bit of a gap between himself and Weber in 3rd place. But you look at that Weber and Hillard, there's about 2 seconds, maybe 1.5 seconds between them in 3rd and 4th place. But absolutely dominant there, Broughtigam at the front. We've got 6.5 minutes remaining. So as was mentioned, it's a 3-lap race here, Connery. So we'll see how we get on towards the end of the final lap, because anything could still happen in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. It only takes one driver to make a bit of a mistake, and all of a sudden, everything is all up in the air, and the race gets blown wide open, especially if it's your race leader that has a bit of a problem. But Vermont, all he needs to do is basically run the best he can now. I know that's a pretty obvious thing to say at this stage, but with a 12.8 second gap to your race leader, you just need to do all you can to make sure that you, 1, stay on the track, and 2, you're basically putting in qualifying laps to stay in contention just in case that race leader makes a mistake. Meanwhile, the battle for P3, the final step on the podium, is definitely going to be a thing on this last lap, because Weber is being caught here by Hillert, and Hillert is just feeling the very tail end of the draft towards the end of the Dockenhoe. They can start slowing the car down now as they go through the S's and then back on towards the GP circuit. Hillert's going to be in prime position now to be able to take P3 away from Weber in the last lap of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. So they've come across the line then, and it's the start of the final lap in this race, and these two have been pretty much stuck together throughout these first 2 laps of this race, but now the final lap, the crucial lap. Don't make a mistake. Get all your braking points right. Hit all your apexes. That's easier said than done. That's the second time we've used that phrase in this race. You can tell I'm getting tired when I start repeating myself. But as we go through, and there's a car in the wall, and that's Kramer losing out on 5th place. So Zennefeld's the pole sitter, moves up to 5th, and Peterman up to 6th place. And well, Kramer really struggling to get away there, down to 8th now because Kirchhofer makes it through into 7th. So absolute nightmare there for Kramer. And in turn number 1, right as I said, make sure you hit your marks and your braking points.
Yeah, he was looking competitive pretty much throughout this race as well. So unfortunately, at the start of the final lap here, he has fallen foul to a single car incident there. So that cycles him back into the 8th place position. But meanwhile, the closest battle that we do have out there on track right now is this one between Marcel Weber and you have Hillert behind as well. That gap stands at around, well, that's going to be just under a second, around about 7-8 tenths of a second between these two guys at this moment in time as they head themselves towards that final part of the GP circuit, the NGK chicane. You can see the gap up on screen for you now. That's around about 5.5 tenths of a second here, up to 6 tenths as they hit the apexes for the NGK chicane. Hillert now, he really needs all he's got to be able to get past.
Absolutely. Different lines being taken in the left-hander going on to the Nordschleife here for the final time. Running out over pit exits for, on the exit of that corner, and then around they go onto the Nordschleife. So Weber in that 3rd place just needs to hang on for another just another, say, 15 or 16 kilometers, that's all. It's such a challenge as a circuit, and when you've got a car that close through this circuit, you know there's not that many opportunities to make an overtake around here. But that car behind knows that there's opportunities to benefit from a mistake, and that's why he put the pressure on. And who is that? That's Kramer again. Another incident. Had it in turn 1 at the start of the lap. That's moving down to 9th place behind Baltus here as they go on the Nordschleife. So absolute nightmare there. And well, managed 2 laps, and it was just that 3rd lap that was just 1 lap too far.
It has been the final lap to forget there for Kramer. Meanwhile, Hill is looking for a final lap to remember as he looks to try to secure 3rd place position here in this race, a podium spot, of course. Oh, there's a big wiggle there from Weber from P3. Big wiggle indeed, but he's able to hold on to the car. Very well done. Good amount of car control to be able to make that one possible.
That's the benefits of that corner with the front-wheel drive car. You could just get your foot absolutely planted and it'll pull the front end round there. But that's a big heart-in-mouth moment. You can see the amount that he's moving the car about here. It doesn't feel comfortable, and this is an opportunity for Hillert now to make a move here, but still at the wrong point of the track to make a move count. And so as we go through Admiral Forest for the final time, these drivers, they really are pushing it to the limit. They're giving us a great show, even if the leader, who we now look at here, has got a 16-second lead here. So nice, simple time for him. I'm not going to declare anything yet because I don't want to give him the curse of the commentator, which me and you have a habit of doing.
Don't say that. You know they can also hear us.
Yeah, well, you know,
it's not like the, you know, in things like Counter-Strike and League of Legends where they have to wear ear defenders and in-ear monitors to stop them from hearing the commentators. These guys, you know, due to the nature of racing, you know, there's not much information that we can give that they can take advantage of on the track. So there we go. But Marcel Weber right now is going to have to put on the defense of his life if he wants to be able to hold on to the final step of the podium. A big old missed apex there by Hillert, who's trying to challenge in that number 12 Volkswagen.
There's a piece of information I could give Marcel Weber. He's got a car really close to him behind him, but I think you'll be able to tell that from the mirrors as we're going through now. And this is, like we keep on mentioning, an important part of the track. Running out over the curb there, you could hear the stones getting kicked up underneath the car there as they're heading up towards the left-hander here, of course, the famous incident with Niki Lauda around that part of the track. Onto the brakes. Get your turn right. I think the back end's just sliding a little bit for him, but you've got to get the speed out that corner, up the hill here. But Hillert will have that slipstream from behind. We're on board here with the Jonas Hillert now. uphill. You can hear them just absolutely full throttle, changing gear. That gap's just coming a little, reducing and reducing. I don't think it's quite close enough to make a move here, but it could put the pressure on in towards that fast left-hander coming up very shortly.
It's a huge amount of pressure. You can see him closing in, very close to the rear bumper of Weber's car is Hillert, as he's going to try to find a way through at some point during the latter portion of the lap here. A big old battle here, Paul, for P3. The race state is pretty much gone at this point. Signed, sealed, and delivered, but not for P3.
So there we go in the third place battle. Keep going on. So into the carousel once again. So once again pushing hard. And well, I tell you what, these guys, they are giving us absolutely everything here. And well, we're into the second half of the lap now. This is where you really need to make your marks and hit the apexes. And right now, Hillard missed the left-hander, but got the right-hander there. Through the right now. And time is running out. But right now, in a pretty good position, because if you can keep about this distance behind as you're heading onto the Dottinger Höhe, then you've got the opportunity of using that slipstream and getting the lead in this battle, should we say, as it goes side by side. It's not really done around this part of the Nordschleife. They're almost making contact there between the two of them. Great racing room being given, great respect between the two drivers here. And well, Hillard is not going to wait for the Dottinger Höhe because he's going to try and make the move around the outside of Weber here. The left-hander into the right. You want to use the curbs on the right here, but no, not going to happen this time as we're heading on through towards the end of the lap. And well, they are giving us a great show here, Connery.
Absolutely brilliant show indeed. Hillert just trying every single move possible to try and get the better of his adversary here, of Marcel Weber, but he starts to run out of time. He starts to run out of corners to be able to make this one work. And now you have to feel at this point it's going to have to be a draft pass on the Dottinger Höhe.
Yeah, it certainly is. You can see the cars both moving about under pressure. They really are bringing every little piece of performance at these cars. Running a little bit wide, that's going to cost him maybe half a tenth there. Getting into the Kleiner Carousel for the last time, using all of the track that's available now as we're heading into the right-hander now, heading on towards the Dottinger Höhe. Oh, big mistake there from Weber. It's cost though. Hillard, he's had to back off there because there was slight contact, but now down the Dottinger Höhe, they've got the slipstream here, but we can almost see the double slipstream coming into effect, as you mentioned earlier, Connery. Here we go then, Hillard pulls out to the right, and they're going to go side by side down the Dottinger Höhe. How is this one going to end up? We do not know here, but what great racing. Yes, it's for third place, but they are putting on one heck of a performance between the two of them. Great respect between the two. The leader is going to be coming in towards the checkered flag, and it is a win for Michel Brotigram. Well, congratulations on winning that prize to take victory here around the Nordschleife, up on the curbs. They're both siding and into the wall goes Weber, into the wall goes Hillard as well, but Weber's the one who comes off worse there. Vremont is going to finish in second place, but Hillard, Jonas Hillard, getting on the podium at the end there. What drama there. We've got a car off as well. That's still Weber. He's struggling to get going again. Oh, absolute nightmare, but what a performance from your race winner.
Yeah, what a performance for Broutigam. He will take the lap here with that prize, the win, on the lap on board on the Nordschleife with Benny Lochter. That is absolutely fantastic for him, but what a finish there for P3. A huge amount of drama in the end. Unfortunately, it did end in an instant there. Hillert came on top in terms of that one, but Broutigam is the man of the moment here. He will win the Beat the Pro Challenge.
Absolutely. So Michael Broughtigam then, the race winner in this one ahead of Alexandre Fromont, with Jonas Hillard rounding up your top three. Zenefels, the pole sitter, had that mistake and ends up in 4th place ahead of Kirchhoff. Peterman with Baltas 6th and 7th. Weber in the end finishing in 8th ahead of Kramer. Eamon Murphy in 10th place with Felder. And Prinzig rounding out your 12 competitors. But here we are with an interview with your race winner. It's over to you, Melly.
Thank you so much, Connery. Thank you so much, Paul. Please give it up once more for our awesome commentators that led us so perfectly throughout this race. Let's hear it, guys. Let's wake up. I know it's been a long day, but applause where it's due. And of course, the next round of applause goes to our champion, Michael Broughtigam. Thank you so much for joining us here on stage, for competing, and for winning the Leuchter Challenge. How was it to be here on stage?
First I have to say I've never driven the DR7 before, so it was quite took quite a bit of time to get used to it. But from the second, third lap, it was okay, and just try to make no errors because it's so easy to do it with the, the rear end is quite twitchy, and just try to avoid mistakes and manage the gap, and
And I mean, it worked out quite well because you managed to win this race to finish on P1. Congratulations, Esther, once again. And I mean, you're no stranger to the sim racing world or to the motorsports world in general, because you are a motorsports journalist yourself and quite the Nürburgring enthusiast, I've heard.
I did some virtual VLN championships in the past. It's just my favorite track. I mean, I grew up 2 hours from here, so I was here quite often. Did some GLPs and VLN, and
And do you
quite
think,
a lot of fun.
do you think that the knowledge about the track was something that helped you out here in this race?
Of course, yeah. I mean, back in the Gran Turismo 4 days, I did, 10,000 laps or so. So I know the track by heart.
We should have put up a mask, I think, to make it more fair for the other competitors. But what was your race time? 9 minutes and 4 was your best lap, or was it your last lap?
It was, I think, the second lap.
The second lap?
Fastest.
So with 9 minutes and 3 seconds, 0.763?
I think so.
And
I don't know.
I know that Benjamin Leuchter set the record on 9 minutes and 4 seconds. So you were indeed not only the fastest one here on stage, but also managed to beat Benjamin Leuchter's track time here, of course, in perfect conditions of the sim world. But nonetheless, this is definitely worth a big round of applause. Michael, thank you so much. And once again, please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for champion Michael Broughtigam. And guys, this has been the second final race of the day. There is a big race waiting right ahead of us. But before we close things off and head into a commercial break, we're heading over to Will and with the standings. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Melee. As the standings then are up on your screen for the Beat the Pro Challenge. 17.7 seconds the gap between your race winner and second place, Connery.
Yeah, Broughtigam really putting in an absolutely fantastic effort for this race, getting himself to the race lead pretty early on. But Vermont was a big question mark over this race with about how he would perform. He was very quick in qualifying, but he unfortunately wasn't able to get his lap in. So he started from last place into P2, which is still an absolutely fantastic finish, depending based on where he started. Hillert had a fantastic fight to get himself up into P3. Zenefels in P4. We also have Kirchhoff in P5. Peterman finishes P6 here today with Baltas P7. Weber finishes P8 after what could have been a P3. Kramer, with a couple of issues, finishes in P9. Murphy finishes P10. Fiedler and Prinzig will round out your 12 drivers.
12 drivers there in the Beat the Pro Challenge. We are going to take a quick commercial break here at the ADAC SimRacingExpo 2019. And of course, after that, it's the final of the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy.
coffee, anyone?
Bitburger 0,0. Wähle deinen Favoriten. Isotonisch, vitaminhaltig und mit alkoholfreier Erfrischung. Bitburger 0,0. Immer ein Bit frischer.
Falcon Tires.
ladies and gentlemen, we will get the green flag here.
Oh my word! There. Oh my word! Multiple drivers involved.
Late onto the brakes there for Moritz Lohner. The winner of the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy is Pure Racing Team.
Hello and welcome back here in the Ring Arena. And yes, it is me, Melek Balgun, with my fantastic co-host, Ben Consanduros. And we're right in front of the final race of the ADAC 2019 Sim Racing Expo. I'm absolutely hyped and I love seeing you all here. Thank you so much for joining us here on site and of course at home in front of your screens. Ben, I can't wait to get this race going.
You can't wait, but I want to know if all of you cannot wait for the final of the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy. Come on, give it up. This is the final race. The final opportunity to crown a champion.
I know. It's been a long and
Yes!
it's been a rough
That's
day.
some energy, people.
But this is gonna be a really good one. Of course, we do need our representative here on stage. So please, put your hands together for Sebastian Schmalz from Porsche. Thank you for joining us here, Sebastian. And I mean, this is the race all of us have been waiting for.
Yes, now it counts. Now it really counts, yeah.
I mean, we are seeing the trophy right in front of us.
It's
That
a big trophy.
Beautiful, beautiful trophy, exactly. Yeah. And we will have one last champion of the weekend who will be able to lift it at the very end, Ben. That's something to work towards too.
Yeah, really excited. There's the final 12. Some incredible names in the final 12. We'll discover who those are in just a few seconds' time. Great to see every single seat in the house now filled. There's nobody drinking beer anymore. They're all ready to watch the final.
And it's
That's how it should be.
One. Absolutely.
They might have beer in their hand.
That's fine. That's
okay.
fine.
Yeah.
That's absolutely fine. But yes, we're about to introduce our drivers. But before we jump into the introduction, let's go back through the process. We had a group stage. We had our Porsche last chance race yesterday. Well, the last chance to qualify for the semifinals. 2 semifinals obviously have taken place already. We have our 12 finalists who will be heading into the great and grand finale of the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy. And Ben, on what track are we going to watch our racers compete?
So we started with 36 qualifiers. They had to qualify to come to this event. We had 3 sets of heats yesterday morning. And then some of the best drivers were straight into Saturday's semi-finals. A couple of them had the last chance. 3 of them from the last chance came in. And that's what gave us the semi-finals that we saw a little bit earlier. Now we have just 6 from each of those into the 12 finalists here. And they're going to be racing at Montreal in Canada in the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. Super pole 1 lap, a 12-lap race, but a 12-lap race around Montreal, it's a short lap, so it's going to be high intensity, high drama, walls are close to the track, no margin for error. I cannot wait for this. Cannot wait to see how these professional drivers cope with such a challenge.
I mean, if you ask me, I'm really happy that I'm standing on this side of the desk. And I think, Sebastian, the same goes for you.
Well, sitting one of those rigs and having this level of competition, that wouldn't be easy to stomach.
Absolutely.
I think it's about nerves as well. So not only about skills, but who has the best clear mind today.
It is indeed exactly that. So we have to see our racers bring their A-game for tonight. And it is almost time to introduce our racers on the stage. So please give it up for our competitors.
Thank you very much, as it is time to introduce our drivers one more time. Driving in the 92 VRS Corona SimSports car all the way from Australia. Give him a cheer for Joshua Rogers. Our second driver comes from Germany, driving in the number 20 car for Williams Esports. One of 3 drivers they have. Welcome onto the stage, Moritz Lohner. It is the second of our Coanda SimSports drivers, all the way from France, in the 007 machine. Give him another James Bond welcome to Jeremy Boutoulou. Our fourth driver, he represents the Vila Racing Team Euronics, driving in the number 93 car. Welcome onto the stage, Lucas Gestat. One year ago, he was the champion of this event. Welcome, the Pure Racing Team number 1 driver onto the stage. It's Max Benecke. Our next driver is a part of Red Bull Racing Esports. He drives in the number 22 car from England. Give him a cheer for Sebastian Jobe. Our next driver drives in the number 24 Coanda SimSports car. He comes from California in the United States of America. Welcome onto stage, Mitchell de Jong. Our 8th driver comes from Spain. He drives in the number 4 DriveX Esports and Euphoria DriveX Racing Team. Welcome onto the stage, Salva Talent. Our 9th driver is our second Red Bull Racing Esports entrant in this final. He drives in the number 27 machine, hailing from Germany. Welcome, Patrick Holtzman. Coming up next, Williams Esports driver in the number 3 car. He comes also from Germany. Give him a cheer. It's Alexander Voss. Our next driver is our 3rd Williams Esports driver in our field. He drives in the number 26 machine, hailing from Germany. Welcome, Lauren Heinrich. And finally, our 12th and final finalist. He drives in the number 110 for Sorg Rennsport Esports from Germany. Welcome, Christopher Dambitz. 12 drivers are now on the stage for the final. Let's head it back to Mele and Ben.
Drivers, please take to your rigs.
Sebastian, this is the final match of the weekend. We're right in front of the final, the grand finale of the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy.
Yeah.
How does it make you feel?
Well, I'm super excited, to be honest, seeing these guys made it to the final, and I think it's a really close race we're going to see. I have no clue who's going to win, so yeah, let's look forward to this.
I mean, we have such a high stacked starting field, Ben. I couldn't pick a favorite if I would try to.
It's fantastic to see, so many different teams represented, professional outfits like RaceSport, like Williams, with their esports team doing such a fantastic job against
3 of them here on stage.
Williams drivers, against the more established sim-only teams like VRS and Coanda. So, sorry, that's the same one, VRS and Coanda. But it's just fantastic to have such a fantastic collection of drivers. And still, we talk about this span of countries. We've still got Joshua Rogers from Australia. We've still got Mitchell de Jong from California, spanning the whole
Jeremy
world.
from France, multiple drivers from Germany, and I bet I forgot, Spain. We have a Spanish driver as well with Salva Talents. And I mean, it is a full international race here at the Nürburgring in the Ring Arena. And yeah, it's going to be
having that global view, that must matter to Porsche to make sure that it's not just German drivers or it's not just a set country.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are a global brand, and I think sim racing is a global phenomenon. So having this kind of event where the community can come together and actually meet, some of them for the first time, some of them many years racing together, and then have this one chance in a year to actually see each other and compete on stage here, I think that's really special, and that's what makes it great.
And you talk about seeing each other. Sometimes these guys may have met online and chatted for years and years, but they've never actually hung out in the same house.
Yeah, exactly, and that's great to have them all come here and have this experience and this platform to really show what they can do in the rig, and also have fun together, hopefully, later tonight.
And what I really loved about our audience was every one of our drivers or racers got the same cheer. I was trying to make out a home turf champion or a crowd favorite here, but I must admit it was pretty balanced.
Well, you've also got all of these teams here supporting their few drivers that are still left, and you must be very impressed to see how the teams are managed these days, and even how that level has improved over the last couple of years.
Yeah, that's impressive to see. I mean, as I said before, it was like a very niche hobby, and now it becomes this bigger thing, and people getting into it and committing to it as well. So really like becoming part of a team, becoming a group that hangs together and fights together and races together, and that's great. That's what we like to support.
Absolutely, and while we speak, our racers are setting up their gear, getting ready to jump into the race. But before we do so, we will hand it off into a teeny tiny commercial break, just enough time to get some refreshments, a few snacks, maybe some popcorn on the side. And guys, we'll be back in just a bit. Don't go anywhere.
Dear dreamers, dear enthusiasts, dear gamers, dear racers, and dear fans, you inspire us. You give us passion. You show us dedication. You support us all the way. And you drive us forward. You have made this race car what it is. Team made.
We were just talking about the team element of sim racing, and there is Porsche talking about every team that goes into building a road car and a race car. And Max is kind of part of the team now, isn't he? We can see him on screen having a little bit of a warm-up, but a special man in Porsche's heart in sim racing.
Well, he won the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy last year. So, actually, our colleagues who produced the commercial motorsport team, they asked us, okay, do you have maybe a sim racer who can represent the topic sim racing? And we thought of Max, obviously. So he did a great job, I think. And it makes me proud to see like one of the sim racers actually being part of a big scale commercial like that, and for the most important race car we have at the moment. So I think it's a big step, and it shows like the recognition for sim racing that's in our company now.
Absolutely. I mean, I myself saw the commercial a couple of times already, a few times, least to say, and it still gives me goosebumps. It is a very emotional trailer, but I think it perfectly brings together both worlds, like the real motorsports and our digital motorsports. And I mean, you at Porsche have that very mission to merge those two worlds.
Exactly. So our mission is actually to make sure people understand motorsport and sim racing are one and the same thing. It's a different flavor maybe to drive a car on a track, but it's actually the same passion behind it, the same skills. So it's very similar, and that's what people share, I think, and that we want to bring that forward.
You're seeing the drivers getting their first taste of Monte Carlo. Well, you did. You're now seeing us. Hello. You're seeing the drivers getting their first taste of Montreal. They're not allowed to do any setup changes in the cars. The setup is fixed. So this is really just getting themselves accustomed to the individual sim that they are in at this moment, one of the DR7s. Just getting those last, every second counts, every bit of preparation counts, doesn't it, to get themselves in the right frame of mind as well for the final race.
Yeah, I think that's an important difference to real-world motorsport. There you have a big team that you rely on the car and the technology, that everything works. But here it's just you. You have the same car, basically. You have the same setup. So it's all about your head and what you do in the rig. So that's what makes it special. And that's why I have the highest respect for these guys. A lot of pressure on them, and they cannot put to blame any kind of technical faults.
Absolutely.
A little quick look at Mitchell de Jong as well, a man who has already won today, this morning, in the GT500 with his teammate Joshua Rogers. No longer a teammate in this one, he is a competitor. An amazingly different mindset to go from that team element at the start of the day. It's something we saw at the Porsche Racing Summit as well. Yeah. Individuals into teams, but this is the other way around. They've got to strip their minds that those guys are their mates. Right now on track, they are the competitor.
Yeah, I think that's hopefully they won't hurt each other on the track. But it's great to see them like being very professional and every man to his own in a way. But at the same time, I think if the other guy wins, I think they would be happy for him as well. So that's
absolutely. I mean, even in the digital world, when it comes to competition, sportsmanship is a huge factor. And I mean, looking back at the Porsche Sim Racing Summit last December, we especially felt that bond between the sim racers, and it is something very special about that community.
Yeah, so when we did the event in Leipzig, we invited actually a lot of those people qualified for that one. So we got to know them a bit better and wanted to hear their voices, their opinions on sim racing. Why do they do it? What do they expect from us as a motorsport brand? It's really great to see like this globe-spanning community to come together and share this passion for motorsport.
And you also put them in real cars.
Yeah, I mean, that's the unique thing we can do, obviously, and in Leipzig we have a track of our own, and so we obviously wanted to give them the chance, get in the Porsche car and get on the track to really feel how it is like to drive a Porsche for real.
And they didn't do too bad, right, Ben?
No, absolutely. There's definitely transferable skills from the real, the virtual world to the real world, and backwards the other way as well, like Mitchell de Jong, and it's really fantastic to see. The 911 Cup car, the car that's used in the World Championship that Porsche have put their backing. Are you happy with how the World Championship has gone for you guys?
Yeah, the Porsche Esports Super Cup, it's going great. So we have 2 more races left in the season. We've seen some very good competition move up and down in the ranking. And actually 3 of the top 3 drivers, they are here as well competing in the final. So that's exciting to see. Is it like a pre-final we see here maybe for the World Final on September 28th?
Who knows? Who knows?
And will they be recognized globally alongside your Carrera Cup winners and your Super Cup winners on an equal footing?
That's special. Good that you talk about that. We have an annual honoring of the drivers, the Porsche Night of Champions, and actually the champion of the Porsche Super Cup is going to be part of that event, alongside all the Carrera Cup winners, the real world race drivers, and he's going to be recognized on the same level.
Great. Thank you very much, Sebastian.
Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, it's about time to head into the qualification. The racers are ready. The cars are fueled up, the engines are warm. And now we're about to start the qualification round. Please give it up for our commentators and enjoy the qualification of the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy.
Thank you very much to the stage team. There is 51.6 kilometers worth of racing to go. We say, salut Gilles, welcome to Montreal. This is my favorite road course in the world, so I am so glad that we get to wrap up the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy for 2019 here. And I'll say one thing immediately. In that Porsche commercial, we heard the phrase, "You inspire us." First of all, thank you to Porsche, because you inspire us to be better as sim racers and as broadcasters with the amazing work they've been, of course, from entering esports last year. On track, you can see on the screen right now, it is 34 degrees Celsius, still cooler than our commentary position here. Wind speeds of 13 kilometers an hour. This track is 3.4 kilometers in length. Like it was last time at Spa-Francorchamps, we have got ourselves a super pole situation. One lap, that is all you get. If you mess up, it is game over. You start at the rear of the field. But Connery, one thing that is different from the semi-finals is the fact that we have moved ourselves over to the more complicated Porsche 911 Cup car.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, the stage hosts Ben and Mele talked about this just before they threw it on over to us. We have 3 of the contenders in the Porsche Esports Super Cup up on stage here for you now. Joshua Rogers, Maximilian Benecke, Sebastian Job. This car is their home, and this will be a very, very level playing field to decide the differences between all those drivers.
We're on board with Joshua Rogers then as he starts his lap in his VRS Commander Sim Sports car. Of course, Rogers and De Jong for Commander Sim Sports. They won the Digital GT500 earlier on today. 1 year ago, it was Pure Racing Team who took honours in both of the iRacing competitions. Commander Sim Sports are looking to replicate that in 2019.
Yeah, absolutely. Commander Sim Sports really looking to make 2019 an absolutely standout year for them. They've already taken a World Championship win here on iRacing with the VRS iRacing GT World Championship. They're in the process of trying to get that Porsche Esports Super Cup in the bag. That one's looking a little bit tougher coming towards the end of the season. But the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy, that trophy right between those 2 beautiful Porsches on that floor, that is going to be an absolutely fantastic addition to their trophy cabinet.
We've got 3 drivers from Commander Sim Sports in this final, 3 drivers from Williams Esports, 2 drivers from Red Bull Racing Esports, and the solo entry from Pure Racing Team, Max Benecke, who of course won pretty much everything to win on iRacing, especially here at the SimRacingExpo just 1 year ago. Josh Rogers comes past the start-finish line in that Commander Sim Sports car. He does a 1:36 there, and that would take him to the top of the timing stands for the moment. Sebastian Job, 2nd place for Red Bull Racing Esports. 3rd place is Moritz Lohner in the Williams Esports car. 4th place, Patrick Holtzman in the Red Bull Racing Esports number 4 car. Mitchell de Jong, 5th place in the VRS Commander Sim Sports car. There's a nice little question mark here, though, on the driver in P6. That's Max Benecke, only P6 in qual.
Yeah, that is not a great qualifying there for Maximilian Benecke, the German hopeful here today. It's the gap between pole position and 2nd place only stands at around about 600ths of a second. So close there for Sebastian Job to get himself in pole position. But Joshua Rogers, as he has done so on so many occasions, getting himself towards the front of the field.
Max Benecke is just getting himself some adjustments done. We can see him on the left-hand side of your screen. A smile from Max Benecke. He knows that he's got one more race to try and reclaim his crown from last year. It's a standing start here, of course, in the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy. And that run down to turn number 1 is going to be complicated. I remember the 1999 Formula 1 Grand Prix, and that with a car upside down at turn 1. I've seen crazy starts in iRacing World Championship events here at Montreal as well. But we are almost set to head to our starting grid. 12 drivers, just over 50 kilometers worth of racing to go. And Connery, as we know in sim racing, anything can happen.
Absolutely anything can happen, Will. It's a very, very short run down towards turn number 1 here. Sebastian Job, his ultimate objective is try and get that pass complete into the race lead, in towards turn 1, because as we've seen throughout the World Championship seasons on iRacing, if you let Joshua Rogers get to the front of the field and let him run away, your chances are pretty much gone.
You're completely right. Before we head down to the starting grid, I've been combing myself through so much paperwork over the course of this weekend. I want to just get a quick quote from Sotomuto. He's not in the final here today, but he said, "I am also honored to race at the Nürburgring. I've dreamed about visiting this place since I was a child." For a lot of these people, the chance to be at the Nürburgring, to take part in an event like this, it is bucket list stuff.
Yeah, for Sotomuto, you know, from Japan, and of course his teammate of Katora as well, as part of that Radicals Online outfit, coming from far-flung places right here to Germany, to the Nürburgring. Paul, we're about to get ourselves towards that starting grid.
I'm not northern anymore. I've gone back to southern, Will, but we can see the starting grid bottom of your screen. 136.666 for Commander SimSports Josh Rogers. Alongside him, Sebastian Job, Moritz Lohner, Patrick Holtzman, row 2, Mitchell de Jong, Max Benecke, row 3, Lucas Jetstack and Jeremy Bootsloop on row 4. Rest of that grid going at the bottom of your screen. We are waiting for one more driver. We are almost ready to get racing here at Montreal. As the lights will go on, the green flag will come out now, and we get underway here in the final of the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy for 2019. And already around the outside into turn number 1, we've got Red Bull Racing Esports, Sebastian Job going off at that first corner. That's going to really open things up. Slow down penalty for Sebastian Job.
Oh, he's binned it again in the first corner. Slowdown penalty. I did say he had to go for the move down into there if he's going to have any chance in this race, but he did overcook it. Now Joshua Rogers at the front of the field can start to run away. Contact between the Coanza and the Biela Racing team. That was Bootloop and Lucas Yetzat having a bit of fisticuffs coming through and towards the first SS section. But the thing is, they are all still on track. None of them have been cycled towards the back of the field, just as Sebastian Job did.
Earlier on today, we said it was just the top 6 drivers that needed to matter. It wasn't about winning the race. Of course, now it is about winning. And we can see out front, Joshua Rogers is leading the way. And then you've got yourself Williams Esports running in second place as we come down into the hairpin for the first time. And we've got the steely eyes there of Josh Rogers as he works through the hairpin. He is in full concentration mode.
Yeah, full concentration. He needs to race like he's never raced before. We might just see a very, very scarily quick Joshua Rogers here coming towards the end of the first lap into the final chicane for the first time. And of course, we do have that wall of champions to be concerned about. Up and over the curbs they go. Everyone avoids that wall for now, but that's the first lap in the books here. Flashing a lights in the background. There's been a big, big wreck outside the final corner.
That's Biela Racing team. It's gone from bad to worse there for Lucas Jestak in the Biela Racing team Uranix car, and he's going to be almost certainly out of the event. 12 laps here, and we're on to lap 2 now at Montreal. It's Rogers leading from Moritz Lohner, and then third place is Patrick Holton. There's a replay there of Lucas Jestak, and he just caught the curb. It is so easy to do, as if you do so, you immediately push out onto the outside wall.
I was just about to say, everyone got through there cleanly, and then that Biela Racing car taking a huge amount of curb through the final chicane and having an unfortunate altercation with the barrier on the outside of the corner. But quickly on towards lap number 2. Joshua Rogers Rogers still leads from Moritz Lohner. That gap stands at about 0.4 of a second at this stage. We'll get another look at the incident. Missed first apex there for Yesta as he goes over the curb, completely over the curb for the second one as well. And there's a driver behind. That's an innocent passenger in that one that gets collected.
Yeah, that was Salva Talent in the DriveX car who had nowhere to go out of that final corner, out of the hairpin then on the conclusion of lap number 2. As we go back to live pictures, as we see at the rear of the field, that's Sebastian Job in 10th place. I think he's had another little issue as they worked through the hairpin. But out front, it is Josh Rogers leading away, and you're now into that dangerous situation of allowing Rogers to maybe start pulling away. The gap, though, between Rogers and Moritz Lohner is only about half a second right now as they come through turn number 1. Again, here's the replay. Sebastian Job, when we said it before, unforced errors for this young Red Bull Racing Esports drivers on a big stage again. Just like Leipzig, Sebastian Job's made unforced errors.
They really, really need to work on that. They need to get some form of sports psychologist to just talk to these drivers to avoid them from cracking under pressure, under high importance moments like that one. We're on lap number 3 of the event right now. We see Joshua Rogers heading his way through, still in the race lead of this one. Lohner and then Patrick Holtzman will bring things down to your final couple of podium positions here. You can see that gap, though, starting to be eked out by Joshua Rogers. He's doing what he does best here on the 3rd lap of the event. He looks untouchable, but the thing is, this is not over. Literally anything can happen.
Anything can happen. The gaps also come up pretty dramatically in the last lap. At the start-finish line, it was 5 tenths of a second, 7 tenths of a second faster. This lap alone is Rogers over Moritz Lohner. Now, let's not forget that Williams Esports finished 2nd in this event last year. Are we going to be starting to talk about Williams Esports being the bridesmaid and never the bride at this event?
It certainly seems to be the case here in the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy. 2 years in a row, they could potentially find themselves falling short. Here comes Sebastian Job then with the move down the inside of Salva Talens, then almost contact coming up towards the corner, but he's able to get the pass complete. Coming through the final chicane, Sebastian Job, he's basically racing for pride at this stage.
He is indeed, as we see Job in 8th place on track, in towards turn number 1 on lap number 4 of this 12-lap event. And just behind, that is the DriveX Scalpers car, of course, of Salva Talens, running in 9th position on the track. The gaps, as they came past the start-finish line then, it's now 1.4 seconds between P1 and P2. Holtzman, though, running steady in 3rd. Beneke up from P6 to P4. So there is a charge coming by our sole remaining Pure Racing Team car.
Yeah, Pure Racing Team looking to finish off with a flourish here as we see Beneke gets himself right onto the back of Patrick Holtzman, heading their way through what is going to be the turn 8 and turn 9 chicanes here at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Still closing in on the way down to the hairpin. He can gain a lot of time by going very deep on the brakes, down in towards this very heavy braking zone. Look at how close he is. Almost gets up to the rear bumper of that Red Bull Racing Esports car off the corner, but the run does go to Patrick Holtzman in this case.
Does. We get a wonderful look here up above in our final. I want to say a big shout out to everyone who's managed to make this such a great event. As we see on board then with Max Beneke, he's got Patrick Holtzman in striking distance. Your best opportunities to make a pass as Beneke just gets a little bit loose over the curbs at the end of the final chicane. Your best opportunities into turn number 1, the Virage Center, or maybe turn 6, and of course then the hairpin and turn 13.
You can see as we're riding on the back of Patrick Holtzman how close Beneke brought that Porsche right up to the rear diffuser of the Red Bull Racing Esports car. Beneke is looking particularly threatening at this stage in the race. He had a very, very poor qualifying, trying to make up for it in terms of his race pace here today. Is he going to go for the big old send down the inside of the chicane? The door is open there, but not enough free space really to make that work. Coming up towards the apex of the corner, Holtzman very wide off the corner, almost grazes the concrete wall on the outside, but he still stays ahead.
Beneke was not happy early on in the Digital GT500. He wants a minimum of a podium here. He really wants to go racing and try and get past the two drivers ahead of him, Patrick Holtzman and Moritz Lohner, so he can have a go at Joshua Rogers towards the end of this one. But of course, these races are short. So for Beneke, he's got to start being a little bit more aggressive, trying to find a way of making a move. You can see just how close the gaps are between second place, third place, and fourth place on track. Second place remains Moritz Lohner in the Williams Esports car. Third place remains Patrick Holtzman. Fourth place remains Beneke. And again, Beneke just gets a little bit loose out that final chicane.
Yeah, certainly been a little bit of a problem spot for him. It really compromises his run then, down through the pit straight and in towards turn 1. So you can see he's lost a little bit of time here, whereas previously through this section, he was right on the back bumper of that Red Bull Racing Esports car. Moritz Lohner now really starting to lose touch with your race leader of Joshua Rogers. Gap is up to 2.5 seconds at this stage. You see Alexander Voss right at the back of the field. That's P11. Something may have just happened to him to put him all the way back there.
Indeed, so I had a little word circled on my card, and that was adaptability, because of course these drivers are running fixed setups here. So they've been doing all weekend in the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy. It is the great equalizer, but it does mean that you have to be able to adapt to a changing setup. You see over the little soft curbs there, down at the turn 8 and 9 chicane. Once again, they're going a little bit up into the air. Around the outside, you see Patrick Holtzman think about making a move over Moritz Lohner for second place. And Beneke wants Lohner and Holtzman to fight, but not that much, because I just saw a brief glimpse. Josh Rogers is putting away, as we now see a look and a weave there between the Red Bull Racing Esports driver. He's looking for a lane to try and get alongside, to try and get past, but he cannot do so in the run into turn 13 and 14.
Yeah, simply not able to find a way by just yet. Patrick Holtzman even loses a bit of time coming off that chicane, down in towards turn number 1 for the 7th time in this event. That logs officially half of the race is done.
Beneke gets closer over Patrick Holtzman. We are now down to 25 kilometers of racing remaining in the Sim Racing Expo for 2019. Beneke is desperately trying to find a way onto the podium. Patrick Holtzman is desperately trying to find a way past Moritz Lohner. But you're now into that situation where if you are Patrick Holtzman, you're playing a little bit of attack and a little bit of defense. You've got to keep an eye behind you to see what Beneke is trying to do.
It's always the most awkward position to be in sim racing and in real life racing, just in the middle of a 3-car battle. Your eyes have to be on the back of your head and, of course, where they usually are, on the front of your head here for Patrick Holtzman as he comes on his way down towards that hairpin once again. Beneke still very, very deep on the brakes. A slightly more wider line through the entry of the corner that almost runs into the back of the Red Bull car ahead of him, coming through the middle of the apex there, but still Draft City here on the way down to the final chicane.
Yeah, this could be a good opportunity for Beneke to try and make a move as they come down into that final chicane. The gap is 2 tenths per second. Beneke looking down to the inside, but not quite close enough. Not just yet. Over the curbs they come, and they're going to conclude lap number 7. You can see that Koala SimSports car at the front of your field. 3.7 seconds is now the gap between first and second place. So at this stage, we are racing for your podium, but it's a great battle we've got going on for second, third, and fourth.
It is absolutely brilliant stuff. We haven't quite seen enough side-by-side yet to make me call it exemplary, but I think that one is on the cards before that we get this race done. Beneke is looking particularly quick here after a lackluster qualifying. Down towards the inside then on Patrick Holtzman through the left-hander. Does he have enough space to make it work? He's given space, but he's not able to complete it.
He's not, as they're going to try and do it again in towards turn number 8 and 9. Beneke going to try and look around the outside. You can do it. And contact. And Beneke goes wide into that second chicane. And Beneke is now at risk of losing 4th place in this event as they'll come down into the hairpin. Max Benecke, he is on the outside coming into that second chicane, and now he's got the number 24 Commander SimSports machine of Mitchell de Jong right behind. Well, we did say we're going to have a battle between Coanda and Pure Racing Team.
Here we go.
We've got 1 for 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Mitchell de Jong, VRS Commander SimSports now might be able to pull the pass off of a stricken and incident-affected Benecke on the way down towards that final chicane. Simply not close enough this time, but you can see how much curve they're taking all the way through that particular section. Benecke, I don't think he has all that much damage on that Porsche 911 Cup car, so he might still be able to give chase to your podium contenders right now, but he is running out of time as we have the warning for the number 4 car.
Yep, number 4 machine there. Warning from Race Control. There's enough damage to maybe just crimp up the error a little bit. There's a replay again. Patrick Holtzman. And while Pure Racing Team, of course, they've had issues with Commander SimSports and incidents here today, they did have an issue with Red Bull Racing Esports in the Digital 500 early on today. So again, it's just not been the event for Pure Racing Team. I would love to see another look at that incident from up above camera, but it seemed to be Benecke was going all for it around the outside. It was a high-risk move by Benecke, but at the same time, you had that moment where you've got to make sure you don't push across the racetrack, which is what Holtzman did.
Yeah, and of course, Holtzman did end up getting that warning from Race Control. So unfortunately, it won't be perhaps the result that Pure Racing Team would have wanted from the stewards there. But I believe it is the fairest one that they were able to come up with here in this situation. You can see now in that number 24, Mitchell de Jong, who now has the kind of has his teammate right behind him here. So this might be a little bit of an intra-team rivalry on the part of VRS Commander SimSports, because we do have word from their race team manager that usually it's the case for Coanda that they are allowed to battle.
Yeah, indeed. So I've actually got a look at the replay on our second monitor here. It's just actually ironically over the bridge. It's very hard to see, but I will agree with the race control team there. Benecke just had absolutely nowhere to go as the Red Bull Racing Esports car just a tiny bit moved across him. A penalty certainly wasn't warranted, but a warning certainly was, as there is the replay up on your screens. We are down 2.5 laps to go then here in the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy. And whilst all of this has been going on, all of the action there is now a 5-second gap between Josh Rogers, the Australian driver, and Moritz Lohner, the German, running for Williams Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. I've said it time and time again throughout this weekend. Joshua Rogers is doing exactly what he is known for. Front of the field, run off into the sunset, goodbye everyone else. And it's the exact same performance here today, where it matters the most in the grand final of the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy. This guy is uncrackable.
He is. Of course, last year it was Max Benecke who won this event and also was able to do the double, working with Max Venig and Pure Racing Team to win the Digital 500. This year, we had Josh Rogers and Mitchell de Jong team up together to win the Digital GT 500 presented by Arul Ultimate, but now we've got ourselves domination at the front of your field. Of course, we've got Josh Rogers, who's leading the Porsche Esports Super Cup as well. He has been absolutely unstoppable, except for one moment this weekend when actually he had to push hard at Spa to work himself through the field after he failed to qualify.
Yeah, absolutely. He really needed to put in the hard yards, and we've seen that here this weekend as well, when he had to start at the back of his semi-final race. Very quickly, within the first couple of laps, he was already challenging for P6 to get himself to where he is right now inside this grand final. We do have a good battle going on, though, for P10. This is Christopher Dambier versus Lucas Jetzat. So Sorgrensport Esports versus Bieler Racing Team then on the way down towards what is going to be one of the chicanes here. This is the turn 6 and turn 7 chicane. Bieler Racing Team, Lucas Jetzat still yet to find a way through.
and Beta Racing Team Euronics, of course, they had that incident. They hit the wall of champions on the conclusion of lap number 1. They are trying to make something out of it. They get a little bit of TV time battling with Racesport Esports here. And I have to say, congratulations to everyone who's even made the final of this event. We went from hundreds of drivers attempting to qualify to 36 coming to join us on Friday. 24 of those have made it to today. And of course, the last 12 on the screen, as we can see, side by side as they come down into the hairpin, and the Beta Racing Team car trying to do the under-over here, but at the same time, we are on now to the final lap of this event here, Connery.
Yep, the final lap of the race. One more lap for Joshua Rogers to keep it clean and on the grey stuff, and he's able to come home with that trophy. Here comes Lucas Jetstad then over Christophe Dambiette as they head their way on towards the final chicane then for the second to last time in this event. Dambiette still able to hold the line through, but look at that exit there from Lucas Jetstad. He's able to bring it side by side into one.
He is. They stay side by side as they come down into that first corner. The Ferrari Senna for the final time here at the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy.
Oh, no.
As they're turned around, is the Beta Racing Team Euronics car down in P number 12. Let's say that, but we do need to go back to your race leader, and there it is. It is Joshua Rogers, the Australian, in the number 92 VRS Coanda Sim Sports car. I said at the start of this weekend that this has been the year of Joshua Rogers, and he has proven it time and time again this weekend. Yes, there might have been some controversy at the start of the Digital 500, but he has worked hard here in the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy, came back from not qualifying at Spa to get into qualifying for the final. He comes past the start-finish line, the winner of the 2019 Porsche Sim Racing Trophy, and finally a smile from the Australian Joshua Rogers, and VRS Coanda Sim Sports will take home the trophy. And what an event it has been. Joshua Rogers does the double here in 2019. He won, of course, in the GT500 with Mitchell de Jong, and he takes home the victory in the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy, Connery.
The Joshua Rogers era continues here at the Ring Arena, here at the Nürburgring in Germany. The Australian, absolutely fantastic performance throughout this weekend. He has the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy, and now he has to look to the end of September to try and take the Super Cup.
Yeah, it is always the most fun lap when you're cooling down after the race and you know you've got the victory. I wonder if we're going to see any donuts from the Australian driver. It's a tight track here, of course, at Montreal, but you can at least give it a go. There is Rogers, and he has won the race, and wow, an incredible moment for Josh Rogers, and he has also made his team, Coanda Sim Sports, very proud as well. You've got one of the other Coanda drivers a little bit further back, flashing the lights there. The team are happy as they work themselves down the back straightaway on that cool-down lap. We'll get the results up on your screen in just one moment's time for some final confirmation of who came where. But of course, that most important news is the fact that Joshua Rogers is the champion of the 2019 Porsche Sim Racing Trophy. Second place here, it will be Williams Esports once again getting second place, and then you're going to have third place here, which will go down. You see the results will come up on your screen now. Joshua Rogers, Coanda Sim Sports, Moritz Lohner second place, Williams Esports, Red Bull Racing Esports team in third, Max Benecke fourth, Mitchell de Jong rounds out your top five. Well, it's been a long day here, but I can see Mele is down getting ready to interview your champion of the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy. Let's hand it over to Mele and your winner, Josh.
And I mean, Please, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your Porsche Sim Racing Trophy champion, Joshua Rogers. This is your applause. And I mean, what a fantastic, I mean, you've been on the podium already today, and this is your second win. But, I mean, what else to say? What else is left? Joshua, what are you going to do next?
I don't know. You know, obviously get on a long flight home, but yeah, look, that race, I think, you know, coming into that, Montreal is one of those circuits that I feel often quite comfortable with due to the curbs. It's something I normally always like in a circuit, so, you know, to be able to have that circuit as the finale certainly boosted my confidence, but at the same time, obviously after qualifying at Spa, I wasn't quite sure I was going to make it in, so you know, obviously just thankful to be here. Thanks to all the VRS crew and to SimSport, and you know, obviously those guys for getting us over here.
You said it yourself, it's a long way back home, but you're not going empty-handed. A trophy in each of your hands. Would you have thought that when you boarded your plane to your way to the Nürburgring?
Certainly not. You know, obviously, like most people, we all come here just for the experience, to meet up with everybody and have a really good time. The racing is obviously brilliant as well, but you know, it's a very social event. So you know, to come out of this with 2 trophies, like you said, yeah, I got no words.
That's really fantastic. I mean, Joshua, we are about to head into the ceremony in just a bit, but is there anything else you want to say? You want to say to your fans, to your teammates, to your co-driver?
Just obviously a massive thanks to ADAC for putting this on, also Porsche, everyone for coming out. I can see there's quite a few people up in the stands, a lot more than I expected, so that's always good to see, and yeah, I look forward to coming back tomorrow and enjoying the expo a little bit more.
I mean, it's been a very, very long day, and I mean, how hard is it to be focused over such a long period?
Yeah, definitely. You know, throughout this week, there's always late nights, and this morning was a very early morning, so yeah. It's not the easiest to keep focus, I guess, as well as the motion rigs. You know, you're always getting moved around, and you kind of, where you're focusing is always changing. So obviously there's those aspects to it, and yeah, obviously a very long weekend, but yeah, looking
I mean,
forward to it.
you made it work in the end, and this is your applause. Please put your hands together for your Porsche Sim Racing champion. And ladies and gentlemen, we have prepared a beautiful highlight video to enjoy the best parts of the races that we just saw. So enjoy, and we'll be back in just a second.
So there's a look then at what happened in the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy. There was action, Connery, right from the very start. We did have a victim into the wall of the champions, Lucas Jestak in the Biela Racing Team Euronics.
Yeah, absolutely. Maximilian Benecke, the big moment of the race, or one of the big moments in the race. Contact with Patrick Holtzman coming into one of the chicanes there. Has to take a chip across the grass, has to take the slowdown penalty, and he gets cycled quite a bit back.
So Max Benecke, he had that moment, but here, of course, is Joshua Rogers. We saw a little bit of battling down the rear of the field at the end. Christopher Dambitz there, battling out of the Biela Racing Team Euronics car as they worked into the hairpin. Some great action going on up and down the field that went on into the final lap. And of course, we had that moment down in turn number 1 for Lucas Jestak. But of course, at the front of the field, it was all about the smiles for Joshua Rogers in the VRS Koanda SimSports car, claiming victory over Moritz Lohner in second and Patrick Holtzman, who comes home in the 3rd place. And wow, Koanda SimSports, of course, doing the double. We said it a number of times, but it's Joshua Rogers. He gets himself the victory. Williams Esports, 2 years in a row now, they've had themselves 2nd place. Patrick Holtzman in 3rd. Let's go back to the stage.
And we are back, and yes, beautiful highlights, beautiful races that we have seen. Of course, the highlights of the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy. Ben, is there anything more to add than what we just saw and what we heard from our commentators?
RaceSpot and all the commentators, both in English and in German, have done a fantastic job throughout this whole weekend. So a big round of applause to RaceSpotTV, the German commentators and the English commentators. And Sebastian Smeltz has joined us back on the podium, ready for the first of our podium ceremonies. We're going to do a lot of podium ceremonies, so do bear with us, but we've got a lot of fantastic, huge trophies to give away. So, should we get the podium ceremony underway?
Absolutely.
Okay, so in third position then, in the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy, Patrick Holtzman of Williams Esports. Patrick of Red Bull Esports, of course. Congratulations, Patrick. And in second position of Williams Esports, Maurice Lerner. Great stuff. Congratulations to Moritz. But the winner, a dominant win, it is. For 2019, the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy winner, Joshua Rogers from Australia for VRS Coanda. And what a year it has been in a Porsche for Joshua, right at the head of the field of the World Championship as well. And that's not the first trophy that he's got either.
Yeah, that extra luggage back home is gonna be expensive.
And Sebastian, just a couple of things. These guys have got some amazing prizes as well.
Yeah, great. So we have, starting with Patrick, he has one amazing set of headphones, wireless, Porsche design. So very good for his next sim racing sessions, I think. And of course, a race taxi drive tomorrow with the Porsche GT3 on the Nürburgring. So it's an amazing experience. Hopefully you can make it. And congrats, a great race. And we have a beautiful 911 speaker set.
Exactly.
It's modeled after the 911 exhaust pipes, so it's something to set up in your living room. It's amazing. Congrats to you as well. And then Joshua, for this amazing race, you've really earned this beautiful watch, Porsche design. Hopefully you can wear it. And yeah, amazing race. It was really mind-blowing how you made this and took this home.
I mean, Sebastian, not only the trophy, not only the watch and the taxi ride tomorrow, but also a very, very important ticket for a very important motor show.
That's right. We will see Joshua at Frankfurt Motor Show at a Porsche booth. We will have an esports competition. He's actually going to be there 2 times, to be honest, because we have 6 of the best drivers from the Porsche Esports Super Cup. Some of them we saw here today. So Max Benneke and Mitchell de Jong will be there as well, and Joshua. And then he also won a ticket to compete against our factory drivers from Formula E on the next day, on the Sunday, closing day of the trade show, big day, on the stage against Neil Jani and Andre Lotterer. So it's going to be an exciting race.
And there's still the possibility to qualify.
Yeah, that's the best news, actually. We have 4 tickets, 4 cockpits for any sim racer to qualify with R Factor 2. Until this Wednesday, you can still have the chance to qualify and visit us in Frankfurt and compete against the factory drivers with a new Formula E car. So that's a good package, I think.
Absolutely. That's the perfect words to close this one off. I mean, it
and
has
one final thing to say to Sebastian and to Porsche Motorsport, for all of the backing of this whole event and all the various races that you've backed, a huge, huge thank you from the very bottom of our hearts, from Mark, the organizer, and from all of the guys here who are enjoying driving the RSR and the 911 on various different platforms. So a massive thank you to Porsche Motorsports.
Thank you.
And of course, once again, congratulations to our winner and the second and third place, and of course to everyone that made it into the grand finale. Oh well, to everyone that made it here onto this beautiful stage. We had a lot of drivers here for the competing for the trophy in this Porsche Sim Racing Trophy.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a podium of 3 very talented drivers, but all 36 that came here on Friday are as the very top level, and fantastic to see such a class of 2019. That is the end of our celebrations for the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy. In a few moments' time, we'll get the next podium. Here are the highlights of the Volkswagen Beat Benji Lechner Pro Challenge.
Well, it was a fantastic action-packed race that we saw here on the Nordschleife with the VW Golf GTIs. We saw door-to-door action all the way through this one. 3 laps in the end. That was our pole sitter having a big moment, getting spun around. And then, well, what about this from Vermont? Look at how close the action was here, Connery.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant performance from the Frenchman, but unfortunately it wasn't enough for him to go all the way from the back of the field to the front to take the prize here. We see Kramer having a big moment there towards the end of the race. Similarly so, a couple of minutes later, down at the start of the GP circuit. And then we have this absolutely fantastic battle for P3 right at the end of this event.
And well, we saw the end of the race here, how it was so close towards the end. But what a win it was there for the winner there, and well, across the line he went, but it wasn't over yet as they went and lost control at the end there.
Thank you so much. I mean, the highlights of the Beat the Leuchter challenge. And I mean, we just see in our background the trophies being carried in. And I mean, they're good looking trophies if you ask me. Ben, we're looking for Arne, for a representative of Volkswagen Motorsports. I bet he's somewhere around here, and he'll be with us on the stage in just a second. So please give it up for Arne Zonemann, our representative of the Volkswagen Beat the Leuchter Challenge 2019.
Well, it looks like he might have already found himself a drink or two, perhaps.
A lot of the drivers to attend. Who knows?
A lot of the drivers that were in this, obviously, they just came for the day to enjoy themselves, so may not have been briefed that they had to stay for a podium ceremony. That's a shame.
Let's push that podium back at the very end. Oh, there he is. Good. I mean, he has a lot of prizes to carry because the first place is something very special. I can understand why it took a bit longer, because you did your very best to get us something very special, and we do have a microphone for you as well. And of course, as already said, every one of our participants, everyone I qualified for the Beat the Leuchter Challenge is getting one of these beautiful Golf GTI TCR. Sadly, not the original one, but this one is as pretty, if you ask me. And it is a real replica, 1:43. So it is a start, maybe.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
But Arne, let's get back to our winner of the Beat the Leuchter Challenge with 9.3 seconds.
Well, we've got in theory, we're going to do a podium, 3, 2, 1. We're not quite sure if third and second are still in the building. So let's give it a try. And if they don't respond, then we'll move on to the next one. Is that all right?
That's a good idea. Let's do it that way, Ben.
So in third position then was Jonas Hilletz. Jonas, are you in the building? Would you like your prize? Just looking around this big arena, it's a big place. Jonas Hillett, are you still here with us? What's the prize? No, you can't just claim it and pretend it's you. I think Jonas is no longer with us, so we're going to move on then to the second position driver, and that is Alexandra Vromant, or Vromant. Alexandra, are you here?
No, I don't think so.
I don't see Alexander in the audience either. That's a shame. He's going to miss out on the cap.
So maybe I'm getting the car after all. This is the one for the first place, isn't it?
That's Benny's.
I mean, we can give it not to everyone. Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. So third and second are missing, but that's okay because we do have the winner. Oh, this is going well. A big round of applause. We know he's here. It's Michael Braugam.
Michael Bräutigam.
That's the one. Thank you very much.
And there he is. We finally have one of our competitors here on stage. Let's stand in front of the desk where we all belong for the winner's ceremony. And Arne, it is your honor to hand over our winner's prize, of course, because it is something very special. First, we get the car. Then
Die Taxifahrt. There you go. You got the taxi ride with Benny Leuchter on the Nordschleife.
That is brilliant, if you ask me. And this is going to be an exciting one because, I mean, Benny is right at home at the Nordschleife, same as Michael, who is very familiar with the track as well. So this is going to be a good lap for you, hopefully. We'll find it on social media afterwards. Hopefully. All right, thank you so much. So please give it up once more for winner Michael Bräutigam here on stage for the Volkswagen Beat the Leuchter Challenge 2019. And Arne, thank you so much for being here with us and helping us to hand over the trophies. Oh, there you go. He gets the cap as well.
Yes.
There, I mean, winner takes it all.
Winner takes it all. There you go. So that is it for Volkswagen and the fantastic Nordschleife race that we saw a few moments ago. Let's move on then to the ADAC Digital All-Stars race powered by Aral. And first, let's take a look at the highlights of what was an epic encounter.
Well, the ADAC Digital All-Star race started just a little bit like this. A little bit of contact between your pole position sitter and P2 coming down into towards turn 1. Caused a little bit of carnage behind. Cycled some of your very, very quick teams right to the back of the field and the mid-pack where they've had to work all their way back up.
Yeah, it was a tremendous performance. Maybe not that rejoin, but it was a tremendous performance from the Adenauer teams. Look at that 11th place for Adenauer 3. Keep that in mind.
Yep, absolutely. We saw Mayen have a little bit of contact there with a Nayatal car and also Birkenfeld as they tried to head their way through in that situation. Nayatal seemingly involved in absolutely everything in this race as at the halfway point it was Adenauer P1, Adenauer P2, but right at the end of the event it was all Adenauer. They will take home the podium lockout. All of the drivers that you'll see in just a couple of moments' time are from the same town here, right next to the Nürburgring. They are the local boys. Give them a big, big round of applause as we send it down to the stage.
Thank you very much. So let's get our representatives from the ADAC. First of all, the Chief of Sports Radio St. Mittelhain, Franz Rudolph.
Ubach.
And Marianne Griebel, rally champion and ADA sportsman for 2018. Thank you very much. A round of applause.
You can come to us. Don't be shy. It's just us. This is basically our living room. Thank you so much for joining us here on stage. And you have the honor of handing over the trophies to our winners.
Yeah, so firstly, let's focus on the winners from this evening. And in third position, AC Mayen 1.
With René Kirchhoff and Sven Breutz.
Coming from the floor. Fantastic. Congratulations, guys. In second position, it was MSC Adenau 3.
With Kevin Walter and Fabian Klein.
I mean, they're not far from home. Here they are.
They're trying to make their way to the desk. I know, it's been a long day. It is okay to get lost on this huge stage.
It's a big stage, there you go. And you may remember that it was a washout for Adenau, but it was a penalty for Adenau too, and therefore they dropped off the podium, allowing Mayen to be on the podium. But the winners of the ADAC Digital All-Stars race powered by Ariel was MSC Adenau 1.
With Paul Dietrich and Michael Bauer.
And it's a decent check that I see lying on the floor there.
Absolutely.
It's not 500,000 euros, but I read it wrong. That's a shame.
Almost.
But a 500 euro check going to our winners as well.
But 500 euros still make a very good party, if you ask me.
Absolutely.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up once more for your champions of the ADAC Digital Series. Oh, dear Lord. Once again, let's try it again. It's been a long, long day, but please give it up for your champions of the ADAC Digital All-Stars race powered by Aral Ultimate.
And we're going to go and move on to the ADAC Summer Series Endurance Cup, which is our next podium of the evening. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now, you two need to stand just there. The rest of the gentlemen, I think, can make their way once the photographers have done their thing. All good? All good? Okay. Thank you very much, guys. Congratulations. I will keep our representatives with us and move on to the ADAC Summer Series Endurance Cup. And in third position, once again, it's AC Mayan 1.
Second place goes to MSC Natal Bad Kreuznach.
And it will be Walter Hornen, Chief of Sports for ADAC Nordheim, who will be presenting the trophy to our second placed team.
And it is now time to welcome the champions of the ADAC Summer Series Endurance Cup on stage. So please give it up for your winners, Scuderia Augustburg Brühl 1.
You guys. There we go then, the podium for the ADAC Summer Series. The kind of championship that you guys have been racing throughout the summer, hence the name. There's a clue in the title. And such a great initiative. I love this. I've not heard about this before, and it's so cool to see the ADAC putting so much effort into sim racing. The trophies are aloft. Once again, that podium for the ADAC Summer Series Endurance Cup.
And Ben, we're not done just yet. Are we?
No.
No.
There's still more to go.
You look very, very surprised. So I was like, did I say something wrong? But I didn't, because there are still some trophies that are looking for a home, aren't there?
Yes, there is. So, whilst they celebrate their podiums, let's have a look at what happened earlier today in the ADAC Digital GT 500.
So it was action right from the very beginning in this one. Pure Racing team having issues into Air Rouge and Radio, and they end up having a crash with Williams Esports. There's action all the way through this first lap, Connery, in what was a very long race, the longest race of the weekend, but it started off chaotic.
Yeah, chaotic, and of course, big controversy. Once again, we've seen it so many times so far this, throughout this event between the Pure Racing team and, of course, that VRS Coanda SimSport, those VRS Coanda SimSports drivers. But here we go, throughout the middle of the race, you see the Pure Racing team blue car having to go through on that Red Bull Racing Esports car. After they got a penalty, they had to swap positions.
Yeah, indeed so. And Pure Racing team, they had so many issues here today. But Coanda SimSports and the number 81 team, the team of Joshua Rogers and Mitchell de Jong, they were victorious. And it's time for more prizes.
And we are back. Thank you so much for the commentary on our highlight video of the ADAC Digital GT 500 race. And we're not alone, Ben. We have company here on stage for the very last podium of the day. We have Mark Henneritzi and, of course, Jan Seifert, who is also the chairman of the Sim Working Group at DMSB. And Jan, how has the weekend been going for you so far?
I've been here for the second time now, last year and this year, and we have been in the dark room behind the stage for race control, commentary, and it was a huge event. It was even bigger than last year, And so the job Mark is doing is well and so amazing with the whole team behind. So thank you very much, Mark, and all the guys, also the drivers, teams. And what we found out for the working group, for Sim Racing working group in DMSB is also a big advantage, I think, for everybody. And there will be some news on Monday, and so everybody can be excited for the news on Monday. So check that out. I think it's a good step forward for the sim racing.
Okay, so there will be news on Monday, which is still 2 days ahead of us. So maybe a little spoiler for us, like a tiny one without spoiling the surprise itself.
A little tiny one, yeah.
It has to do with sim racing.
So we have been working for a year now, as Mark is also part of the working group. And we will finalizing the overall rules for the rule book for sim racing, license system and so on, which is made for sim racing. So it's not what maybe everybody's expecting. It's for sim racing, it's from sim racers to sim racers, and I think everybody can be excited of that.
Perfect. I mean, Mark, your baby has been growing over the past years. Jan already stated it so beautifully. Do you have any final words to close things off before we hand over the trophies?
It's really hard to find final words. You know, yesterday, to be honest, I've been a little bit disappointed because the audience was not that big, but we changed a few things, and so today I'm really happy. Every disappointment from yesterday went out to that I'm now really happy because the whole team was motivated today. Especially you and Ben did really a great job. Really like the whole team behind the stage. And I don't start now to say names because I couldn't stop for the next hour. And so this is only possible with the sim racers here, with the audience today, and with the whole team behind. So many thanks to everybody.
And what Mark says is so perfectly true. First of all, thank you for your kind words. But please give it up for every helping hand around this event, for the guys backstage, for the guys in front of the stage, for our technicians, for our hands, for our settees, for everyone who has to tear down this amazing stage. And of course, our commentators. Please, let's hear it one more time for everyone that made this show great. And of course, for everyone that participated in it.
And we do have one final podium, probably the most prestigious and legendary event that we have here at the ADAC Sim Racing Expo. It is the ADAC Digital 500, and in third position, it was Red Bull Racing Esports. Sebastian Job, Patrick Holtzman, and Graham Carroll making their way onto the stage. And Jan Seifert will present what is a wonderful trophy to Red Bull Racing Esports. In fact, Graham Carroll didn't even sit behind the wheel, but he still gets himself a trophy.
And not only the trophy, of course, we do have the beautiful Porsche design Bluetooth speakers as well for third place racers. And you're busy holding your trophies. Keep it that way. You'll get the speakers later. Of course, they're going to be waiting right here for you guys. And I think we can continue with the podium.
On to second position then. And in second position, after 500 kilometers, SimRC.de Carbon, Jürgen Frank and Felix Lunding. Plenty of support still here in the stadium for these two. A real surprise, a consistent drive, and a very happy duo.
And of course, the second place trophy is accompanied by the Porsche design wireless headphones with active noise cancelling, which is perfect for travel, trust me. It is such a blessing to have active noise cancelling in your headphones. And you guys, I mean, you travel a lot, of course, and so this will definitely help you.
So let's go to the winners of the ADAC Digital GT500 for 2019. For VRS, Coanda Sim Sport, Joshua Rogers and Mitchell de Jong. It's Mitchell's second time on the top step of the podium for the GT Digital 500, adding their names to real drivers such as Mark Henrizi, the winner of the very first GT 500 when it was part of the Blancpain series. So that is the podium for the GT 500, but we also had a class. Oh, sorry, the speakers. Sorry, Melly, go on.
Exactly. I mean, the 911 speaker from Porsche, look at this beauty. It is coming together with the first place. I mean, Joshua has to book an extra bag, if you ask me. This is going to be really tough to get back to Australia. But I mean, all of our winners deserve their prizes. And guys, this is your moment. This is your applause.
And we did have a separate class in the GT500 for the GT3 cars. And the drivers that were racing out in the Expo on their own rigs, 4 cars in that category. And just to cap off a particularly good race, it was VRS co-anda SimSport, Pascalis Gagis and Tommy Osgaard who took the victory. I'm not sure have they managed to make it here? Oh, I think they have. Yeah, here they are, coming up for the backstage.
Oh, here they are.
And they're coming on with their VRS CEO, Peter Dimov, as well. So you guys are going to have to squeeze together to get you in one photo, so move in.
I mean, we already have a stage of this size, and it seems like that it's still too small. So, Mark, next year we're going to have a bigger stage for this kind of podium. I mean, look at those happy faces, those amazing winners, and well, everyone deserves their prize and much more. Even all the competitors that we had today and yesterday, and of course the manufacturers outside. It has been an outstanding event, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic to see the SimRacingExpo for me for the very first time. Wonderful to be part of such an incredible event, an historic event. Some highs, some lows, like there is in all kinds of motorsport, but a truly amazing thing for sim racing. And if you are around, make sure you go and have a look at the exposition tomorrow. It is open all of Sunday. And if you've got a ticket, pop over to the Blancpain as well, because they'll be racing their feature race on the GP circuit as well. It's been a privilege.
Absolutely, Ben. I think we're at the end of the show. There is nothing left more to say. We have said everything. We handed over every trophy we had. We gave away all the prizes and checks. And I mean, it's been a splendid past 2 days. Thank you so much, guys, for watching. And of course, for being here at the Nürburgring next to Nordschleife in the Ring Arena. It's been a fantastic, festival for sim racing. The ADAC 2019 SimRacingExpo. Well, esports is done, and tomorrow, as Ben already said, the expo is still open. So if you decide to come over, do so. It is definitely worth a visit. And guys, nothing else left to say than good night, and thank you for watching.